Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Back in the playoffs, 50 wins, and just a dominating performance last night by your Houston Rockets as they destroy Utah. That's just not a good basketball team. Can you believe they lost to Utah this year? That is just an awful, awful team right there. And with Sexton and Filipowski, your best players, it is that's bad. 143-105, and boy, they got after it was long over. It was all over in the middle of the third period, but Reed Shepherd came on and hit 5 threes, and he's just the fourth player in under 10 minutes to do what he did last night. Hit 5 threes, score 15 points, whatever, and 3 rebounds, whatever the number is. There was some kind of stat. He's just the fourth player to do that in under 10 minutes. And that was just fun to watch. Who is it, Willie, or which one hates
Israel?
Reed? Israel hates Reed. And you said it before the show. You said he's just an elite shooter.
Yeah, I mean, it's who he is, and it's not like he's a streaky shooter. He's an elite shooter. Yeah. That's what he's going to be in his career. I'm not worried about it. I literally have no concern about Reed.
Are you okay with – do you think it'll be okay getting rid of Fred and having Reed run the show?
Probably not in the short term. I don't think he's that kind of ball handler.
Well, I mean, yeah, next year you don't think it's –
Well, I don't think he's a primary ball handler. So you can do it, but Jalen's got to be really good.
Jalen's getting good. Despite what Dell thinks and how he disparages him every single time we bring him up.
I don't have to disparage him. Just look at his numbers.
His numbers are not disparaging.
His numbers are
NBA Player of the Week last week.
His numbers are what he's always been. He's a better defender. He plays all the time. There are certainly good things about him, but this thing where we always have to go, well, look at the week he's had. Just look at the season. The season is very similar to previous seasons.
Well, now I don't know. I think he's improved.
You can say it, but at over 82 games, the numbers bear out. He's not dissimilar. The shooting from 3 is better, but the numbers bear out that he's a very similar offensive player.
I don't know, Del. I guess you can say that, but maybe it's the way he's getting them, how he's playing in the fourth quarter. He's definitely played better this year. I don't think there's any way around it. That's like saying all the numbers for a guy who's on a bad team are representative of how he's playing.
I credit him for being a better defender, but but he is supposed to be, or what people like to lean on are the explosive plays, the explosive numbers from night to night. The problem is the highs and the lows average out to a 22 point per game player, 43% from the floor over and over again. But yes, he's a better player, but we do this thing all the time with him.
He's about the same field goal percentage. He's better 3-point shooter this year. He's averaging more points. I don't think he's inconsistent, but not nearly as inconsistent as he has been.
No, and some of his, I think there's still some potential that some of his points were junk points last year, although they weren't out of it as much last year. Obviously, they were at 500, but no, I mean, just watching the games, he's playing better.
Yeah.
But he still has his moments. He still has his moments where we're like, he still is a streaky shooter. It's who he is. I don't think that's changing. He's still going to go 4-17 from time to time. He's not, and he may do that for a 3-game stretch, have it like that. He's a streakier player. That's his nature. He's not a consistent shooter. He's a streakier shooter.
Yeah. I feel like this team is coming together now. Listen, they won 50 games, and it is not over as far as the 2 seed for sure. The schedule down the stretch here, it has to be as difficult as anybody's in the NBA. I don't know that there's a tougher schedule. You got Oklahoma City, at Golden State, at the Clippers, at the Lakers, and then Denver. Those are other than the Clippers, they're all in the playoffs in the Western Conference, and the Clippers are in the play-in. So this is as good as it gets down the stretch And whether or not they're going to be able to hold on to that 2 seed is another story. So it'll be interesting to see if they can handle this stretch down. Now, will Oklahoma City play on Friday? I mean, will they care? I don't think you can give up 2 weeks before the playoffs start.
No, they'll absolutely try to win that.
Yeah.
Plus, you're playing a team you're going to play in the playoffs.
Well, potentially, yeah.
Well, you may not be, but you could be.
Right.
I don't think you want to give any confidence to any, especially a Rocket team who you've had their number over the last few games. You don't want to give them any confidence. So, yeah, you want to smash them.
You need two. Well, you got to get at least a couple of wins here. You've got a 3-game lead over the Lakers and the Nuggets. The Lakers could well be the 3 seed. It looks like the Nuggets have fallen again, and now they're tied with the Lakers for the 3 seed. And actually, the Lakers, I guess, because I don't know why they list the Lakers before the Nuggets. Maybe they have the tiebreaker. But for whatever reason, the Rockets are in the top 6. They can lose every single game and still be in the top 6. But I think they want that 2 seed. It's the T-Wolves now that are in the 6 seed. The Clippers are in the 7, and Memphis is in the 8. And they're all tied at 44 and 32. So you don't know who you're going to play. That is not a great I'm going to tell you what, the first round ain't going to be easy. I don't care which of those teams you play. None of them.
It's Western Conference. No easy playoffs.
Well, Dallas or Sacramento for Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma City's on a different level.
Yeah, right. That's
for the Rockets, no easy playoffs.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know how they'll go. Oklahoma City's going to go about it. It's still too early. They have a 14.5 game lead. They could lose every game. It doesn't really matter. But how do you stay and not worry about not getting injured, right? And yet still stay sharp.
You played not to get injured, you get injured.
Yeah.
That's the oldest axiom in the book.
Well, last night, did you not want everybody out of the game in the third quarter?
I wasn't really thinking about it.
Honestly. I was get them out of there.
I wasn't really thinking about it. Ime usually goes pretty deep anyway.
No, against Phoenix the other night, he didn't. Not one guy played in the fourth quarter.
No. He was, but he's been typically lets him go a little deeper than I'm comfortable with. That's how.
How mine got hurt.
Amen got hurt.
And he might have learned a lesson. Might have learned a lesson from that.
Nuggets have Warriors tomorrow. You need Warriors to handle them, because then Pacers go to Nuggets, Nuggets go to Kings, Grizzlies go to Nuggets, and then Nuggets go to Rockets.
You still got to go to the Lakers on April 11th, and that'll be a big game.
So the Nuggets, if you just want the Nuggets to lose tomorrow and you should be good.
Yeah. Beating the Nuggets won't be easy. So the Rockets still have to keep on playing. They got a 3-game lead here as far as being the 2 seed, but the Rockets need to continue to play. And I think you still want them to continue to play. Letting your foot off the gas pedal with a couple of weeks before the playoffs start. That's not a good. You got to keep on playing. You got to keep on. You got to keep this momentum going. They're playing good basketball. Well, they're playing good basketball against really, really bad teams. Listen, the other teams in the NBA played those bad teams early on. So, they got to play them early. The Rockets have surged recently because they had a really easy schedule, but the other teams had those teams earlier. So the Rockets playing some good basketball. What a turnaround. Really, really, really cool to see this, how well this organization, Patrick, Fertitta, and Rafael Stone they deserve a lot of credit. What they've done, how they had to weather the storm, those 3 seasons, they all had to just, bite their lip and just watch really, really horrible basketball. But they made some tremendous decisions. The best, probably Ime.
Easily the best.
Yeah. But you're getting Alperen in the middle of the first round, getting Tari after that. I'm making really, really great draft picks. Amen with the 4th overall pick. Jabari. I mean, there were a lot of decisions to be made along the way here.
Some of those weren't hard decisions.
No, Jabari fell into their lap.
Some would say some would say Amen was an easy decision, but I don't think I remember at the time, that was not necessarily the conversation. Amen. I think Tari and Alperen were 2 very, very important decisions that had to be made where they were. But Ime, I'm not sure any of it matters unless you have Ime to stir the ingredients. I mean, it's Ime. And yesterday, Vanessa Richardson interviewed Jalen Green, and he talked about that. Like, we needed him to come in here and unleash the dog in us. And that's what he did. Ime got these guys playing like contenders, playing with confidence, playing with toughness. Ime did what a coach can do, which is change the identity of a team from a sad sack, undisciplined. It was painful to watch. No discipline. All they cared about was their vibes.
The drip.
The whole organization was about Instagram, and now it's about basketball and it's about winning, and it's been a complete 180. And I think Ime refusing to let James Harden come here against maybe, the wishes of ownership was a big one. Ownership just saw, well, we know him and the fans seem to like him. I don't know. Let's go with James. He might be good for the young guys. And Ime's like, no, let's not do that.
Yeah.
That was huge.
That's it. That's huge.
I mean, that was huge.
Making great.
It allowed you also to make other moves in free agency that were important to you, because James would have eaten up a bunch of money. So not bringing James in and just having Ime Udoka or just two, and none of that happens unless Ime Udoka is. If Ime Udoka isn't here, James probably comes back.
Yep. There's a good possibility. And thank God Ime is here. And this organization changed drastically when he got here.
The moves you don't make sometime. The Sean Elliott, Robert Horry move.
Yep.
For Rockets fans who don't know, Robert Horry was traded, and then Sean Elliott failed a physical, and it ended up being a non-trade. That was huge for the Rockets. They ended up winning a championship after that. 2 in a row. They won 2 in a row. Actually, it was after the first year, so it would have been. They won that championship the second year after that had happened with Sean Elliott. I think they tried to trade the second year. They tried to move for Sean Elliott, and it didn't happen. And Robert Horry was a big part of the reason why they won in a postseason and won a championship.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes it's the moves you don't make that are really, really critical. And that's not it. There's other moves. Like I'm thinking of, there's something else that has happened with this. It was James, but isn't there something else that we've seen? Is there something with the Astros? A move didn't happen. It feels like fairly recently there was a move that didn't happen that was incredibly important. Oh, well, not getting Sonny Gray in 17 so that you had an opportunity to get Justin Verlander when Justin Verlander wasn't available, and everyone was pissed off that the Astros didn't make a move. That was critical that they didn't make a move in 17, because it gave them the opportunity to get Verlander because he came open later. Sometimes it's those moves that don't happen are pretty important.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And the James Harden not coming here was huge.
It's big.
Huge. 713-780-3776, the number to call.
Culture, locker rooms matter. Daryl Morey never got it, never understood it, doesn't to this day. Marcus Morris complains about it. Ime gets it. And I feel like Rafael Stone, I know Rafael Stone learned under Daryl Morey, but I feel like Rafael Stone learned under I think he's let Ime bring that in, because I don't know if Rafael Stone thought it was overrated as well, culture and all that stuff. I'm not sure that Rafael Stone thought a whole lot about culture. There's a lot of analytics guys don't believe in culture because it's not quantifiable. Well, it's 100% real. I'm sorry that you guys on the analytics side can't understand culture. You can't understand locker room and brotherhood and stuff like that, but it's so very real. And it's the difference sometimes between being a team that flames out, a team that has talent that flames out, and a team that can take the next step. And Ime Udoka understands it, and he's built it. And that's why analytics guys who don't get it, like Daryl Morey, they'll never. It's why it's hard to turn to hit the next step, because they don't value it, and it makes a huge difference.
Yep.
Ask the Astros.
No, ask Kelvin Sampson. Ask him, who's at the Final Four.
We have all these examples around us. It's amazing that analytics guys can't figure out that momentum's real and culture's real. I will never, ever. They'll tell you to this day, momentum's not real.
Or pressure's not real.
Pressure's not real. Momentum. Yeah. Well, pressure is self-created, so it's very real.
It's very real.
Momentum is also got pressure involved with it, which is very real.
What do we got here, Dell?
Why am I getting mad at analytics?
I don't know.
Guys
why are you mad at the analytics guys?
I think because Daryl's so just the belief that you're so much smarter than everyone, and you are smarter than everyone, but you don't understand that momentum is real.
Yeah.
That culture is real, brotherhood is real, culture is real. Like you don't locker room chemistry is real, court chemistry is real. You can't understand, you can't fathom that because you can't put a number on it. Man, that just really annoys me that you can't be. Sometimes the most analytics guys get so upset because they feel like everyone's too close-minded. But the reality is heavily analytics driven, the most heavily analytics driven general managers are sometimes, and the fans who deem themselves heavy into analytics, they are the most closed-minded you can see because they won't consider anything other than their way right down this path. They won't consider that there can be a blending and a melding of different things. They're some of the most closed-minded people I've ever run into.
All right, 715 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here to hang out with us, I want to talk about game day men's health right now. I want to talk about how awesome it is to feel great, how awesome it is to get the right people doing the right things for you and for your body. The technology with labs in every location, the expertise with experts that are breaking down exactly what is going on in your body, checking it out and seeing which, how much testosterone that you need, which peptides will work best for you, get you to your goals. Okay. You want to break, if you're injured as well, they have a wave length therapy that is awesome as well. We saw it out at the golf tournament where people with bad ankles and they put this wavelength on them, and it makes a huge difference for people. Technologically, it's just the best that I've seen, and I've been doing testosterone replacement for a while. So this is different. It just is different. It's just better. Free consultation at all of the Game Day Men's Health locations. It's the way to go. If you feel sluggish, if you don't feel like you're as good as you, if you're heavy, if you're not building muscle mass the way you want, Game Day Men's Health is the solution for you. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's get Upton in here. Upton, what's going on? It's what? Oh, it's Lipton. Oh, not Lipton. Upton. Lipton. We never got a call from a Lipton before.
Not that I know.
That's interesting. And Lipton.
It's Gilbert.
Oh, it's Gilbert. Hey, Gilbert, what's going on?
I fell down last night anyway.
No, you did not. You fell down. What happened?
I don't know. I brushed my teeth and I fell down anyway. Couldn't get up about an hour anyway, you know.
Oh, no.
Did you say, I know you said I need a nurse in here.
Mm-hmm. Did you get a nurse in there?
Yeah, I got a nurse in there. 2 people had to pick me up, you know, anyway. I'm so pills with it anyway.
Yeah, that's a shame. Gilbert, don't be falling down. Be careful, okay?
Careful, I need.
Yeah.
You come see me anyway, you know.
What do you think about the Cougs? Are they going to win it all?
Yep.
They are? They're going to beat
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yep.
Yeah.
What do you think about the Rockets in the playoffs? They're going to win it all?
I don't know yet. It's up in the air anyway.
What the hell?
Hello?
Yeah, hello. Go ahead.
So, anyway, I hope the Cougs win the whole thing anyway, you know.
Yeah.
When you come see me again, you know.
Hey, you are in town.
Yeah.
When
I
you
am,
come
except
see
I'm
me.
moving. I got movers at my house all
Well,
day.
aren't they moving the boxes, though?
Yeah, but I got to be there. That's a problem. That's the problem.
We'll move to where? Move to where?
L.A.
You move to L.A.?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you won't be here no more anyway, or what?
I'll be back and forth, Gilbert. I'll be back and forth in town, out of town.
It's
So
actually been
I'll be
going
able
on
to
for
come
a
see you.
while. How long has it
Yeah,
been going
it's
on
been going
now?
on since
5 months?
For July, August.
It was that long?
August, yeah. August.
Holy crap.
Yeah. So, yeah. Well, Gilbert, don't fall down anymore, all right? All right? Just stop.
Okay.
Try not to fall, all right, buddy?
Goodbye.
All right, because good to hear from you. There's Gilbert right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I don't know why my volume won't turn off. That's crazy.
Because that whole computer's broken and you keep using
No,
it.
you don't tell
Me
me
and Dale,
about
you've
that.
got a one that works and you won't tell people what we were talking about.
What?
This
For
is
whatever
really
reason,
a problem on our show.
John decides
He had
he's
to get
decided,
a
even
new
though with the new
computer.
computer, that he will use the old one. And the speaker, I try to figure out what it sounds like. It bothers me so much. We figured out why you don't want to be in there. You wait in your own room because
It's a busted speaker. He plays as loud as he can and it reverberates where you can't understand anything.
so it's a hostile work environment for you in there. So you just wait
Very
till
hostile.
the show starts to get in there. It sounds like it's an AM radio with poor reception. He's driving through some town in West Texas, and he's trying to hear, I don't know, Tanya Tucker, but he can barely hear it. But
So
he
he
still wants
turns
to
it up
listen.
louder.
So he turns up louder. It's awful. He has a laptop that works.
Now his volume won't work.
That one's in L.A. I'm not bringing them back and
What's
forth.
hard? You carry a bag with you. There's a bag right there.
No.
Put it in that bag.
No, I know, but it's great. It's better if you just walk
No,
on and off the plane
That should
with
be
nothing.
thrown in the trash.
Boop, boop, boop.
The
Nothing.
priority
That
should be.
thrown in the
No,
trash.
it's just fine. It works just fine. Look at the video. I can
You
see.
couldn't even turn off the volume.
I know something's wrong.
The whole thing's wrong. Use the one that you bought,
I know. It's
or buy another one.
no.
Have a working one for Houston. Have a working one for LA.
Yeah, buy a
Well,
cheap ThinkPad or get that fixed again.
Yeah.
allegedly, I'm going to be in L.A. more, but I've been here more than I've been in L.A. So
Good.
that's
Which one's better?
here?
Yeah.
Except for this pollen, it's killing.
Oh, which one's better, pollen or taxes?
Pollen.
Property taxes do suck here.
Yeah, but pollen's
You
worse.
go to Ownwell.
Taxes are worse in LA. There's no question. No question.
Traffic worse.
Traffic is worse.
Taxes worse.
Yeah, traffic was bad going to the Rockets game last night, though. Traffic was real bad. Going up 59 at 6 o'clock, going into downtown for whatever reason.
I went in.
As
I went in
opposed
and
to,
saw Barry Laminack yesterday.
You
The
did?
Punchline.
Oh, yeah?
When it supported local comedy. Yeah.
Oh, nice. How was Barry?
It was good. And then Frank Caliendo is going to be here this weekend too.
Yeah.
So Frank's going to be at Improv. We support him. You got Riot Comedy. There's a lot of stuff going on this weekend. Of course, you got Cougs.
Yep, we got Cougs.
I mean, you got Final Four.
Hello, 7:00 Saturday night.
I mean, how many obnoxious people are there right now? I said my bracket's still. I got all the people in the Final Four. Yeah, they're all ones.
Well, but they picked them.
Yeah.
You gotta pick them.
I mean, I had 7 of 8.
Yeah,
because I had all
did
chalks
too.
because it looked like all chalks.
Yep, I had 7 of 8 too, and now I've got 3 out of 4 because I thought Alabama would win, but they didn't, and now I think the Cougs are going to win, and they will. And my University of Houston national champion prediction will come true, and I love the city while you don't. Okay, who do you have as your national champ? Florida,
Tennessee, I think,
Tennessee,
or Florida. Oh, maybe Florida actually. One of those two.
Oh,
I had Florida versus Tennessee. So one of those. So Florida could win it. Tennessee obviously won't. I love the city. I didn't think the Astros would be good. How am I looking?
Well, it's just one homestand. I'm pretty sure that's just,
well, you know you have
the
to
season
play.
just started.
Now, you do know you play 81 at home, right?
Well,
and you can't win at home
they
now
can't.
for 3 straight years.
They can't win at home. They really can't win at home. They really, really can't win at home. It's disgusting.
This offense sucks.
It sucks.
Good Lord.
Well, but
this is supposed to be
it started this way last year too.
Well, but with different players. Kyle Tucker, Alex Bregman. And we don't know it. And, there's no way Cam Smith's going to play like Kyle Tucker. We know that. So you have to have other guys step up. Paredes has to play better than Bregman. He just has to. That's not even up for debate. We're assuming Walker is going to be better than everything he had at first. It's impossible not to. So that's going to be better.
We're assuming. Well, listen, Paredes has played a nice third base so far. As far as defensively goes, it's just nobody can hit.
But Yainer
and
Alvarez are going to be better, and they're just right now really bad.
Yeah. No, it's his story. I don't know if we're worse than the Braves. Did you see the lines 4 hours before the game at the Dodger game for Ohtani bobblehead night? It was a mile long.
See, but that's money.
A mile long.
Because that's when you can.
And you know what he did? Homered.
I know.
In the 9th to beat the Braves.
But you got to get there for that because you can put that on eBay or whatever and make a lot of money.
Yeah.
That's just, you can't. People in Japan, like the amount of money you can make for that bobblehead is substantial.
It's worth that 4-hour wait.
I'll see if it's even on there right now.
Absolutely.
Oh, it's just it's a money play.
Yeah, that's all. How
are they going to get to the Final Four if you don't sell a bobblehead?
Right. Well, I mean, I don't know about that.
Which one is it? What does it look like?
The bobblehead?
Yeah.
It looks like Shohei Ohtani. I don't know. What do you mean? What does
I
it look
think
like?
I've already had one.
Yeah, but this is this year's Shohei Ohtani. I don't know. What does it look like?
Well, I see it, and it's him holding the title. Yeah. So it's already on there for $60.
Yeah, really?
Yeah.
You dummy. Wait. Dude homered last night to win the game on his bobblehead night. It makes me sick. It makes me sick. This is like the best start for a defending World Series champion since 1933.
Oh, no, it's a different bobblehead. Yeah, I don't know if any of them are out right now.
Oh, yeah, somebody's going to put it out there, but they're not going to put it out for $60. That's for sure. It's going to be a hell of a lot more right now. 713-780-3776. If you're not Lipton, you can call in. If you fell down last night, you can call in, especially if you were imbibing. That's good stuff. 729 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We'll talk Cougs on the other side right here. But right now, we're talking Texas Card House. Last weekend, I spent the whole weekend at Texas Card House. Nobody in town. My wife wasn't here. So guess what I did? I went up to Spring and I played in the Trailblazer tournament that they've got, which is, I'm telling you, $500,000 guaranteed. The play is fantastic. I mean, it's awesome. When you put $500,000 and you risk $500,000 as a company to get people out there to come and compete at that's the highest level. It is awesome. But you don't have to be a great poker player to go to Texas Card House. They got cash games and they got tournaments that you don't have to be a great player. You get your teeth wet. You got lower games, 1-2 games, 1-3 games. You can play Hold'em. You can play PLO. It's just fun. They've got on Sunday nights Rafer Alston, who's going to come in here. They play. They got this little table up there. It's all lit, and they have the best time. They're laughing and applauding. It is. If you're a poker player and you haven't been to the Texas Card House, you got to get there. It is so much fun. So TexasCardHouse.com, 2 locations, one on Westheimer, one in Spring. So much fun. If you're looking for a great place to play, it's open 24 hours, a bar open till 2 a.m., TexasCardHouse.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
So CBS Sports' Kyle Boone ranked all the players left in the tournament. No surprise, Cooper Flagg is number 1. I mean, has this happened? I'm not sure that this has happened. I'm not sure. I saw earlier in the year that they asked whether or not this is this is something that has ever happened before. He led the Blue Devils in scoring, rebounds, assists, steals, and blocks.
Well, hard to believe that steals and blocks are the same. That's pretty rare.
Yeah.
Olajuwon did it. Very few bigs could do that.
Yeah. Assists, steals, and blocks, and rebounds, and scoring.
Yeah. Highly unlikely.
Highly unlikely anybody.
Unless it's somebody like Carmelo Anthony or somebody who was just the lead dog. Did you say Final Four participants?
No, I'm not sure college basketball.
I mean, maybe there's been
on,
somebody who was all everything for a team, but it would have to be that.
Yeah.
Not on a Final Four team. They're too balanced usually.
Johnny Broom is the second player ranked. Walter Clayton is third.
I like Clayton better than Broom, but Broom's a good college player. I don't think he's going to be a pro player, but he's a good college player.
Oh, Johnny Broom will be a pro.
Can't jump. He's a zero athlete. I don't think he'll be a pro.
I do.
He's got the vertical.
I don't know how good a pro.
And and this is what me and Solis were talking about this yesterday. Everyone gets fooled by, not as much now because there's so much more draft talk early on, but forever we get fooled by guys who are good in the playoffs and in the tournament and don't realize who's like not a pro player.
No.
Guys score a lot in the postseason. You're like, man, where's this guy going to be? Where's Toby Bailey going to go? Toby Bailey's awesome. What is he going to be, a top 5 pick? No, not at all. Actually, look how many points he scores.
But Johnny Broom has been good. Oh, I mean, it's not like just came in.
He's good. He's a big who doesn't. I mean, I guess he can step outside a little bit, but he's just such a minus athlete. I don't know who he'd guard.
Yeah. Walter Clayton Jr. is third. L.J. Cryer fourth. Then Knipple, Baker Mazzara from Auburn, Elijah Martin, Tyrese Proctor, Milos Uzan is 9th, and Malawach is 10th. So 4 of the top 10 players in this tournament are from Duke. 4 of the top 10. The Cougs have those 2 in the top 10. Emmanuel Sharp at 15, Jawan and JoJo 18 and 19. The Cougs arrived yesterday in San Antonio, and they had the mariachi band outside. And they did the walk in. They drove 3.5 hours on the bus.
So offensive to have a mariachi band.
Not really. I don't think it was offensive
You're
at all.
You're making fun of mariachi culture?
No.
Very offensive.
No. So the team arrived in San Antonio.
It's a joke. I know some of you aren't smart enough to understand and get comedy.
What did he call people yesterday?
Dummies.
Who wanted Kevin Durant? Imbeciles?
Yeah.
Was that
but then
the word?
He said, you know what? I guess I
Well, then I realized, okay.
No.
It was something else.
If they want to trade a bunch of our players, they're dum-dums.
I don't think it was imbecile, but
it wasn't dum-dums?
No.
Dummies?
No, you were calling people stupid, but it was a fancy word you used.
Yeah.
Simpletons? Yeah, it was simpletons.
Yeah. Simpleton.
Well, there are some simpleton fans like Israel. Get rid of
by
Reed
name.
Shepherd
We're
sucks.
calling him now.
Yeah, he's just
by name. We're gonna call someone a simpleton.
Wow.
Yeah, Reed Shepherd sucks. He plays like 6 minutes a game. Can we finally get rid of him? Yeah, that's the issue on the team. I've never seen a team who so many people want to make so many changes to. Who's good and getting better. If we could just get rid of Reed Shepherd. God bless. How can this team ever win with that guy? He's trash. How can they win with Reed Shepherd on the team?
I saw Bill Simmons' podcast, and they were talking about, one of them is going to have to go, Jalen or Alpy. One of them's got to.
I mean, it's unbelievable how people want to get rid of. We've already had the Jalen and Alpy thing, and they proved they could keep them both.
Mm-mm.
So we're good. Stop trying to get rid of all the players. My God, let it play out. When it's time, it's time. But it's not time right now. No reason to have conversations about it. Can you just enjoy a really good season?
Yeah.
And a trip into the playoffs?
It's
crazy that people are trying to figure out what they can do to change this team.
Right. Well, let's get back to the Cougs. Kelvin Sampson.
You sure? Because the guy he just called a simpleton is on the phone.
Oh,
I don't care.
That's different.
I'm not even listening to him.
Different.
He wants to get rid of Reed Shepherd, who's trash. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care.
All right. Well, let's get him in here.
I'll turn my volume down.
Israel, what's going
I'm
on?
done with him.
What up, fellas? Hey, man, ain't nothing simple about me, player. Look at here. A number 3 pick should produce. That's it. Just because you're a little leprechaun, he can't get the pass, and you trash Shador and trash all these brothers like he's somebody special. He ain't special. He's a number 3 pick. They wasted. They should have got him in the 2nd round. And you talking about Bronny, a 55th pick. There's a big difference, son. All right, that's all I got to say on that. Oh, and Cam Ward. Big Cam. He got a 364 on base percentage, and he's a 7-hitter. Stop acting like they got him to play some like he a cleanup hitter batting third. Stop it, yo. All right, man.
I think he meant Cam Smith.
Cam Smith.
Yes, not Cam Ward.
Cam Smith. He meant.
Yes.
Yeah. I didn't understand that.
I don't know. Is he talking about? Did we put Cam Smith at a spot that we think he should be more than a 7-hitter? I'm not sure who he's talking. Sometimes people hear a lot of radio and they just give you something that someone else said. So I'm not sure.
Cam Smith is going to be just fine. He's a rookie. He's got to learn major league. Played 32 minor league games.
I don't know what he said, but he thinks everyone's trash.
Well,
guys who don't get any chance to even play are trash.
Yeah, you got.
Jalen Green was trash as a rookie. Everyone's trash. It's like it's not.
They're
even,
rookies.
They're
They're
having a great year.
Reed
Shepard, who doesn't even really play, who's waiting his turn the same way Cam Whitmore has to wait his turn if he even gets. They're all trash. They're all terrible and trash.
Oh.
I know.
Well, Cam Whitmore.
What a bad season this has been for the Rockets. What a disappointment this has ended up being.
No.
And Cam Smith, what a disappointing trade this is for the Astros.
Well,
so
now
far,
it's a little disappointing.
Yeah,
Cam Smith,
far.
I mean, everybody. Well, we got a starter, we got a third baseman, we got Cam Smith, and Kyle Tucker is destroying the
Kyle
baseball.
Tucker was never going to be an Astro because we don't pay our players.
Right, exactly.
We don't pay players who hit the market. So he was never an Astro.
If Kyle Tucker was on this team right now, we'd be leading the National League.
We'd have two guys
the
hitting.
American League.
We'd have two guys hitting, Altuve and Tucker. No one would be on base. No one would be on base for Tucker.
We'd score. We might score more than 3 runs.
No, we'd still have the same amount of wins.
Well, Altuve might be on when Tucker hits a homer.
And I didn't like Fromber struggling early.
Fromber.
Hey, he bounced back, but man, it was too late.
Yeah.
5-0, it's over.
Good Lord, Wilmer Flores just destroyed. You got destroyed by the Giants. You can't score more than 3 runs. It's awful. It is awful. It's so boring. It's so boring right now. Come on, pick it up. And the good news is we get to play in 20-degree weather. Okay. Yes. Rayford is going to call in. He can't get here.
Not in the studio. That's fine.
He's going to call.
By the way, do you there was a little bit of an argument online yesterday that I didn't get tagged in, but I saw it because it was on my timeline. Because I think somebody quote tweeted something. What ethnicity do you think Kelvin Sampson is? These two guys were having an argument, and it led me into a rabbit hole.
What ethnicity?
Yeah.
I think he's black.
No,
he's not.
Native American.
Is he really?
Yeah, he's from Pembroke, North Carolina. His dad, Ned Sampson, is Native American.
Well, I know he has that Native American. Yeah, when he went back there was a lot of.
Remember that?
Yeah. But he doesn't have any black.
Unless his mom is black, I don't think so because Ned Sampson is Native American. Pembroke. So it turns out Pembroke, North Carolina, is huge with a certain tribe. Yeah. I can't remember the name of the tribe, but there has been stuff with Kelvin. But I didn't realize. I guess I haven't seen it, and he's very proud of that. He may be. I don't know if he's a member. He said he. I know he said he. His words, quote, he associates with the brothers or affiliates with the brothers, where it was his comment, or it was something to that effect. But I don't know if I don't care what he is, but it turned into an argument between two guys online. And I'm like, I started looking it up because I've just always assumed he
no, we saw that piece when he went.
His dad was a part of a group who chased out the Ku Klux Klan from Pembroke, North Carolina. He was very instrumental, and he was a very good high school basketball coach. Ned Sampson. Ned was, I think, the nickname they had for him. But I saw a picture of him, and I guess I didn't realize Kelvin had this whole background. He's very proud of it. Mm-hmm. I just didn't realize there had been a lot of articles. About in 2021 is when all the articles came out. I don't think it's talked about.
Well, this past year when he went to there, they were there when they played there. He went and a bunch of people from the tribe came and saw him play, and it was like he just loved it. It was very emotional for him. So I knew that, but I thought that he did have some African American blood.
AI says no. Kelvin Sampson is a Lumbee native. That's right, it's Lumbee Native American coach, not African American. He hails from Lumbee tribe in Deep Branch, North Carolina. His family's part of the Lumbee tribe. I just wrote up a player guy named Braybody, who's from the Lumbee tribe too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I just wrote up a wide receiver from Elon, who is from Pembroke, North Carolina. So that's how I figured out it was he said Kelvin's father, John Ned Sampson, was involved in a famous incident where Lumbee men broke up a Ku Klux Klan rally in 58, which Kelvin has spoken about as a defining moment in his family's history. Sampson identifies with the plight of African American coaches and became active in the Black Coaches Association. So that's what it is.
Okay.
You know someone else who's part of the Lumbee tribe? Heather Locklear.
Is she really? God, the Lumbee tribe.
Heather Locklear's a Lumbee tribe?
Yes.
Really? Wow.
The Lumbee
Her
tribe
people-
runs deep.
Her
God,
people were, I guess it traces back 150 years.
Wow. They were good-looking people.
Well, I don't know what happened between then and Heather Locklear, but yes, her ancestry traces back to that.
Yeah. No. Congratulations, Heather Locklear. Congratulations, Lumbee tribe, putting out some talent. Kelvin Sampson.
Congratulations to the Lumbee tribe putting out some talent.
Yeah, Kelvin Sampson, Heather Locklear.
What about Kelvin? What about Kelvin Sampson's mom? She's not Lumbee tribe. She didn't put out any talent.
Well, yeah, but I didn't hear him giving credit to his mom. He gave credit to the Lumbee tribe.
Actually, the Lumbee, also known as people of the Dark Water, are a mixed race community.
How about that?
Primarily located in Robeson County, North Carolina, which claims to be descended from a myriad of indigenous peoples of the southeastern woodlands who once inhabited the region. So interesting. Just a bit of information.
The woodlands here is a lot like that too.
No, not particularly. It's less so.
Less so than they don't call them people of the dark water.
Trust me, I've been to the woodlands.
Yeah, it's quite a bit different than this.
It's a bit different.
It's a little different.
The southeastern woodlands is different than our northern.
More
woodlands.
Heather Locklear types.
Now that makes maybe she was from
the
woodlands.
Texas.
Is that where actually
the Lumbee woodlands?
No.
Texas people.
No, I don't think so.
She wasn't.
Some mom group?
Time to talk
woodlands.
All right, breaking it here. 713-780-3776. Time to talk about my people over at Chastang Ford. Truck month is over, but is it? Is it though? Is it? Are you still not going to get the best deals on trucks in the city of Houston? Are you not? I think you are. I think you are. I don't care what month it is. It's April now. There's no fooling around. They're going to give you the best deals at Chastang Ford. I hope that 6,500 is still going on. You know what? It doesn't matter. I'm telling you here and now, you're going to get a square deal. You're going to get the best in service. You're going to get transparency. You're going to get the rebates that you can possibly get. They're going to put you in whatever car or truck that they possibly can at the best deal that you can possibly get it. They don't hold back on the rebates just because they're trying to make more money on the vehicle. They're going to give you all of that. I love the way that Chastang Ford goes about it. They did it with me. They're going to do it with you. I promise you. Okay. Chastang Ford, transparency, no add-ons, no markups. We're not doing that. It just doesn't happen. Don't have to upsell you. Don't have to put nitrogen tires or tinted windows. Customize it the way that you want, especially you businesses out there. They're going to customize those trucks exactly how you need them. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Did you see this? The University of Houston students and alumni are launching a petition to encourage Ted Cruz to challenge the new U.S. Senate filibuster record starting this Saturday in Washington, D.C., which is far away from San Antonio. Please don't go to the game, Ted Cruz.
He's not a Cougar.
No, but he's going to go and glob on.
Yeah, he is going to try to glom on. Like,
Is-
he'll do his little Cougar paw. Stop it. Get
No.
out of there.
No, do not go, Ted
What?
Cruz.
But if he goes and he wears for Florida, that doesn't count as ours, right?
No, he doesn't count as. He's not wearing something from Florida.
But if he does to support
The
Ron
biggest
DeSantis, maybe.
Jinx, please.
What if he wants to support Ron DeSantis
Well,
or support somebody from Georgia?
like,
Like, don't support the Cougars, please.
um,
You're an Aggie. Support Aggies.
why would he
Support
support
the
somebody
new-
from Georgia,
Auburn?
Alabama?
Oh.
What?
Why did I say Georgia? God, I've got the SEC East on my mind right
Okay.
now. Although no, and Auburn's the West. So what am I even talking about?
Yeah.
Auburn is SEC West.
Yeah,
It's been a rough morning for me so far.
yeah. So far.
I'm very dehydrated.
I mean, you
I woke up
called
with a cough in
you
the middle of
called
the night.
Israel a simpleton, and you pissed him off.
I don't care. Israel said something that was crossed the line, so I'm done with him. You cross the
Wow.
line, and I'm done with you, unless you apologize.
Huh? Wow, that is.
And it's not about Reed. He took a personal shot. It's not about Reed Shepard being trash. That's just dumb to say that. To call any player trash who's barely even had a chance to start,
He had.
like
Yeah.
to get started, that's just dumb to do that. You take personal shots, and I'm done with you.
Well, you took a personal. I mean, you went personal. You went a little bit
Yeah, 'cause
personal.
he did.
Yeah.
Made a racial comment, so
So
done with that.
So Kelvin Sampson and the team arrived in San Antonio, and Kelvin and Greg Popovich have a special, they have a special relationship. I mean, they go back a long way. And when Kelvin arrived in San Antonio yesterday, here's what he had to say about the city of San Antonio.
Every day was a learning experience. Brett Brown, Mike Budenhauser, Donnie Newman, Pop, Chip England, Chad. Just everything was new for me. But, Pop picking me up at the baggage claim, taking me to shoot around to the game, and then by the way, we've got a road trip, so we got to fly to Phoenix tonight. So I didn't know anything about any of that. So, but it was awesome. The friendships and relationships you build through this this crazy game we play basketball is unbelievable.
Yeah. I mean, Kelvin's been doing it for a while now, and Pop. He said he's going to go see Pop, and hang out with him. Pop's hurting. Pop had to leave the team, and Pop is apparently, has been struggling this year. So, one of the great coaches in American history, as a matter of fact, Greg Popovich. So, hopefully, Kelvin will get to see him, and the two of them can hang out for a while.
I have an affinity for
This is
when good coaches get together, and I'm it's probably comes from my dad and my brother, both coaches, and I have a lot of respect for coaches, and I know how hard it is, and I have such respect for good coaches, like Jeff Van Gundy. I really had a lot of respect for him, but that's probably because I know him a little bit. Pop is incredible, Belichick was incredible, Nick Saban, just unbelievable respect for what they're able to do when they get together and talk. Like Saban and Belichick, I could sit and listen to that stuff
forever.
all day long.
Yeah.
If Popovich and Kelvin Sampson and just Van Gundy, whoever, or Bill Belichick, if you threw all those three guys together, I could sit and listen to them talk about things forever. It would just be incredible. Just having one person bring up, if as long as they could flow from like personalities in the locker room, how do you handle big personalities? And Popovich, obviously Kelvin wouldn't have to talk about that as well. Kelvin had to deal with James and Houston Rockets, but people who have done it at a high level, I have so much respect for them, and I love listening to them talk with or about other guys who've done it.
Yep. It's it is. That's the best time when they're telling stories. Oh my gosh, that is just so, and you get to listen in. That is just so fun. That is just so fun. Yeah. As a matter of fact, oh my gosh, my brain doesn't work. Never mind. I'll remember it. But yeah, that's good time. 713-780-3776. The Rockets back in the playoffs. We'll hear from Ime and Jalen Green on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Don't go anywhere. I never ever what is that, Dell, that he was doing?
Camiseta.
What was that?
Camiseta.
What? Why was I saying it like that?
I don't know why you're saying camiseta.
I think y'all doctored that.
Talk to Michael. I don't think he doctored anything.
Camiseta, which is jacket. No, small.
What's offensive to me is when he's ripping Jeremy Brandon and we use that as a promo.
Talk to Michael and Joe. I'm sure
All
they
right.
came together.
That's that's a colleague on the station, and here Lance is ripping him, calling him a simpleton.
No, a
That's not what happened.
dumb is
I
what
said
he
it
said.
was
he
dumb.
calls it
I didn't
dumb
call
dumb.
him that.
He's
I
a
said
dumb
what
dumb?
he said
Just
was
dumb.
dumb.
Yeah, that's what he said. Just dumb.
because he said Jeremy
That's
Pena.
offensive.
Look how dumb it was to say Jeremy Pena and Cam Smith weren't any good.
Yeah,
Huh.
look what they've done so far.
Dumb. I don't want to bring it up right now. Let's just wait.
Be a little early, but okay.
He had a home
What-
run that first game.
what-
Jeremy Pena did.
What I was trying to remember before the break was Jason Kidd was in town last week, and he was out, and Yanni was there, and he said Jason Kidd held court and told stories that were just. He said it was just he could have listened all night long, and that's just fun when you get guys who have been in the middle of stuff and they're telling the stories behind the scenes. It is so good. That is just so good. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here. Ime, after the game last night, how about the job that he's done? 50-win season from the worst team in the NBA to a 50-win season in just 2 years. And they're in the playoffs. They don't have to worry about playing in the play-in. And they got a 3-game lead now on the 2 seed with 5 games to play. Here is Ime talking about getting back to the playoffs.
I mean, it feels good to be back in the playoffs, and I'm sure for the guys that have never been there, it's an accomplishment, achievement, but it was our expectation this year, building off of last year. So I don't think anybody's overly excited. We did what we did and been in a good position. Now it's about maintaining that, and that's more the focus. I don't think anybody's extremely happy or anything. We got 5 to go and a tight race.
Yeah, 3, but now a 3-game lead after Denver loses again. They're tied with the Lakers. The Lakers could be the 3 seed. I think it's preferable if the Rockets are the 2 seed and the Lakers are the 3 seed, not Denver, in the second round of the playoffs. I'd much rather face the Lakers.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think they're old. I think that's crazy to say with Luka and LeBron.
Yeah.
That's crazy to say. I'd love to catch them in the second round where you have a long series.
But recent history tells you Denver's a better team.
Yes.
Yeah.
They have
Although
the best
Luka
player.
made it to the NBA Finals last year.
Luka's the best player in the world.
Yeah.
I mean, not Luka, but
Jokic.
But Jokic is the best player in the
Yeah.
world, bar none. SGA should win the MVP. I mean, Jokic is easily the best player in the world, doing things we've never seen before since Wilt was holding up 100 papers, just ridiculous numbers.
Mm-hmm.
That guy scares me. But you got 2 of them, and LeBron, and it's just the Austin Reeves and Finney Smith, and I don't know that the Lakers have enough if the Rockets can really wear down an older LeBron and a Luka who still is a below average defender.
Yeah. Got to get through that first round first, and it ain't going to be easy. It's going to be, goodness gracious, this could be Golden State.
Yep.
It could
Golden
be
State is one of your
Minnesota, and it could be the Clippers.
nemesis.
Well, yeah. So it ain't going to be easy in that first round, that's for sure. Jalen Green on Ime. Here is Jalen Green after the game talking about his head coach.
Do you think this would be a playoff team and a winning team without Ime Udoka? Seems like he really transformed the culture in the franchise since arriving here.
I feel like talent-wise, we have the talent, but he was the head of the snake, with just coming in and bringing the dog out of us and bringing that culture to us, and getting guys to play hard. That first year, I'm pretty sure. It looked like it. He taught us all a lesson of just you're not gonna play hard, you're gonna come out, and that's habits that we had to break as young guys on the worst team in the NBA for the first 2 years. So I feel like he's helped us a lot in that direction, and it's only up. We keep growing and we take it seriously now.
That is, he is the head of the snake. He is the head of the snake. He is. Listen, the guys have all improved. This is a team that's coming together, but it's Ime that brought it together. So this is a fun time to be a Rockets fan. 50-win season. 50-win season. That's something, guys. Just 2 years ago, this team was a nothing, was a laughing stock, was a top 2, top 3 contender for the number 1 overall pick. I mean, and to get here this quickly with this group and not, well, it helps that you brought in Fred and Dylan Brooks.
Yeah,
but for the
but
most
you
part,
had
this
free
is your
agency
guys.
money.
Yeah.
I mean, that's part of building a team.
Yeah.
You had free agency money. You know what? You chose to spend it on those 2 guys. Would this team be as good with Robin Lopez? It was Robin. Yeah. Would it be as good with Robin Lopez? I don't think so.
I don't know. The big combination, if Alperen and Robin Lopez were on the floor at the same time, that might not.
I don't think that's a full-time combination you want. You notice the double bigs, they only use sparingly.
Yeah, right.
Only for stretches.
Yeah.
And
how much of that is that Steven Adams can't play?
Okay, but if you had gotten him, you wouldn't be able to get Fred.
Yeah. Right. Well, and Ime's got some undying love for Fred, that's for sure.
Well, because he thinks Fred brings something to this team that's very, very important.
Yep.
Sometimes it's a moves you don't make.
Absolutely right. No, I think we've said that.
Yeah.
That sometimes it's the move.
That's a callback.
That you don't make. There's a theme to this show. The stuff you don't do. That's the important stuff. The really important stuff is what you don't do. 713-780-3776 to hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So the owners meeting's going on as well. Tush push stays. Okay. We've got better technology for spotting the ball necessarily, but for measuring first downs. Okay. We've got better technology for that. Really not much else come out of is there anything else that came out of the owners meetings?
Yeah. Did you see what Katie Blackburn, who's basically the GM-ish of, the family, the Bengals like to keep in the family, really frugal, really frugal, don't even really have a scouting department. I mean, they're the ones who, this is the money. Like this is how they make their money. Katie Blackburn. Oh my God. I got to show you what she said about Trey Hendrickson. So if you don't know, Trey Hendrickson has averaged the last 2 years, look it up. I want to make sure 17.5 sacks for each of the last 2 years. More than a sack a game. That's a ton.
Mm-hmm.
That's a ton. And
he's one of the best pass rushers in the game.
Yeah. And they're not doing, they decided to go with, they gave both their wide receivers new deals, but not Trey Hendrickson.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. And then they haven't traded.
Well, they need to keep Joe happy.
They haven't traded Hendrickson. Well, we'll see what happens if you got to get in shootouts every game. Do you know that they're one of the worst pass rushers in the league, the team? The only guy that rushed a passer was Hendrickson. So now their team sacks or something like 33 for the year.
17.5 last 2 years.
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah, that's pretty good. 8 the year before, 14, 13.5.
This guy's one of the premier sack artists in the league.
Yeah.
And a 4th rounder too, if I remember correctly, 3rd or 4th. So Katie Blackburn made a
He's
comment.
30 years old now.
That's fine. How old is Myles Garrett?
Not 30.
Well, how old is he? He came in the league in 16.
Oh.
If he's not 30, he's right there.
Yeah, but the Browns are stupid. Let's not forget that.
Well, no, he's really, really good. Just because you're 30 doesn't mean your career's over.
No, but would you have signed him to that deal? I wouldn't have. I would have traded him, gotten as many draft picks as possible. 29, way younger. So,
I want to make.
But I didn't like the deal that the Browns did for him. I really didn't.
I didn't like the deal. I thought giving money to T. Higgins was stupid. That's dumb. You can go find. You got a wide receiver 1. You can find wide receiver 2s all over the place. You could have found it with 17 pick of this draft this year. You could have just added Matthew Golden if you wanted to, if he's available, or Tet McMillan. One of those 2 is probably going to be available. You're stupid. You're stupid. You just gave T. Higgins money where you could have hit reset and you could have kept your pass rusher.
More stupid people, though.
I mean, I'm tired of dumb people. I'm tired of people who don't know how to do this. Here's what she said about Trey Hendrickson. This guy wants to get paid. They don't want to pay him, but they also won't trade him. She said, I think he should be happy at certain rates that maybe he doesn't think he'd be happy at. I think some of it is on him to be happy at some point. And if he's not, that's what holds it up sometimes. So, it takes him to say yes to something. And also, we have all the respect in the world for him. She said, I think he should be happy at certain rates that maybe he doesn't think he'd be happy at. What she's saying is maybe this money would be good for him and he thinks he's worth more, but he's not. You have no chance of re-signing him. No chance of re-signing him now. But those comments, why make a comment? I think he should be happy at certain rates that maybe he wouldn't be happy with. That guy's got 35 sacks the last 2 years. I don't know for a fact, but I'm guessing it's the most over the last 2 years, most sacks in pro football over the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Is it higher than TJ Watt, Myles Garrett? I mean, it's got to be right there if it's not higher.
35 the last 2 years.
He must be paid like one of the best in the league because he is the best in the league. Yeah. One of the best. 14, 13, 17 and a half, 17 and a half. When does he get paid? Well, everyone else gets paid. When does he get paid?
He's on his second deal right now, but
yeah, he's been in the league. Myles Garrett just got his. When does he get his?
Get yours. Get it. Why you care about that man's money? I thought you don't care about that man. Is he going to marry you?
Why'd she make a comment on this? Is my point.
He's not going to sleep with you, Lance.
Yeah, Lance. He's not going to sleep with you.
This is from realistically from a team building standpoint. You take care of your rusher, not your second receiver. But they're the Bengals, so you would expect the Bengals to covet a second receiver. Oh, Joe Shiesty. He said we had to. Dude, you can go get a wide receiver. As long as you have Jamar Chase, you're good.
Mm-hmm.
You're good. You just have to have that big-time number one. Justin Jefferson's a big-time number one. He's got Jordan Addison, big deal. Jalen Naylor, they're fine. You don't have to have a great number two, a high-paid number two. Once you do that, you have less money for your trenches. And in typical dumb team fashion, they don't have a good offensive line, and they complain about Joe Burrow getting hit because you guys haven't fixed it. You drafted a tackle with short arms in Jonah Williams a few years back who can't really play tackle. You've added a bunch of just grunts along the offensive line in free agency who are try-hard guys. I mean, this is classic. Bengals are doing classic dumb team stuff. Give all the money to the exterior and don't take care of the trenches. Stupid. Yep. It's dumb. I mean, I give him credit. Adding DJ Reader was, a good football move a couple years ago, but then he had some injuries. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That was like 4 years ago.
He's gone already.
Yeah, he's already gone.
Yeah.
It was like 4 years ago, so his contract's up. But you give a second receiver money, but you don't give a top rusher when on a team that has to shoot it out all the time with a great quarterback, it's just a really dumb move. Now, I will say, this is a good year for pass rush. So, they may be looking at it as, hey, Lance, we'll go get a cheap rusher and we'll just keep our number two. That's fine, but it's hard finding guys who get that many sacks. To hit on that,
there are a lot
really
of
hard.
guys in this draft, though. Yeah,
it's really hard, but it's a deep edge draft. Yeah. But it's and they could end up with Mike Green. I gave him Mike Green, a pass rusher. Well, I have to now.
Absolutely,
you have to give him a pass rusher. You can't give him a wide receiver.
Yep. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776 is the number to hang out with us.
I'm really irritated with some things.
We got some Texans news that we're going to talk about on the other side.
I think it's the Astros that are doing this to me.
Yeah, maybe.
Because this is not, this is a 162 game schedule.
Is it? This year?
We're 6 in.
This year it's 162?
And it's been 6 bad games. Well, 2 of them I liked okay.
Yeah, 2 of them are fine.
4 of them are terrible.
It's the Astros at home. They're 2-4 homestand. That's pretty good.
It's actually not bad.
It's not bad.
It's not bad.
It's not bad.
Let's just see if they can win on the road now.
Let's talk about Ownwell. Let's talk about your property taxes. Let's talk about how it compounds if you don't do anything about it. Listen, go look at a 3-year impact of not protesting in Texas, and you're going to see how ridiculous it is if you don't protest your taxes and you just let the government roll over you, because the government is wrong 86% of the time. The government overcharges 86% of the time. Ownwell has had hundreds of thousands of customers, and Ownwell says 86% of the time. And the average savings is $1,100. And by the way, Ownwell charges less than other companies. You'll get in the mail, we'll protest your taxes for you. Let us protest your taxes. And then when they do it, you're stuck with the bill. And you're like, wow, that seems like a lot. Well, Ownwell charges less. So go look into that when you're looking at who you want to protest your taxes. Let them do it too, because they have technology that you don't have. They have expertise that you don't have. You try to take on the government, and a lot of times I've failed at it before. I have failed at and lost to the government before, and it cost me. Don't let it cost you. The deadline to protest is May 15th. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes. Start your protest today at ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So D'Amico, they met the media all week long. Nick Caserio talked about what they're Nick Caserio. I mean, we could play the Nick Caserio sound. They were looking for football players. That's I could tell you that. That's pretty much it. And a lot of word salad to tell us that they're looking for good football players. That's it. D'Amico, though, here is D'Amico. He obviously has ties to the Eagles and Howie Roseman.
I usually don't like the phrase ties to.
What?
It's usually really bad stuff, like he has ties to Al Qaeda. He has ties to Hamas.
No.
I just always.
Yeah,
it just makes me nervous when you say
to good stuff
he
too.
has ties to.
You could have ties.
You can.
You can.
You can.
Yeah.
You can.
Like you have ties to Adam Clanton. I mean, that's,
I have
yeah.
ties, yeah.
Yeah, you have
I have
ties.
ties to Matt Jackson,
Matt
Adam
Jackson.
Wexler.
Yeah.
You have ties to Sean Salisbury.
I do.
You have ties to
Yeah.
Alan Litvak.
Alan Litvak. Yeah. Yeah. He's a great Cleveland Brown fan that hates Dell. He's a great guy.
Well, he's got bigger problems than me. Don't worry about me. You root for the Browns. You got bigger issues.
At least they've made the playoffs and sooner than your team has.
My team made the playoffs a couple years ago.
More recently, playoff wins.
Oh, now let's change the thing.
More playoff wins.
Congratulations.
Who cares making the playoffs?
What a great round to be in.
We made the play. We made it to the finish line.
Yeah, congratulations.
No, we're the Rockets. We're aiming
We
now
win.
for Western Conference Finals.
Good luck.
We're the Texans. We get past the first.
Good luck with all that Western
We're the
Conference
Astros. We
stuff.
win World Series or at least
Yeah.
go to ALCS
or lose to the Tigers in the first round.
Usually, but usually.
Yeah.
But we had to start.
Oh, really?
What would have happened if they would have started in Detroit? I wonder how things.
Can
would have been
I
different.
point out that you, in your never-ending efforts to try to rip me, have decided to defend the Cleveland Browns?
Yeah, that's a weird thing.
That's right. That's right. They've got a playoff win more recently.
So
than
what?
You.
They made the worst move in the history of football.
Did it wind up with a Super Bowl win, or did they end with one playoff win? Then who cares?
One.
Who cares?
Winners.
I'll tell you what, man.
You don't know nothing about winners.
Great for the Browns.
I
Good
do
for
have
them.
ties with Michael Connor. That's right, and Ross Villarreal and Matt Thomas. So
wait. So D'Amico, here's D'Amico. He has ties to the Philadelphia Eagles.
That's right.
And here's D'Amico talking about the CJ Gardner-Johnson deal.
The safety position was one we tried to get Eric Murray back. Really like how Eric, progressed. Had a really great year for us, and congrats to Eric. He had a great year, and he was able to get a really good deal. That left a void for us at the safety position, so we were able to find a way to trade with Philly to get CJ Gardner-Johnson. That one wasn't on my radar because he wasn't a free agent.
Right.
So to be able to get a caliber player as him, like he's another swarm player. He plays physical. He loves the game. You can tell the passion. You can feel the passion from him as he's on the field. So I'm excited to work with him. And I know what he'll bring to our team. Him next to Kalen, I feel like Kalen's game is going to improve for him learning from CJ and the way he plays.
How about that? And then he was asked, well, since you got ties, he said, no, I don't really talk to Howie. Okay, that's a Nick and Howie thing. Matter of fact, I had no idea what was going on. Okay, so
my Shador Sanders trade up. So this has to be thought about because making trades, like the first time I had in my mock draft 2, I had the Texans trading up with Arizona, and the reason is because they've done business with Monty Ossenfort already, the GM.
Mm-hmm.
So you figure it's easier. And then one of the reasons I had Kwesi, the GM for Minnesota, Fume, I can't remember his last name. He's affiliated with Andrew Berry from the Cleveland Browns. They work together. So a lot of times when you're looking for trade partners, you look at those, Gary Kubiak was always looking for guys that he had associations with, players, Colorado State guys, Denver guys. That's normal.
Ties with
who you have ties with. And it does make sense. Yeah. It's easier conversations to pick up.
Absolutely it is.
Mike, I don't know that Mike Vrabel is going to pick up the phone with Tennessee anytime soon, but not really.
Probably not. Although maybe time heals. I know the Rockets weren't doing any deals with Darryl. Yeah, even though they had ties. There's one more bit of news out of the Houston Texans. A group of 19 PSL holders have filed a lawsuit against the Texans, accusing the franchise of fraud, conspiracy, breach of contract, and violations of the Texas Free Enterprise Act.
Wow.
The PSL holders said they were charged up to 15% more for season tickets compared to other PSL holders with similar tenure. According to the lawsuit, the pricing disparity contradicts prior assurances that all PSL holders would receive equal treatment.
Oh, they're cooked then. They better settle, because if all that's true, the Texans are cooked.
Well, absolutely. And it is. Well, here's the problem. I was a PSL holder, and you just have to take it whenever they raise the prices. Otherwise, you lose your PSL. And some of the PSLs, mine was a couple thousand each seat. Some of the PSLs are a lot of the PSLs are a lot more expensive than that. So are you going to lose your initial? Because once you don't buy your
You're
season
out.
tickets, you'll lose your PSL.
Yeah.
So they've got you. It is.
You sell your PSL though, don't you?
You can sell your.
You
PSL.
have to for somebody to buy
No,
season
I just
tickets,
let mine
right?
go. I just let mine go. Yeah, no. You got to buy it from them.
Buy it from who?
You got to buy it from the Texans.
Why didn't you sell your
PSL?
PSL? You sold it a bad time.
Well, I just let it go. I didn't sell it. I just let it go.
But you could have, right? So,
Yeah, I could have sold it. Could have sold it to somebody else, and they would have picked up the tickets every year.
Because they have to have a PSL.
The Texans got you over a barrel. They can just charge you whatever they want because you're going to lose your PSL.
How much was your PSL? Do you remember?
My PSL was $2,000. I just said it.
Okay, yeah,
$2,000 each seat.
And
that was in 2002
for each seat.
Each seat. Yeah.
You have 4?
I had 2.
Okay.
But there's a lot of people.
It's just a one-time fee, right?
One time.
Yeah.
But then you get charged for the tickets.
Why didn't you try to sell it for $200 a piece? Probably wasn't worth the hassle for you, I guess.
I was done with them.
I mean, no one was buying Texans anything.
Yeah. I mean, and they were going up on the price. And
no, they were terrible when you sold yours.
Yes, they were awful.
They couldn't have been going up on price, could they? That would have been the dumbest move of all time.
Well, there's a lot of dumb moves that Lance is noticing today. But
He's calling a lot of people stupid.
Yeah, a lot of people.
But don't you? Okay, Del, you're somebody who I feel like would.
At ESPN 97.5, we're a family.
Well, if Jeremy Branham says so, I guess Cam Smith is ass. So, boom, there we go. Jeremy Branham's right. That's stupid as crap. That's dumb, Jeremy.
Wow.
Dumb.
Or not.
It's a whole setup.
Or
That was a complete setup.
Or not.
Or not.
That was a complete setup.
What were you saying?
What did you do to him?
I honestly
gave him double rods.
I don't remember that.
You don't?
I think I blacked out.
No,
I don't remember any of it.
You lost.
Why
it.
was I so mad?
Why
Bill
were
O'Brien
you?
was right. What was I so mad about?
Because he dared to insult
all Jeremy
Altuve.
said was he literally made. I was thinking about this the other day. Oh yeah, Jose Altuve was right on that one too, wasn't he? And I got so mad that I felt like he was crapping on Cam Smith. And now that 6 games are over, I'm like, I probably overreacted.
Probably did.
I got really mad. I think John was poking at me the whole day already in the morning, although it was
The whole
pretty
day
early.
was like the first segment.
All I did, yes,
It was early.
it was yes.
Yeah, but I think he was saying things.
No, you woke up mad that day.
I don't
Just
know.
like today.
I don't
you
know.
called like 6 people stupid already today.
But a lot of dumb stuff's happening. I called the Bengals dumb, and they've been dumb for a while.
You called Israel.
Because Israel said Reed Shepherd's trash. Is that not dumb to say that early? And it's
Very
We'll see if we're
reactionary.
right. And then you may come back and go, maybe I overreacted with Israel.
No. You don't call anyone trash their first year.
Well,
And especially somebody who's not even getting a play.
Once you have foresight, maybe he has
sometimes
foresight. We'll
there's-
figure it out.
No,
sometimes guys are trash.
I deal with this.
Even
Mason
early.
called Jabari Smith trash after his first summer league game.
Yeah.
I don't do this. I don't do this calling people trash right away.
Yeah.
Give them a chance. You just should. You should always give people a chance to see.
I gave
and
you
if
a
they show
chance.
you that they're trash, then they're trash.
I gave you a chance for years, and now you're trash ass Lance.
You never
That's
gave me
true.
a
That-
chance.
that is
You
your
never
name.
gave me a chance.
I didn't give you.
But for you of all people, Dell,
All
for
right.
you to come after me about me saying that things are dumb and
Okay,
stupid,
go ahead.
you're that kind of person too, where you don't like anything.
But
you're
I don't-
a ball of hate.
but
Everyone knows that.
I don't come on here and call people dumb.
You say it when the mics are off, at least.
What evidence do you have of me
Oh, we
calling
gotta
someone
go.
dumb?
Rafer's coming up next.
Rafer's Alston's coming up. Dummy.
Rafer Alston's
Ah,
coming up next.
He
right
did
here.
it again.
I didn't even mean to do that. I called him dummy.
Who?
I
Me.
just called Dell. I said Rafer's coming up, dummy.
Oh, again. That's
See?
the 7th person today. John Daspit. Is he any good? Yes.
He doesn't like dumb people. I promise you that much.
Nope.
That's why anytime that but you know why? Because he didn't like these intentionally obtuse insurance companies trying to pretend like, well, I thought he was only supposed to get that much on this injury. And John's like, you're a liar. You know exactly what you're doing. You're trying to squeeze my client. And so John Daspit fires back, and they're not going to like it. Everyone hates insurance. The lawyers for insurance companies hate when they find out you've got John Daspit and the Daspit law firm. They hate it because they don't settle. There's a lot of personal injury lawyers who are in cahoots with these insurance companies, and all they're trying to do is get the fastest settlement possible. They get their commission, and boom, they're gone. And the insurance company's happy, and the personal injury lawyer's happy. John Daspit doesn't work for them. He doesn't work with them. He doesn't work for them. They work with John. Okay. And John sets the John Daspit sets in his law firm. They set the tone on what is going to take place in terms of the settlement, your pain and suffering, the injury, making sure that everything is paid for in terms of not just, the discovery of injury, but also fixing them and your post-injury issues as well, your physical therapy. And then time missed from work. All of that needs to be accounted for. And insurance companies will try to squeeze you. John's doing what's right. And he's the personal injury lawyer that is going to fight hard for you. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to daspitlaw.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, 8:35 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Bringing in Rafer Alston, old friend of the show. Saw him the other day. And I was like, "Hey, Rafer, what's up?" And he's like, "Oh man, we used to go over there to Nick's place." That's right.
Look at my shirt. Well, it's not a poker shirt. It's a blackjack shirt.
It says I'd hit that.
It's a 6 and a 5, and it'd say I'd hit that.
Yeah. Rafer, would you hit on? Well, you double down
You
on
double
6-5,
down,
right?
yeah.
I'll definitely double down.
You always double. Well, you don't double down against a face card, though, do you?
Yeah.
It depends how you run it.
Always.
No.
6-5. 11. You always double down.
You're gonna double
Doesn't
down
matter
against the face?
Yeah. Yes.
I
yes.
don't do that.
Well, see, you're too concerned.
Yeah.
You don't hit on 16.
You go all in with pocket queens?
Yeah. You all in. Rafer, you go all in with pocket queens or not?
It depends on what was happening. I mean, there could be some raises, re-raises, and your queens could be in jeopardy already.
Well,
Yeah.
they're always in jeopardy because every time you got queens, an ace or a king comes up on the flop.
Rafer is a thinking man's poker player. You're just a renegade and a kamikaze.
That's right. I'm going all in. I don't give a rat. I'm going all in, baby. Rafer Alston with us here on ESPN, former Rockets guard. Rafer Alston here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, let's talk about this Cougs team. I mean, Duke is as good as it gets, as we've seen. They've got so much talent, Rafer, but I don't get 5-point underdog to a team that just destroyed Tennessee last week.
I think it comes down to Duke's size, Duke's talent, Duke just the overall fact that Duke pretty much have almost every basis covered that you would think of in a basketball team. And I think that's where the 5-point favorite comes in at. But we all love the Cougs defense. That's their bread and butter backbone. It's going to come down if the Cougs can make shots, and how do they play against that length? I don't want to see the Cougs go through long droughts and spells where they're not scoring.
That's the scary part.
You can't go through 2-minute droughts where you didn't get a field goal or something like that. It's an interesting matchup. Out of both matchups, this is the most interesting matchup.
Yeah, no question.
It is, Rafer, and it's because of everything you mentioned. Duke really has everything. Like they don't have a glaring weakness, but one of the things that I think makes them really challenging is that they have a big that can extend, or they have a highly athletic big who can extend the court and take you off the dribble or can shoot from distance. And Houston has to find a way to match that without getting in foul trouble with Tugler. And then the other problem is, Duke really defends well around the arc in terms of they switched everything on Alabama. They switched and defended, but they keep guys in front of you. They really do a good job fundamentally of playing good, strong, fundamental defense. And you just said something that terrified me. Houston can't go into that lull.
Yeah.
That's a really scary thought because that does happen with the Cougs sometimes.
No, it does. It does. And here's the thing: is the Cougs are shooting the ball well in this tournament, right? And can they shoot it oversized, right? Duke has basically so much size over them at every position. And the point guard is like 6'6", right? The shooting guard is 6'7", 6'8". So there's so much size, and we have to understand that it's not going to be easy for Cryer and those guys to shoot over that size consistently. So it's going to come down to how Coach Sampson and those guys free up the shooters, and then can we defend them at the level that Houston is accustomed to defending at? Can we defend that type of size, that type of talent for 40 minutes?
If you're able to keep Cooper Flag in check, they still got Kneppel, Malawat, they still got Proctor. They're still really good, but what's the formula? If you keep Cooper Flag in check, let's say 10, 12, 14 points, is that the only way to win?
No, you got to make some of them play in traffic. They make them playmakers rather than scorers. And so every time they drive, they have to see 1.5 or 2 bodies every time they get ready to think about driving. You want to run Kneppel those guys off the shots, right? So you just got to be right with them on catch. And then see if they can finish in traffic or make plays in traffic. It's making them uncomfortable and keeping them off balance. And I think that's what Coach Sampson and those guys are going to focus on the most, because those guys are talented enough, one, to make shots over you. I think, can they make shots and make plays with other bodies stepping up and committing to the drive.
Rafer Alston with us here, former Rockets guard on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The Cougs had to play in a dome last week with the sight lines. The other teams didn't. Is this an advantage for the Cougs because the other teams haven't seen these sight lines yet?
It could be a slight advantage. I think everyone is going to have the same challenges because that dome you played last year is not this dome you're playing in this weekend, right? Each dome is different. That's why it's good that they're playing, in an arena site like this, so that not too many of the teams, the 4 teams, can say they have advantage or disadvantage. It's going to be challenging for everyone. The depth perception, how huge the venue is, right? Fans not really that on top of you like you would be at your own arena or a business arena or another neutral site arena. So it's gonna be challenging for both. I think I'm glad it's not in New Orleans where they have the big TV in the background when they shoot the free throws. They have to keep cutting on and off in previous years. So this dome is a little different. So it's going to be who gets comfortable quicker.
You know, you're you're a former player. You've been involved with organizations, so you kind of see things a little bit differently. You've been a fan, obviously, of basketball your whole life. How do you feel? Right. I've got a couple things really to ask, but first of all, what do you think about having 4 number ones? I know people don't like that there's not more quote unquote madness in March, but I sure do like that we have these 4 teams scrapping at the end, though.
I love that. I love that. And what if you're San Antonio, you couldn't ask for a better script right here, right? It was 4 number ones to be there, 4 teams that's been in the top from start to finish of the season. And 4 teams that's going to bring a lot of fans and excitement to the San Antonio area. So, and you got to understand, we don't get this every year, right? I mean, the last time it happened was 2008 in San Antonio again. Yeah. One, enjoy and respect history because it repeats itself at some point. But again, there was 1 or 2 Cinderella upsets this year, right? But yet these were the best teams all year. These 4 teams were the best teams all year, all season long. And good thing is this happened. It came down to this at this point in Final Four.
Absolutely. Ray for Alston with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's change it up to the Rockets. A lot of talk about this basketball team coming together this year, 50-win season, Rayfer. And I don't. Everybody's like, well, who are they going to trade? Alperen or Jalen? And yet there's still a lot of doubts about this basketball team. What do you think of this team? And how long, if you keep this intact, how long does it take to be a championship team?
They're a great team this year. I mean, they made strides. I think going through what they went through last year propels you and helps you to focus in and lock in on the upcoming year, which is this year. And these guys have made great strides. I mean, to win, let's give them a lot of credit. I know it's like to win 50 games a season. That's a major accomplishment. And I think a lot of fans and people don't understand. 50 games out of 82 is great, right? I remember being in locker rooms, that used to be a short-term goal for us. And man, we're trying to win 50 games, right? Now the next step is figuring out and finding a way to win a playoff series and advance and understand playoff basketball is different than, regular season basketball. And I think that's the next step for these guys. And they're going to get a crack at that. For them to be a title contender team, if you could keep them. If not, who do you bring in that best complements these guys and fits in with these guys? And I think that's going to be the big issue, is when you do decide you have to get off one of your young stars or young studs, is who do you bring in to help complement the team and help propel the team to get to the conference finals or perhaps get to the finals.
Yeah, it's fun talking about the Rockets because of the moves that they made and watching how just watching them growing up with the Rockets. You've been here in Houston. You know that we all grew up. I say grew up. Watching this Astros team go from the bottom to the top, and when you have the same guys that you're on the journey with them as a fan, and for us as a fan and media member, it's kind of special. They're your guys. Like, they hold a special place in your heart. I'm not in a big rush like some people seem to be in a big rush to find out, how do we make this Rocket team different? To me, we still don't know who they're going to be. They're still ascending. They're still climbing. Are you willing to sit tight with this Rocket team, or are you of the mind that you must have an A1 superstar and one is not on the roster right now? How do you see moving forward with really just the second year of being this iteration of the Rockets?
But that's the beauty of this team, is that I think management understands they can afford to sit tight for a year or two. They're so young. Yes. And I don't know how they envision a team to do what they're doing this year, to be the number 2 spot and win 50+ games. But they are in a good spot to where they can sit tight for a year or two with this guy. But if they don't, it's not the end all be all. It's not bad. Right? I think if you look at the team, you always can say you can improve in an area, right? Whatever that area may be. So that team, this team, again, I go back to what I previously said. Whatever you do, that player has to come in here and fit. Right? And remember, when you're making a team, it's like putting the pieces to a puzzle together. That piece that comes in has to fit. That puzzle piece has to fit, or else you're taking 2 steps back. And I don't think the Rockets want to do that. I don't think they want to take. They just took 2 steps forward. You don't want to take 2 steps back. Yeah. So I think they're in a good spot. I'm with you. I don't think you don't have to rush to make a move with this young roster, because like you said, you're still trying to find out who some of these young guys are.
Yeah. Plus, you got good deals on Jalen and Alperen this offseason. I mean, you didn't pay max dollars for these guys, and you got extensions for them. It'll be interesting to see how they get. But it'll also be interesting how much different is the post. I mean, most of the guys, you got Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks who have experience. Nobody else. The other guys though, Jeff Green does, but I mean, I don't know how much he's going to play. How much different is it going to be for these guys?
It's going to be different, but that's the good thing we have of VanVleet and Brooks who've been through it, right? Understanding normally, fast the possessions are less. Some of the guys that were getting a lot of shots, then posting those your shot attempts may come down. The attention to game plan, right? Not making game plan mistakes, right? That you may or may not get away with in the regular season. You're not getting away with it in the playoffs. It can cost you a game. So all those things, and then a lot of your game routines could be altered due to the players and due to the you having to do so much media, right? The times of the games will change. Like I said, it's a lot that you to adjust to, and then understanding when you go on the road to play in the playoffs, it's a little different when you go on the road to play in the regular season. Again, because of the time change, right? A game that's normally starting at 7:30, because it might be it's a nationally televised playoff game, it can start at 8:30. So now your whole routine is just altered. So it's a huge change from the regular season to the postseason, and you just have to be mentally tough and prepared.
Yep. Every shot, every possession and down the stretch. I mean, that's going to be so much fun. We haven't seen playoff basketball here. Final Four playoff basketball is a good time to be in Houston, man. This is a lot of fun for us here. This is great stuff.
Good time to be in Texas.
Yep. Right down the road in San Antonio. Down the road.
It really is. It's fun. And you know what? What are your thoughts? You played for Jeff Van Gundy, who really liked you. It was, it's funny because people looked at your background and where you came from in terms of, the N1 stuff early on. And then they thought, all right, Jeff Van Gundy this is going to be a nightmare for Jeff Van Gundy and for Skip. Skip's going to have to play for Jeff Van Gundy. You got along with JVG, didn't you?
Well, the reason is he understood that was just a small sample of who I was as a basketball player and a person. Jeff understood that, right? People thought my game was street ball basketball. Jeff knew of me when I was younger. Jeff knew that I was a legit serious basketball player, right? But the only footage people got a chance to see is when I played. I did summertime stuff,
right?
Or if I did street ball stuff. Like they just disregard the fact that I went to Fresno State. I was top 10 in the Smith at all point guards in college. The year I played at Fresno State, right? They didn't understand. They just threw that out the window. So, Jeff is a basketball guy, right? He understands who the players are, understands the league, understands the game, and it was so easy for us to get along. And he respected one thing about me. He knew I meant business because every day I came to work. And he knew that I love being in the gym. I've never missed a practice. I missed the game only due to injury, but even when I was hurt, I wanted to play and compete every day, and he loves those kind of players.
I think that's what I love about Jalen Green is that, Jalen's explosive. He's inconsistent. He can be streaky and all that, but we've watched him grow up as a person. He was a young guy. He didn't have any college, he's still learning how to be a pro. And now you look at who he is now. He doesn't miss games.
Never.
He's an Iron Man. He doesn't sit out for load management. He's become a much better defender. Like Ime Udoka, and I brought up the JVG thing because, we talk about Kelvin Sampson. We love Kelvin Sampson. He's got to be hard to play for, but he's demanding, but the results are there. Ime Udoka, he's not to be trifled with. If you got to come catch some bench, you're going to catch some bench in the fourth quarter because he's trying to set a tone and teach you a lesson because it's going to pay off down the road. And you can see the results with Jalen Green individually that Ime Udoka has had on him.
Ime, great coach. You say great because he's been around the game so long. Man, to be on the bench with Popovich, he had to learn a lot, right? So he brings that with him, and he shares all the knowledge and everything he's learned throughout his years playing and being an assistant, and giving it to Jalen Green, and it's making him a better player. It's making him a mature player, and I think Jalen's understanding the accountability, right? Because you're being held accountable. Right, and Ime was there when Pop holds Duncan, Parker, Ginobili accountable, and he's probably doing the same with Jalen. Right, if you can get on your star players, then it's easier for him to get on the other guys. And Jalen's responded well. Remember, like you guys pointed out, he's young. He's still mature, still grown as a man and a person. But we get the chance to see him grow on the court and become a superior athlete, and now a far better overall all-around player. And I think that's the joy and thrill of being here and being a part of it and being able to witness it.
That is Rafer Alston, former Rocket guard and one legend. You kids out there that don't know who Rafer Alston is, go look up and one and skip to Malou.
Or just look up his feats as an NBA point guard.
Yeah, right.
He's pretty good too.
Yeah, but the kids loved what he did when he was young.
Yeah, but what's funny is so much of that. I don't know, Rafer, if you even think about this, but elements of the N1 stuff, which was a whole different cultural, like basketball hadn't seen that culturally, leak into it was street culture. It was basketball culture. There were people who knew about it in certain regions of the country. But what's funny, Rafer, is elements of ball handling, elements of movement in terms of getting open off the bounce. Like they found their way into the NBA. You don't recognize it necessarily, but there were moves inside there that were not just throw the basketball around the shirt. There were real moves going on.
Right. No, we have real moves. It was to each his own. That was the beauty when we were doing it. And again, we had no idea it was going to take on the life that it took on and be this global phenomenon. But each one of us brought something to the table. Right? You look at guys like Hot Sauce. He was big on putting around the shirt, putting your shirt over you tonight. Professor had his move. Everyone brought something different. And that's why it was just so it was captivating. And then now you look at some of the guys in the NBA, as far as ball handling, a street savvy style of play. A lot of them, they show it quite a bit in their play, in their ball handling and with their flair in today's game. The biggest thing is I give credit to coaching has evolved. Right, when I came to the league, we had coaches. They were still like old school coaches. They and had an old school way of thinking. Right, they would call even if you take the and one style out, just think about guys that play on the playgrounds in the inner city. A lot of coaches in the years and years ago would call that junk basketball, but yet they wanted us to come to the university or draft us. So now you got to think about a lot of coaches have an understanding that these guys are talented with the basketball. Let's not take all that away. Let's allow them to utilize it because they're that good, but let's give them a little structure too. And then now what you see is these phenomenal players, right? Because it all comes together. I still credit the guy way before all of us that was doing it. And Pistol Pete Mavericks was in the NBA doing a lot of and-one style plays. And again, we all loved it. I remember growing up watching Pistol Pete Mavericks tapes, and here we are today, years later. Guys are able to pull out these moves and do this and complete a play in an NBA-style game.
That's Rafer Alston right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Great to see you out there. I'll see you again. Rafer Alston here with us this morning on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Thanks, Rafer.
Yeah, thank you, man. Always enjoy to be on with you guys.
Okay,
Yeah,
man.
a lot of fun.
That is. It's good talking ball with Rafer Alston. Long time with us here. And, well, Nick, he used to come out every week at Nick's place.
He was one of the guys that Daryl Morey brought in. It was a steal.
Yeah. Yep.
I remember that's when Daryl used to take 25 cents and turn it into 35 cents when he'd make a trade. And Rafer is one of those guys.
What would you higher or lower on Rafer?
I'm going. Here's what I'm doing. I'm going to look at Underdog. I left my phone at home, so I can't. I guess I can do it on the computer, but I'm going to look at Final Four statistics because I'm already trying to figure out how this Houston and Duke game is going to go, and I'm going to look at higher and lower the statistics. Cooper Flag is Flag. I think Flag, if they have free throws, I think he's going to get to the free throw line a little bit. If they have the free throws, I'm going to go higher there. I'm going to take a look at it. But what you do is you analyze how the game may go, and then once you have that analyzed, you start looking at the statistics for the players in these Final Four matchups, and you go higher or lower with the statistics. You have to put at least 2 players together, but you can go up to 4, 5, 6 if you want to. And the more you add, the higher your payout gets. Now, they can go up to 1,000 times your original play, and you can play for as little as $1. How about that? You can play for as little as $1 and try to hit 6 of these higher or lower, and you're going to, be 200 times your original play, something like that. Sometimes, more like 50, 60. Wow, what a great payout. If you know your sports, you can make money by going higher or lower, and it's a lot of fun to be watching your baseball, watching your basketball, and now you've got something to cheer for or cheer against if you're going lower. But that's the fun, and that's the beauty of Underdog Fantasy, making it so much more fun to watch the games that you're watching. You use promo code Lance, and you're going to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash back on your first deposit, but you have to use that promo code Lance. So make sure you do that. Download Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to nspeedgambling.org.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Bringing in John Chill now from the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles, to talk about DraftKings Sportsbook and what's going on this weekend. John, welcome back. How did you finish up? You sent me what were you winning? You were in second place nationally and what?
Yeah, so on the Visa Network, they had a bracket challenge against the spread, and right now I'm 27-9-1 in the tournament. You had to pick, I think, 10 games in the first round, and 5, and then 4, and then 3. So right now I'm at 27-9-1 in that. So I'm at second place right now, hoping to get first. I'm going to kick myself. I took Clemson over McNeese in the first round, and I didn't go against my hometown here in Lake Charles, and McNeese pulled the upset. But so if I get first place, there's some money, $5,000. I'm guaranteed, I think, a cabana with some food credits, the VIP cabana. So you and Lance are welcome to come. I'll save you 2 spots. I know bringing the boys from Youngstown, and we're gonna have a good time out there. But yeah, currently in second place right now, and getting ready for the Final Four. These they're weighted points, so these ones will have a big impact here Saturday.
Who you got this weekend?
Oh, I love Houston. I'm going to ride them. We've been talking about them. I like the 5.5. Duke kind of worries me a little bit. They've looked really good in the tournament, but I think Houston's defense, if they can hold them in the 60s, upsets happen in the 60s and not in the 70s and 80s. So hopefully Houston can keep up with their defense, and pull the upset there. Auburn, Florida. Ooh, that's you don't know how healthy Braum is. That's the key. But Florida hasn't played their A game either. And Florida, I think still at 2.5 right now. I'm leaning Florida right now, and I think I'll go Florida and Houston and let it ride. For Houston too, it's almost a home game. That's why I kind of like them.
Has it gone from 4.5 to 5.5, John? What's the number?
Yeah.
What's it gone to?
DK has it at 5.5. I know other books are having it at 5 right now, but DK currently has it at 5.5. And the over/under has gone from 137 down to 135.5. So a lot of people getting on the under as well. You're seeing the handle. Duke's about 70%. It's another way, as far as my bracket challenge, I think, a lot of people take Duke, and that might get me over the hump there as well. But you're seeing that, and you're seeing a lot of the under. About, I think, it's close to 70% people taking the under, and you can see by the line move that that's happening.
Four number 1 seeds, John. Did the books take a beating because the favorites are coming in?
Yes, March Madness was a little bit not as bad as we thought, but yeah, not a traditional March Madness book victory for us.
What's the deal with favorites now? I mean, football season was one of the worst ever because of all the favorites, and now the NCAA tournament, which is normally, underdogs and Cinderella stories, and here we go with chalk.
But between the tariffs and the unfavorable results for the sports books,
I know
it is my DraftKings stock has been
taking a beat.
Yeah, come on, you people lose.
Yes, it's kind of been easy for the people out there, and I think NIL had something to do with this. You definitely saw the impact. I think that's why you're seeing the number 1 seed. You're not seeing the upsets as much, and I think there'll be definitely some reconfiguration as far as juice and as we get back into football season. I think prop bets, you look at those, some of those the juice is starting to climb on those as well. But yeah, I'm with you guys. This has been definitely a chalk year for football and basketball, especially for football in the tournament here. So yeah, we gotta get the stock price going, and we want people to win, but we also got to make it competitive here where it's not all chalk. But it's interesting. I think as far as March Madness, I think the NIL has definitely impacted the tournament a little bit.
Yeah.
And, and you're seeing it even through the sports book here. So
yep.
But we'll see. Some interesting props for Houston. I don't know why I like this one, and guys can steer me one way or the other. Most threes made. Houston is 3-1. I think Florida's 2-1, and Duke's 2-1, close to those. I think Houston, they looked good Sunday when they shot the 3, and take a little pizza money and throw it on for most threes made Saturday.
It's funny though. This team hasn't been it's not a high volume 3-point team. It was against Tennessee because they put the full court press on and then left the three open and they hit, Sharp hit a couple. But this is a team that makes threes, but they're not a high volume 3-point team. Now,
No.
maybe it'll be different against Duke here. I don't know.
Yeah, it depends how the pace of the game is. That's what's going to determine, I think, in the first 5 minutes of, Houston. I think they shoot over 40% in threes. I think they're averaging over that. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see how the game plan is against Duke. And, but for 3-1 odds, it's nice to throw some pizza money on that one. Again, we'll see what happens. But, yeah, I think I'm going to go Florida, Houston. Wish me luck. And like I said, I'll send the invites out if I hit the number one here, and I'll let you guys know. So, but yeah, we got Final Four this weekend. We got the Valero Open. Lee, I like Lee Hodges at 70-1. That's another one. You throw some pizza money on it and see what happens. I think he was 9 under last week and tied for 11th. So we'll see there. Got the Masters coming up, and I thought they would post the top 5, top 10 today. They just have the winners. Of course, Scheffler's at plus 350, Rory 650. So
Rory's elbow's a problem, though.
Yeah. So
right. So that is going to be interesting to see whether or not Rory. I like Rory this week. I mean, against in the Masters, but I don't know now with that elbow.
Yeah, I was leaning a little bit Justin Thomas, but like I said, I play more of the top 5s, top 10s. But if you get lucky on these, if I hit Lee Hodges, I'll throw some long shots.
Lee Hodges coming out of nowhere.
I'm on a roll, John. I'm going to go.
I guess you are. I guess you are. You're picking a Lee Hodges.
Lee Hodges. Yeah,
that's number 70 guy. Well, okay.
Yeah, that's the dog.
Lance had Minwoo Lee last week.
I did have Minwoo Lee. That is true.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Yeah, nice. Yeah.
That's all I could think of.
We got a little bit of UFC. We got a fight night this weekend, and then the big pay-per-view. Murphy versus Emmett. Murphy's minus 340. Emmett's plus 280. Me and dogs. I kind of lean. The only problem I have, he's 40 years old and been on a 16-month layoff. So, but I might take a shot at Emmett at plus 280 as well. It's going to be the dogs. Again, another week of the dogs. NBA's wrapping up. That's kind of tough. You're seeing the handle go down a little bit there just because people are laying, you got teams that are laying down. I give an example. Last night I had Jordan Poole with 3 threes, and they took him out in the middle of the third with 2 threes and never saw him again in the game against the Wizards and had the Wizards straight up. So I thought that was a lock to hit a little parlay. But anyways, we got Rockets, the 35-1 to win the conference. I kind of like them for 35-1 again, for the odds, to see if they can win the conference, and then 120-1 to win it all. But,
are they eighth? I saw a site that's an actual site where you can actually wager. I saw where the Rockets were 8th in the West out of all of the teams in terms of their odds to win the Western Conference. They were the 8th highest odds, which I thought, man, is that disrespectful. I get not making them the 2nd highest, but behind everybody but the Suns, like clearly at 8th, that seemed crazy to me.
Yeah, like you look, Clippers are the 6th. They are 18 plus 1,800, and then all of a sudden it's the Rockets at 3,500. It's crazy to win the conference. It's a big
Clippers
jump.
are ahead of almost by twice as much, John.
Yes,
18-1 and 35-1.
That's crazy.
The Clippers.
Yeah, that's crazy. Crazy. It's John Chill with us here every week on ESPN 97.5 and 92. We'll delve into the Masters next. Well, actually, you're going to be here Thursday, so the Masters will already be underway. So you got Scotty Scheffler looked really, really good. I think that hand injury is done. He's going to be hard to bet against there, John.
No, that's what I might. I'm going to throw some Scheffler money on this one.
Yeah,
I'm going to go with that one. Any long shots you like in the Masters?
I mean, these guys that are playing really well, Batia's playing well, and Minwoo is playing well, and you got so many guys. Keegan Bradley could make some noise. There's a lot of guys
Tiger?
Out there this year. Tiger's got an ankle.
Tiger. There we go.
Tiger's not going to win it.
He's done.
Is he still out with the Achilles?
He's still out with the Achilles.
I thought he might have just.
Well, he had an April Fool's joke. Said, "I've been in a cry."
Taped it up. What about Charlie Woods?
Charlie Woods is not in it this week. No.
Nah, I'm out then. I don't.
No.
It's not Tiger or Charlie.
I don't know that it's going to be a big name
I'm
that
going
wins it
Min Woo
this
Lee
year.
again.
There's a lot of good guys that are playing really well right now, and we'll see whether or not they can hold up to the Augusta rigor. We'll see. That's John Chill every week, brought to you by the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Thanks, John. We appreciate it.
All right. See you guys. Talk to you guys next
All
week.
right, John. And the Golden Nugget is just down the road. That's my place. I love it. I love it. So much easier to get to than Vegas. I mean, you don't have the expense of you take two people to Vegas. The plane there and back is what, $600-$700 each. Then the hotels there, the taxi rides back, and all of that stuff. How about just a 2-hour and 10-minute ride down the road, 2 hours and 15 minutes, depending on where you are. Right down the road here, I-10. You get there, you're playing before they're even on the plane going to Vegas, and you're already playing. Okay, that's how easy it is to get to Golden Nugget Lake Charles, and it's got all the amenities you could possibly want, with 12 different restaurants, the pool, the golf course, the casino, the nightclubs, everything. I mean, it's just perfect. So you're looking for a great way to, if you want to go, and you got the DraftKings Sportsbook, so you got a sportsbook right there. Why would you don't need anything else? GoldenNuggetLC.com, GoldenNuggetLC.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, 919 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance along with Dell. Thank you to Ray for being here with us and then John Chill here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here with us, you are more than welcome. Rockets win last night, 50 wins in the playoffs, 3-game lead for the second seed in the West. After another Denver loss, the Lakers are now the number 3 seed, and Denver's number 4. The possibilities are Golden State, the Clippers, and Minnesota all tied in the standing. So, but right now Golden State is in. We got 5 games to play. The Rockets got a tough schedule. I don't know that anybody's got it tougher down the stretch than the Rockets do. Starting with Oklahoma City tomorrow night, and then they got the Lakers, the Clippers, Golden State, and Denver. That ain't gonna be easy. None of it's gonna be easy. Not in that order, but those are the teams they got left. So that'll be awfully tough. Cougs arrived in San Antonio. Kelvin Sampson looked like he loved it. There were all kinds of people that were outside on the send-off, and Kelvin was videotaping them. All right. This is from and Joseph Duarte put out. Somebody said that they were there. Maybe I forget who it is that said they were at that game. There must have been. I don't know that there were 40 people in the gym when Kelvin Sampson's first year.
No.
At Hawfines.
Are you serious?
Yeah. They were,
you know what? Yeah,
they were playing a game, and it was.
I saw a picture of his bench.
Yeah.
So it's a picture of Kelvin Sampson. I got in that Kelvin Sampson rabbit hole yesterday. He's got dark hair, like way darker hair. You know how Obama started with one hair and ended with another over 8 years?
Yeah.
Looked very different. It really aged. Kelvin Sampson kind of started with this dark hair, and he's ended up with grayer hair. And I mean, it's age too, but and so it's dark hair Kelvin Sampson. It's clearly one of his first years, if not his first year. And I think this picture is maybe from 2018. How many years has he been there?
It's 14. He got here in 14.
He's been here that long.
Yeah.
Okay. I have to see when it was, because I can see Landon. I can't remember Landon's last name, who used to handle a lot of their NIL stuff.
I think he still does, doesn't he?
He maybe does.
Yeah, he does.
He's in the background. Remember, he's been on reality TV shows.
Yeah.
He
looks like Matthew McConaughey.
Oh yeah, he's a pretty boy.
Yeah.
And his hair was like luscious blonde. It's big wavy blonde hair with a headband on.
Yeah.
Not somebody who looks like he'd be, scoring in a Final Four necessarily, but he's one that you'd, would do well on. He'd do well on a Friday or Saturday night here in Houston.
Yeah.
Maybe not scoring as much, but scoring.
Oh, he can score.
He can score.
Yeah, he can score.
He can score at times.
Uh-huh.
So anyway, I looked at that bench. I just noticed in the background, I said, hey, his bench looks a lot better than that bench. It looks like a better brand of athlete. The guys I saw on his bench, I thought, that doesn't look like that could play.
Well, he turned it around, that's for sure. It was a tough 11 years. His second now Final Four here at the University of Houston. And this is a basketball power. It's a basketball school. Glad to see. This is so much fun. So much fun. Astros lost again last night. They just can't hit. They haven't scored more than 3 runs in a game. I don't know that I've ever seen this oddity. I don't know that I've ever seen this. The American League Central. Do you know who leads the American League Central right now?
White Sox.
6 games in. They do. Do you know who else leads the American League Central?
The Twins.
Yes. You know who else leads the American League?
Everyone has the same record.
Yes. 2-4.
Mm-hmm.
2-4. I don't know that I've ever seen.
We could play in the AL Central. We're 2-4.
We're 2-4.
Yep.
We could be leading the division right
I
now.
like the Astros over the Twins tonight. I think Hunter has a good game. I like it under 7. 7's the over under. The Astros are a small underdog, like plus 107. So it's basically like you're getting an even money play on them. They can't score.
They really can't.
But I think Hunter Brown is going to go into lockdown mode today. And I like the Astros.
I like Hunter Brown too. It's freezing cold.
It's harder to hit when it's cold.
Yeah. All day games. 3:10 today, 1:10 on Saturday, 1:10 on Sunday. How about you get a day off on a Friday in Minnesota? That's where you get a day off on a Friday in Minnesota. This is opening day for Minnesota, so they keep that next day open so that just in case you get snowed out in Minnesota, so that you can play your opening day the next day as opposed to waiting till Saturday or whatever. So it's a 3:10 game today. Yeah, they're 2-4. This is really, really bad right now. Really, really bad. Nobody. The only place that it's worse. You know where it's worse right now?
Where?
Atlanta. Atlanta is 0-7. And Atlanta was hitting as badly as the Astros. They did score 5 runs last night. But their lineup is almost as bad as the Astros. They have Nick Allen, who's got 11 at bats. He's got an 818 OPS. Their averages are, they got Eli White, who's got 4 at bats, is hitting 2. Everybody is 200 or less. And Jurickson Profar, who's suspended for the year, is one of those 200 guys. One guy, Nick Allen, is 364. The rest, 188, 185, 182, 160.
As soon as they traded Freddie Freeman, their mojo was gone.
Yep.
As soon as they let Jock Peterson win a World Series,
well,
God decided to punish them.
Well, yeah, I don't know that's
because he's a huge douchebag.
Well, yeah,
and he wore pearls the whole time because he thought he was doing something. You aren't doing anything, Jock Peterson. Beat it. You're with that cheating Dodger team. Beat it.
He seems like a nice guy.
He seems like a total D-bag.
I mean,
he was with and I had I sat next to, I went and sat down in Eric Layden's seats for like a couple innings. You know, his dad, Eric Layden's seats, his dad's seats, which are really good. A World Series game. So I just went down there and sat. He had some, it wasn't his seats. The seats in front, they were open. And so me and my wife went down there. A lot of times,
and that's
the opposing team
stealing, there, right?
No one was sitting there. So I sat in it for 2 innings. And Jock Peterson's boys were right. They were wearing Peterson stuff. I mean, when I tell you the Chotch factor was out of control, it made me hate him even more. And I didn't like him with the Dodgers.
No.
And then when I saw his boys and I saw the whole thing irritated me. And then I knew we couldn't beat you got a feeling early on, like, this is going to be hard to win this series. It's going to be hard to win this series because it's not the same. That Jordan that was torturing everybody, he just disappeared. He just disappeared. Oh. That's the one thing that's
I thought it was hard to admit, but they were the better team.
No, you could see it, but you still felt like, okay, they're the better team. We just need to get a run late in the game to steal this game.
Yep.
And you just couldn't do it. Their pitching really hung in pretty, and they had clutch hits, and they were the better team. And that's a team that I didn't truly dislike. I guess I didn't dislike Washington, but we were the better team.
Yeah, we were the better team. Let's get Javon in here. He wants to talk about the Rockets. Hey, Javon.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
How's it going?
Man, I heard y'all talking about Kelvin Sampson earlier. He ain't black. Man, that's the craziest thing I heard since Mike Tirico said he was Italian. I could have sworn Kelvin Sampson was from Opelousas or Eunice or something.
No, he's from Pembroke, North Carolina.
Well, yeah, man, he had me fooled.
Yeah.
No, he's next thing you gonna tell me is Mike McDaniel is black or something. Hey.
Well, yeah. See, that's the joke that people don't get. Mike McDaniel, his dad is black, but now Kelvin, I don't know. So reading up more on this, I don't know. I just always assumed he was just African American, and that I didn't realize he had the Native American that his dad was from this tribe. I didn't know that, but John, you said you've seen that before.
Yes.
They've had video because I know there was a bunch of articles about it in 21. I just don't remember reading those articles.
When they went to play there in North Carolina, it was a big homecoming for him and the tribe. And they had a big story about it.
But there may be the Lumbee thing is reading up even more on it. There's European descent, there's African descent. Even one thing that I read on Reddit, which may or may not be true, this guy said he looked into his own background, is that they're not truly indigenous, but they didn't want to be treated like the enslaved black people or free or newly freed people. And so they just said they were indigenous, that they were, and which indigenous would mean true Native American, but yeah, so maybe there is a mixture of cultures in there or whatever. It's just interesting. It doesn't mean anything. Kelvin's a badass coach. I don't care one way or another.
Let me ask you guys a Rockets hypothetical real quick. I think Raphael Stone's done a great job with the Rockets. I'm not down any move. Hindsight's always 20/20. But let me ask you, do you think the Rockets right now would be a better team if instead of drafting Jalen Green, they would have drafted Evan Mobley with that pick? And assuming everything else stays the same, you just replace Jalen Green with Evan Mobley, and you got the Twin Towers. Or in the offseason, they would have acquired James Harden. Would they be a better team today if they would have made even one of those moves closer to a championship? Other than that, how I said, hindsight's 20/20. I think Raphael Stone. I can't even think of another move that he made that was bad. I just wonder if he would have made one of those two moves, would they be closer to a championship today? Love you guys.
James Harden? Did you say James Harden?
Well, how would anybody, James, a
drafting
ball dominator,
Evan Mobley than acquiring James Harden?
Yeah, but here's the problem with James Harden. How does Amen Thompson get the ball? James is a ball dominant player. I just don't think other players would have developed. That was the problem with James, is you had to sit around and watch. Guys had to sit around the perimeter and watch James work. I don't think James is changing his stripe and becoming an off-ball player. That's not going to happen. He's a ball-dominant player. So I don't think there's any scenario where the team is better with James Harden. You can't develop. These young players can't develop if they don't have the ball in their hands some. So, no, they would not have been better. Now, the Evan Mobley thing is debatable.
Yeah.
If you just assume that all the results after drafting Evan Mobley are the exact same as it would have been under Steven Silas with Jalen Green. If we just let's just say the records were the same, there's no shift in where your final standing was, you still would have drafted the same players afterwards. Let's just say it's a 1-for-1 swap, Jalen Green for Evan Mobley. I don't want to say it would be better with Evan Mobley because I like where they are and I have a lot of respect for how Jalen's gotten better. Jalen had unbelievably splashy months here and there, but it was sandwiched with some really inconsistent play, high turnover numbers, and highly sporadic shooting. It might have been better, possibly, with Evan Mobley.
Yeah, Evan Mobley.
Because Cam Whitmore would probably be a starter right now.
Yeah.
As your 2.
Yeah.
Because he was drafted in the first round. He probably would have been your starting 2. Jabari, your 3. Would it change anything for what they would have done in free agency? I don't think so. Because Dylan was a 3. You got a point guard and a mindset. That wouldn't have changed with Evan Mobley there. You still would have wanted the mindset player and Dylan Brooks and the point guard with Fred.
If you're drafting Evan Mobley, you're probably not drafting Jabari.
Probably not, even though
you're probably looking to go get a perimeter player.
Even at the time, wasn't he considered a 3?
Maybe, but
he was considered a 3. I don't know if that would. Well, he was the best player available. He was clearly. Everyone thought it was going to be Jabari and then Banchero and then Chet, and it turned out to be. It was flipped. It was Banchero, Chet, Jabari. I think the Rockets would have just taken best available. They didn't have enough talent on the roster to get too tricky with it.
Well, I don't know. If you're taking in this hypothetical, if you've taken Evan Mobley, maybe you target Jaden Ivey as your backcourt mate. Who knows?
He would have been the 2.
Possibly. You never know, but we're doing the hypotheticals.
That's fine. When we do the hypotheticals, it's impossible to just swap out because there's consequences. The butterfly effect would have kicked in and different dominoes would have fallen.
Yeah.
But it is an interest. I mean, it's not the first time I've thought about, because at the time we always thought for the first 2 years, Evan Mobley would have been the better pick than Jalen Green in hindsight. Now, I'm not so sure. Same thing. Sauce Gardner, easily better than Derek Stingley. Now, you can't say that anymore.
Nope.
I remember, do you think Israel called Derek Stingley trash after that first year?
Well, he wasn't calling the show at the time. We don't know.
Do you think with his friends he goes, this dude is trash?
Got no idea.
He was the third pick. Picks are usually
He nearly
trash.
called Cam Smith trash, even though he called him Cam Ward. So Evan Mobley
Are you sure he wasn't talking about the Miami signal caller Cam Ward being trash?
He was talking about baseball. I heard a lineup talk. So Evan Mobley, an all-star this year.
Yeah, Evan Mobley's really good. He's changed that. He's really helped change that organization.
No, he has.
Yeah. So, but Jalen's part of this change in this organization.
Evan's been good the full 4 years.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. The Patriots are trading quarterback Joe Milton to the Cowboys per multiple reports.
Huh.
Yeah.
So there's a reason that they're bringing quarterbacks in.
And people are saying that Jerry's done nothing this offseason.
He is aggressive.
Oh, my God.
So it's funny because he had like a really good preseason, and he came in and played well. And the Patriots started looking at backup quarterbacks, and I thought, well, they're just going to upgrade. What did they trade him for?
No one knows.
Well, he was drafted, I think, in a 6th, so they probably are getting a 5th for him. They probably flipped him for a higher value.
You would hope.
Yeah, you would hope. Why get rid of him if you?
Well, we traded Kenyon Green for. I mean, a lot of times you trade a guy that you drafted high for less.
No. But what I'm saying is, but you need a backup.
Yeah,
there was no reason to move a backup unless you can upgrade your.
Here's the compensation. Patriots are trading Joe Milton in a 7th for a compensatory 5th.
So say that again.
A compensatory
Patriots, Joe Milton and a 7th round pick of the Cowboys from the Patriots, and they're getting a compensatory 5th round pick in exchange.
Okay, so yeah, they're moving up a little bit.
Yeah,
they're moving up a little bit. I guess they just figure.
I don't know. Maybe they
have
for a 5th is probably about equal.
Yeah, maybe they have. They seem to be very high. I mean, young quarterbacks are very valuable.
Mm.
That's a little strange to me because I would hang on to him.
Joe, is that valuable?
Well, if he comes in one game and plays well this year, if Drake May gets hurt and he goes and wins 2 of 3 games, yeah, people are trading a 3rd rounder for him next year. 100%. Everyone wants. He's big with a big arm.
He came in.
He's actually a kind of an average athlete, but he's everyone wants to hope.
He's also got.
He didn't start, but he played in the final game of the season. Like Drake May took a snap and either got banged up or they wanted him to start for whatever reason. But he came in and played well against the Bills, a game the Bills didn't need, but he played pretty well. Maybe the best quarterback performance the Patriots had last year was that Joe Milton game.
I'm watching Kneppel and Cooper Flagg shoot threes from the corner.
Oh, yeah, they signed Josh Dobbs. So the Patriots already have Josh Dobbs. So they're going to turn that into a draft pick.
I'm watching Kneppel and Cooper Flagg shoot threes from the corner, the left corner.
It's nonstop splash.
They made 10 out of 11 together.
Was JoJo Tugler playing defense?
No, Joseph Tugler is not on them. But they don't take long to put them up. They just throw them up in a hurry.
That Kneppel guy is,
man,
he is super. He is so Wisconsin.
Yeah.
That kid is just so fundamentally sound. He has nothing fancy about him, and yet he gets separation to shoot. He is a triple threat.
Was Malik Wilson playing defense?
Well,
no.
Not that.
So
no,
they were
actually.
shooting in a quiet gym, wide open threes?
Air, against air.
Against air. Okay. Okay.
Was it any huge sight line?
The sight line didn't affect him pretty much. Yes, it's a huge
so
sight
they're
line.
there?
It's there.
Okay, they're there.
It's there.
But
why are they there so early? Just get in
we're
Saturday
there too.
morning. Just
Everybody's
get in Saturday morning.
Saturday morning.
I know, but just get in Saturday morning. Rest, sleep in your own beds.
Wide
dorm
open
beds? Dorm? Well, they ain't in dorms.
Wide open threes in an empty gym. Okay, sure.
Yeah.
You sound scared.
No.
You sound a little scared.
Time to time.
I made 9 threes and
look, of those two, I'm a little scared. Okay.
You should be, but not because of what they did with no one defending them.
I was 9 of 25 from the pro 3-point line in the Rockets' place. No one was guarding me, and I hadn't shot a whole lot. Put somebody on me, and I'm 0 for 25.
Yeah.
From 5 spots. We had to go around 5 spots. If now I might have been able to make 2 or 3 against Tugler from 3. At most.
Okay.
And I'd have to work on that for 2.
You would make less than 0.
If I had 2 months to prepare.
Yeah. Okay. John Clay Wolf has had a lifetime to prepare. Give me the VIN.com. GiveMeTheVIN.com is the best place to get your car sold. It is awesome. He's going to give you money. And I just saw some guy bought or he bought a car from some guy. And then John Clay Wolf announced that like the next minute, and he gets $14,000. John Clay Wolf has been giving money away. He's giving money away. You have a better chance. And if you sell him your car, there's a chance that you could win on this money that dude is giving away. $25,000 a month. It's been crazy. But John Clay Wolf don't care. He don't care. And you get a better chance. Now, you could go to GiveMeTheVin.com and sign up. You get so many tickets in the big bin. But if you sell your car to John Clay Wolf, you get 4 times that many tickets. That's what's going on at GiveMeTheVin.com. You're looking for the best way to sell your car and possibly get in on all this money that John Clay Wolf is giving away. Go to GiveMeTheVin.com. See for yourself. You don't even need no purchase necessary. You can just go there and sign up. GiveMeTheVin.com is America's #1 car buyer. If they can't beat CarMax, they're going to send you $100. That's a guarantee that you're getting the best price for your vehicle at GiveMeTheVin.com.
This is my favorite place.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Is there anything you're going to have on your show that you're keeping back, you're holding back from us, Joe?
Not really. I don't think so.
We have not touched on one thing today, though, Dale.
What?
Torpedo bats.
Oh, yeah, the Astros got torpedo bats coming.
Next week. So the runs are coming next week.
Why are they taking so long? I saw a video.
Because whoever's making them, like, golly, we are making so much money on these torpedo bats now.
I saw a video of a guy. He pulled out a torpedo bat that was old, that was like tossed into a bin of old bats. And he had a torpedo bat, and it looked like this is not new. This is not new. It's not.
But no one's used it, have they?
No, nobody had been using it.
Did they think it was illegal? They probably thought it was illegal.
No, I don't think so. I think we're using it as like a fungo bat for yeah.
It looks like a fungo.
It does look like a fungo. So it was an old one in an old bat stand with a bunch of different bats, and he's like, oh, I guess this has been around a while. I don't know why we wouldn't use it. And now it's now that said, the Yankees have lost a couple in a row here. So, I mean,
yeah, but our runs are finally coming. We got good plays coming with the Texans, the good play calls, because he's bringing good play calls with him.
Yeah.
And then we got fungo bats, so the runs are coming.
Right. Runs are coming now.
Runs are coming. Noel next week.
Yeah.
They get here next week. So I guess we can't really count on runs until next week.
Well, I'll tell you this, though. There is a history here. Well, it's a lot of different guys now. So we like hitting in Minnesota. You know, our team, we destroy Minnesota in Minnesota. We love that backdrop. Is it anything? I don't know. Other teams hit here, so I guess it's not. But what is up with the home field? What is up? What is up with Minute Maid Turndyken Park? What the hell that they can't hit here?
It's been going on.
It's a big sample size.
It's extending since the 23 playoffs. Yeah. So 23, 24, and now 25. It started at the end of 23, where it's like, hey, they're not finishing very strong here in 23. Hey, they're not playing well at home here in the playoffs in 23.
No.
Then 24, same problems. And now we're right off the bat looking like Dookie at home. You know why? Too many kids. Reagan was onto this, and you continue to say, no, how many years in a row is this going to happen where they get away from wives and kids and girlfriends and they go ball out on the road?
No.
When are you going to admit that there's something to it?
I don't know that that's it per se, because there's a lot of guys that aren't married and don't have kids.
They're hitting.
Okay.
Those guys are probably hitting.
Those guys are all hitting? No, the only one that's hitting is Jose Altuve. That's it. It's it. Nobody else.
Oh.
But he's got a buzzer. So there's that. Yeah. It's incredible how bad they are at home. And yet a sweep, 2-4 on the season, going to Minnesota, Hunter Brown on the mound in freezing weather. Playing in Minnesota in the first couple of weeks of the season is just the dumbest crap ever.
We didn't mention this. Chris Beard's people apparently reached out to the Aggies like, man, Chris really wants to be an Aggie. He would love to come back there and beat the Longhorns. Ooh. What do you guys think? And Aggies go, okay, cool. We want Chris Beard too. And then they go, hey, Ole Miss, Aggies want Chris Beard. Here's a bunch of money, Chris Beard. Chris Beard goes,
thank you.
And then he dabbed.
Yeah.
And now he's back at Ole Miss for a bunch of money.
Yeah. The report was out. He was taking the Texas A&M job.
Didn't seem, I mean, I don't know that he used Texas A&M. My guess is he would have liked that job, but it comes off bad. It comes off like A&M got used. My guess is Ole Miss just threw a Hail Mary and tried to throw.
Would have been good for A&M basketball to have Chris Beard.
Would have been great.
Yeah.
Would have been great. Going from Buzz, who's a good coach, to Beard, who's a great coach, would have been fantastic.
Yeah, Chris Beard is a good coach, and he would have stuck it right to the University of Texas, who is now, yeah, I mean, Chris Beard got paid. God bless. Using teams to go get your money, that's fine. Ole Miss got to feel a little used too, though.
Yeah, they do. Guess what I found? What else I found out? This is a scary one. Private equity is now buying. They are now in the initial process stages of buying into universities. So these universities are not really able, like, this is going to be a huge problem. The revenue share and the NIL stuff is going to be a big problem for some schools. Private equity is already sniffing around here in this country. I don't know about, you got to watch out for PIF, who bought, who has Live and all that stuff, the Saudis. But their deal is, and I was told this directly by somebody who's consulting for them, they're going to take a percentage. So what they're going to do is they're going to pay for universities all their operating costs, but in return, they're going to take like 10% of revenue that comes in, TV deals and all that. This is not the way any of this was supposed to work, where private equity was going to just start buying colleges. You don't want to have that. You're basically in the Premier League model now, where you just want to have oil. For them, it's like Saudi oil money is the greatest thing you can get in the Premier League, because then you got enough money that you just keep losing money and it doesn't matter. You just keep servicing your debt and you don't care, because a lot of those teams don't make money. That's what is going to potentially happen with college, is that the ones who can spend, unless they keep some guardrails in place. I don't love private equity getting involved with. That's not their business. They need to stay out of that.
There's money.
It shouldn't be private equity. I'm not saying there's not money for them to make, but the private equity is saying we can make money there. College has got to say, no, we're not beholden to you. We're still a college. We're not, we're not going to sell. I mean, sell the university then to somebody. Let's start having ownership university. I guess what they're doing is having, maybe in 10 years, we will have sports departments are owned by, they're a separate entity from the university, and the sports department is owned by individuals or businesses. Maybe that is going to be, Daikin will own University of Houston is owned by Daikin.
It's already owned
and
by
then they
Tillman.
Can sell.
Oklahoma State.
But but those are alumni.
Yeah.
That's the way it's supposed to work. Alumni has undue, the richest ones have undue power. That's a tale as old as time because they went there.
Well,
the private equity is different.
Miami had guys who didn't go there that were all.
And a lot of those guys aren't trying to make money back. They're trying to win. They want to win.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to be. I mean, I know people that donate to the University of Houston athletics.
You don't get
that
anything.
Didn't go there.
Yeah, you can do that.
That's private equity.
No, it's not. That's money in. That's not expecting a percentage of
that's
it.
true.
Do any of those people ask for money back?
Sure. Yeah.
No, you don't ask to make a profit on your donation.
Well,
that's what Tillman puts money in because he wants to win. He doesn't have a percentage of the revenue coming to him.
No.
That's a big difference.
Yeah. No, that is a big difference, but I can see it. I
can see it happening just because.
And by the way, that's a lot easier to get revenue. How about this? You're going to actually have a profit from the money you invest, as opposed to just giving it away.
I don't know how they're going to profit. Well, it has to keep going higher and higher TV deals and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Like I talked to a coach at a small school. They're set. I don't think I mentioned it out loud on the air, so I don't want to say the name. But he said their school is going to lose $3 million over 10 years. It's $300,000 a year with rev share because it's a finite. They know exactly the number they have to share. They know exactly how many students have to get it, and so now their whole thing is they have to find a way to make up $300,000 a year for operating costs just to break even. And he's like, he's so mad. He thinks the beginning of the end came not just with them, he thinks it came with taking away athlete dorms. And I said, what do you mean? He goes, well, we used to have athlete dorms where athletes didn't have to live off campus so they could keep all their stipends. He said, what happens is when you eliminate athlete dorms because other students don't think it's fair, he said, now they live off campus and the stipends they get, they spend the money on where they're living and they don't have as much money to spend. I said, they're not staying on, there's not campus housing. He goes, at a lot of places, there's not athlete housing. He said, so they live off campus and their stipend goes to that. So they don't have that spending money. He said, if they would have kept student dorms and then doubled or even tripled the stipend, he said, players would be getting, $3,600 a month. They'd have been cool.
Yeah.
This is plenty of spending money for me.
Yep.
He said, you just keep adding it up, going up higher every year, another $200, $300. You get bonuses for certain, for certain performance stuff. He said, instead,
colleges have always been greedy.
They got so greedy that now they're in a spot where universities are going to have to close some college. They're going to have to close some athletic programs because they're not, unless you start saying, North Texas doesn't have to operate by the same rules as Purdue, which they're going to have to do because it's not fair. They don't get the same revenue streams.
Nope. All right, breaking it. News of the week coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time to talk about ProDunk.com. ProDunk.com. We've been talking hoops this whole show. We had Ray Ferron talking basketball. We've been talking about the Final Four. It's basketball time. And your kids are watching this basketball at the highest level. They're loving the Rockets. They're loving the Cougs. They want to get on out there. They want to play. They want to practice. They want to pretend like they're Jalen dunking over people. How are they going to do that, Dad? Well, they're only going to do it one way, and that's the Pro Dunk goal. They raise and lower with the push of a button. It is the best goal that there is. The kids want to play. They're young. They can't reach a 10-foot goal, especially the younger ones, 5, 6, 7, 10 years old. It's very difficult for them to get a basket up to a 10-foot goal. So lower it. Let them get a shooting eye. Get the perspective. They grow. The basket grows. You push it up to 10 feet. Now, all of a sudden, we got us a shooting touch. Or let's just have fun and dunk because that's what the kids want to do, and that's what they do with the Pro Dunk. lower and raise the goal with the push of a button. The best made, everything about it. There's nothing that they spare no expense on making this goal. It's the best. Produnk.com. Tell Keith Tate you heard it right here. Produnk.com. All right, some programming reminders. River Ranch tomorrow for the afternoon, guys. Paul and they're at that River Ranch up in Dayton. It's going to be beautiful. They've got some white sand beaches. Get on up there and see the guys. And this Saturday, the Astros and Jose Altuve take on Carlos Correa and the Minnesota Twins. And we are going to be airing the game right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. ESPN's pregame show starts at 12:30. First pitch, 1:10. And FAO on Monday, located at 2303 Smith Street, to watch the biggest college basketball game ever. Over 20 TVs. They have a rotating seasonal menu, classic cocktails, and FAO is also a nostalgic arcade bar. ESPN Houston are going to be there with the Killer Bee, Paul Gallant, and the Killer Bees. All going to be there. A nostalgic arcade bar.
Yeah. Where is it again?
I don't know what that means.
Oh, video games.
Oh, all the video.
Yeah,
really?
Track and field. Yeah,
Galaga.
Yeah, you always have to have Galaga and Centipede, Millipede.
Not Pac-Man.
The original Street Fighter. Yes, they'll have Pac-Man.
That's totally sweet. 2303 Smith Street, downtown, or mid. I don't know if that's midtown or downtown. A Florida woman held 2 boys at gunpoint for fishing near her backyard. Do you feel like these little rascals, these little, I don't want
hoodlums? The question should be: have you ever been held at gunpoint? Ask me.
Have you ever been held at gunpoint because of fishing while you were fishing?
In general, I've never been held at gunpoint.
Never?
Have you?
I've been shot. Well, with a BB gun, I got a BB in the back of my neck.
But by friends?
By friends? No. Well, yes, I've had a gun pointed at me. Yes.
A real one?
Yeah, real one.
That had a bullet?
Yes, the real one. And I was like, get the with that.
Was it somebody just doing it like as a joke? They thought they were being funny?
Yeah, people think they're funny when
Nothing's
they got
funnier
guns.
than having a gun pointed at you.
No, that's hilarious.
What was the name of the woman? Do we know anything about the people involved? Just that it happened?
No, it's a Florida woman. That's all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Why?
Just I go to Florida quite a bit.
Karen?
I go to Florida quite a bit. Just want to avoid her at all costs.
Yeah,
that's all.
Charges have been filed against an ex-Florida school principal and teacher in connection to underage house party. Do you think principals and teachers should have their students at their house parties?
No.
You know, we sometimes foster a learning environment here because we have interns. You know what I've never thought to myself? Let's invite this intern to a house party. But teachers will do it. Like even younger. They're supposed to be they're supposed to be in a position of authority, fostering these kids as they get ready for the world. But you know what we're gonna do after I teach you algebra? Come hang out at my home for a house party.
Weird thing. Is this a story I tell? I'll just tell John Granado and Dell off the air.
Okay.
Yeah.
There was a teacher who liked a friend of mine.
Or you're going to tell the story on the air. Which one?
This music teacher who was young, who had been come out of college. She liked a friend of mine.
Did you
and
see
she
the
told
woman,
me,
the girl who got
like,
arrested yesterday?
Yes, it's all over the internet.
All over the internet. Yeah. She's all over.
So you weren't going to tell this story?
Yeah, I'm not going to tell all of it.
No. I'm going to guess a name of one of your buddies, the buddy. I think I know who it is.
Yeah, you'll know who it is.
I know who it is. Good for him.
He didn't know. She told me.
Did anything happen with it?
No.
Oh, okay. Well,
but now, at the time I was thinking, man, this is cool. And now I'm like, oh, I've seen stories like this all the time.
She could go to prison.
Yeah, she could be in major trouble.
Right. All right, we're done. Dell's next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time to talk about Robin Orlando over at Houston Powder Coaters and what they're doing. And I'm telling you, everything that you see now, they're actually getting the seats at NRG Stadium now. They're getting the seats there, so you're going to see if you sit down low on the field, and I think they've got removable seats too in the stadium. You see those; they're going to be, if they look new, there's a reason for it. Houston Powder Coaters, they are awesome. They really, really are. They're going to do their best. I've seen them. I've seen how they do it. I've watched the process. The pre-coat process is unbelievable. How they prepare everything, and they do an unbelievable job. It just doesn't get better than Houston Powder Coaters in the way they go about it. Free pickup and delivery. You got to get this done before the summer comes, because it's really, really busy right now. So if you've got something that you want when you're going to be outside by the pool or whatever, do it now. Okay, tables, chairs, anything metal, they can help. They can fix it. Hardware, straps, slings, repair, all of it. They do it all. Car parts, boat parts, whatever it is. Anything metal, Houston Powder Coaters can make it look great. Primping and priming is second to none. And they got over 100 colors in stock. They're the best. 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Welcome to the show. Might as well jump in earlier than normal because it's already 10:12, thanks to John and Lance. We've had this question and answer thing between me and you, Sean, about who would be most bothered by the start of their show 5 minutes to 7 minutes after when it's supposed to begin. At 12, I think everyone's bothered. Except for me. I'm not bothered at all. Because I already been doing radio for 3 hours, so I'm not bothered at all.
Yeah, you just view this as like a 5-hour block
experience. Yeah,
it's just
different roles for me
at
within
a certain
those
point,
5 hours.
Those two guys walk away.
Yeah, and I continue. So I'm fine with that. I'm doing radio for 5 hours. That's how I think about it every day. But it's time for a break. But before we do that, we'll set up the show. I try to stay on time. Well, at least that's my goal. Never really works out thanks to how we normally start. But this is egregious. This is crazy. In fact, our system reacted in a way because it was so surprised that we hadn't started. Just some behind the scenes stuff. So we got the Rockets of 50 wins, which was something I didn't think they would accomplish this year. We talked about it before the year started. How many wins would they get? I thought they'd be a playoff team and beyond, like battling for a 5 or 6 seed. I just looked at last year and the teams who won 50 games. And for the most part, unless they had an MVP candidate, there were 2 All-Stars. Like with the Thunder, they had Shea, MVP candidate. They're a 50-win team. The Nuggets, they had, well, the actual MVP. And you look in Boston, MVP candidate / 2 All-Stars. So you get what I'm saying. I did not think the Rockets had 2 All-Stars. They had 1, but they were still able to get to 50, which is a credit to that entire roster. And this is a roster who at times didn't have one half of the Terror Twins. I don't know if they were both out for an extended amount of time at the same time. I know Tari, we know his back-to-back stuff, and then Ahmed missed his time. But so those are 2 of your top 7 or 8 missed time. But it did not matter. They kept pushing through. The way they play, I think, as long as there's effort, they're always going to have a shot to win games just because they're an offensive rebounding team who plays good defense and forces turnovers and tries to change those turnovers into easy offensive possession. So their formula is one where they can survive a couple of injuries. Thankfully, a lot of their guys played mostly the entire year. And, of course, Jalen's on the verge of playing 82 games for the second year in a row. We'll see how they treat that. He did that last year. We'll see if they want to do that again. And particularly if they wrap up the 2 seed. With Denver losing last night, Denver sat guys after their double overtime loss to the Wolves. They lost to the Spurs at home. Jovic didn't play, among others. So it was a game where you could see a situation where the Rockets could gain a game with their beat down of the Jazz. Man, it's not revolutionary what I'm going to say, but man, the Jazz stink. And they want to stink, so that's part of the equation. But watching the likes of Walker Kessler and Kyle Filipowski get tortured by the Rockets again. The last time they played was Jalen Green having Filipowski in hell in the pick and roll game late in the game as the Rockets closed that one out. This one started early where both those guys thought they had easy buckets and Ahmed would come out of nowhere and pretty much slap the ball right out of their hands on the way up. Type of defensive player he is. It was a runaway. It was a nice bounce back from the tough Lakers loss, and this is what the Rockets are capable of. If you're bad and you're not going to play hard, their efforts just going to run you out of the gym. The Jazz have plenty of problems. I won't put quit on them. It's just the team knows
they're not good.
They're just not good.
They're just not good.
The team knows they're not good. The team knows the franchise doesn't actually want to win. The players want to go out there and not get embarrassed. So in their one-on-one matchup, sure, they're going to try to win, but they're not going to stick together in a cohesive way in a game. If the Rockets jump out to a big lead, they're not going to let's stick to the plan so we can stay in it. Hey, it's time to get mine or just time to play. And that's kind of how these games go. You think how bad some of the games are. It's mostly that.
I mean, that's what the Sixers did when the Rockets played the Sixers. As after they made every shot in the first half, then they just went into like, all right, Jared Butler time for me to break down Amin Thompson. And that did not work. And the Rockets like immediately overcame a 20-point deficit in the third quarter. So yeah, I think that this is what a 50-win team should do to a team with 60 losses already on the season.
And has actively been trying to get to like
70
if they could. They've been trying to get to this point.
the Jazz, it's a weird thing with them because who is it? Will Hardy, who's their head coach, who people think is a good coach, and they started off really well in his first year, and then a couple of injuries hit, and they kind of fell apart. And they was like, it's time to start losing again. They pay Lauri Markkanen, they don't trade him to Golden State, and they're like, you know what? After the first 25 or so games, let's start losing again. I don't know what's going on there with Kevin McHale in Utah. I guess they're waiting. I mean, I'm sure it's like, hey, once we get Cooper Flagg, then we'll start to try, I guess. How many times are they going to do this?
Don't put this on Rocket coaching legend Kevin McHale. This is a Danny Ainge joint.
What? Yeah, two Celtics. I just put them together. Danny Ainge, you're right. I just put.
Don't put this stink on
you're
Kevin
right.
McHale.
You're right. Kevin McHale is just the one who would trade away his best player to his former team to help them win a title. He did that. He's got that on his resume. You're right. It is a Danny Ainge joint. Sorry, all you old Celtics are the same to me. A-holes.
I have a documentary for you to help you differentiate.
We have talked about that. I am not watching that Bill Simmons creation. Never. No one's looking for that. Was it you and I who just said no one's talking about this thing? Who's talking about that Celtics doc? Who is bringing that up and say, hey, you know what you should watch? The Celtics doc. It's never come up in conversation from anyone I know.
Yeah, but if we're in if we're doing a radio show in Massachusetts, it's The Last Dance. That's
sure.
They're doing
Rhode Island. I'm sure it's big.
They're
Vermont.
doing episode by episode breakdowns like we did in 2020.
Well, they would certainly if there was no sports. I'm sure in Vermont, Maine, Massachusetts. I'm sure it's great. I'm sure people love it. But in the rest of the world, no one was looking for it. Another retrospective about Celtics basketball created by the biggest Celtics fan in media.
You could talk me into like a 4-parter, 3-parter, maybe.
Too much is what? 6? How much is it?
It's like 8.
Oh, F out of here. 8-part Celtics doc. What are you talking about?
I think they're just now getting to like Larry Bird.
So we started back from Havlicek and before.
Yeah. Tommy Heinsohn.
Probably a whole episode about how the parquet floor became a thing there.
Red Auerbach.
Come on. Is there a point where they talk about how they treated Bill Russell? Is that in the doc?
I would have to watch.
Me too. I'm not going to be able to find out. Someone else watch it and tell us. Watch it and tell us about it tomorrow when Michael Carroll joins us. You know what Michael Carroll hasn't recommended? The Celtics doc. Because he, who was here to tell you about television, even he won't do it because no one cares except for Bill Simmons and the Ringer people who have to pretend they care because he's their boss. Okay. A new person who fits that bill is Zach Lowe. Oh, I think we played sound from him when he talked to Bill about the Rockets.
Hater, hating on the Rockets. Wait, was he hating on the Rockets? Or?
No, he was not hating on the Rockets.
Someone was hating on the Rockets.
Well, Bill Simmons questions if they need the guy to go to when they need a bucket, which is something we talked about as well.
A koozie type.
Isn't that Reed Shepherd? Don't they have that guy?
They had him.
They had that
5
guy.
threes.
They're just not playing him. And that was a moment from the game. Reed Shepherd going off. The data dredging stats are always funny because you can pretty much find a stat about anything. It's like the first player to hit 5 threes in a certain amount of time and so on and so forth. Okay. Did you mention he was playing a 60-loss team? Is that part of the record, Stu?
No.
Late in the game against a 60-loss team?
Bury that.
Oh, we don't want to talk about that. Okay. In a non-competitive game where you're the human victory cigar, you're out there knocking down threes against the Jazz. Cool. But the big point is, as once again, despite planning to try to go to break, we did not.
No, we can just combine. We'll be fine.
Okay.
We'll get on time.
Okay, we'll go to break it. Whatever. We'll go to break.
No, we can go and break right now.
Yeah, we can go to break and combine. Rockets 50 wins, solidified their playoff spot, and now it's just about positioning, but it's a credit to that team for what they have accomplished over the last 2 seasons after it being an unwatchable product for 3 seasons. The legacy of Steven Silas, I think, is dead. We don't have to mention him anymore. The dark years are over. It's a new day, and now it's all about who we're going to see in the playoffs. Game 1, at this point, not completely guaranteed, but almost a game 1 in Houston as the Rockets are back in the playoffs. Okay, we'll go to break. Now we'll talk some Astros. Unfortunately, they are still not hitting, but they did put up a crooked number, but there's some context to it. And it's almost more embarrassing the way they got to their crooked number. We talked about it yesterday. Can I get to one? They did. Unfortunately, Fromber put up a bit of a stinker early. It was one of those Fromber games where it got away from him, and then it kept getting away from him. He found his way back, but it's too late at that point. You give up 5 runs with this Astros lineup trying to claw back, you got no shot. So we'll get to that. The Cougs are in San Antonio. A lot to get to. If you want to get in, 713-780-3776. We had listener fights yesterday, at least on the phone. There are no actual punches thrown. We welcome calls of all sorts. I mean, if you got a beef with someone, you can call in, or maybe you just want to talk about, actual sports, you can do that too. We will be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Do you think this would be a playoff team and a winning team without Ime Udoka? Seems like he really transformed the culture in the franchise since arriving here.
I feel like talent-wise, we have the talent, but he was the head of the snake, with just coming in and bringing the dog out of us and bringing that culture to us, and getting guys to play hard. That first year, I'm pretty sure. It looked like it. He taught us all a lesson of just you're not gonna play hard, you're gonna come out, and that's habits that we had to break as young guys on the worst team in the NBA for the first 2 years. So I feel like he's helped us a lot in that direction, and it's only up. We keep growing and we take it seriously now.
Jalen Green talking about the impact of Ime Udoka, who has, with the help of the talent acquisition of Rafael Stone, changed the trajectory of a franchise that people had buried, and they played their part in it. They didn't want to be good. They decided after James Harden kind of decimated the franchise by asking out, and of course Russ wanted out too. We all remember. Well, maybe if you don't, that's kind of how it played out. Silas is hired. He thinks he's going to coach a veteran team who, well, while they may not be a contender, has a shot to be a playoff performer. And James like, nah, we can't win here. I went out. This was right after he got Chris Paul out of here, at least maybe the year after that. And then Russ was like, yeah, I don't want to be here either. So at that point, the Rockets turned as far as their approach and said, we're not going to be good. It's going to be maybe a long road if we try to be mediocre, long road to get back to being an actual contender. So they decided to be bad. And it took a couple years, but now look at them. Got a shot to host the playoff series, at least the first couple games, and who knows where they go from there. So while Alperen and Jalen are kind of the two players we talk about quite a bit as far as what this Rockets team can accomplish, the coach, and we joke on this show about coaches and their willingness to avoid tough stuff. Like they hate when there are obstacles in their way, and it's me railing a lot on college coaches. Ime Udoka shows you how important coaches are, and this is not a guy who's had a lot of playoff runs in him or just coaching seasons in him. This is his third year as a head coach, and to do what he's done to turn this particular franchise around warrants some real consideration for coach of the year. That's probably going to go to Kenny Atkinson or Mark Daigneault in Oklahoma City, but Ime should at least be a top 5 candidate, if not just the third candidate, falling behind those two. So he gets a lot. He gets a lot of, we want to go credit pie for what this Rockets team has been over the course of the last 2 seasons. Really giant jump last year, and of course another one this year. And at this point, I think they've accomplished, at least from the outside perspective, I know they have their internal expectations. They've accomplished all that you could have asked for them this year, regular season wise. Clearly, what the postseason brings, that will be determined by matchups.
I do wonder what their internal expectations was, because like you said, like I don't think anyone was out here saying 50 wins.
I'll give Lance credit, and I never like to.
No, you don't have to.
Okay, he was all right. Then I won't. Never mind. Keep going.
But I don't think anyone said 50 wins. Again, don't give Lance any credit.
No credit.
I felt like that we were kind of on the high side, or at least I felt like I was on the high side of the 2 shows I'm on. And I was like, yeah, they can get to like 45, 46. I was like, they're gonna be battling to be the 6, 7 seed, and now they're in a situation where like 2 seed is on the table and relatively likely. Like obviously they have a tough remaining schedule, but it actually would take quite a bit for them to fall like to 4 or 5. So they're going to avoid the 1 seed until the West Finals if it comes there. And I don't think we have to raise the expectations to like now you have to make the Western Conference Finals, just because we know that the playoffs is a completely different animal. But really, the success of the season is that like we're definitely going to see these guys in a playoff series, which will help inform kind of expectations going forward, or how we view this team going into next season.
I am interested to see the inevitable turn from this is great to you guys need to win and win now.
It'll be when Fred VanVleet shoots 3 for 13
You think it happens
in an elimination.
You think it
game.
happens in this playoff run? Yeah. You think it'll happen that quickly?
I think it'll be get this guy off my team.
Like if it happens, if they drop a series to Minnesota in the first round, 2-7, they lose to Minnesota in the first round, or maybe Golden State, whatever it might be. You think people are going, all right, this guy's good enough to be here. This guy's good enough to be here. This guy, you stunk in these playoffs. You got to go.
I think next week we should do scapegoat power rankings for the
definitely
for playoff scapegoat power rankings.
That'll be our playoff preview, not the matchup. Well, how are they gonna handle Jimmy Butler in isolation? Is Amin gonna take that responsibility? Whoever they face, it doesn't matter. We're gonna do playoff scapegoats and who's most likely to be blamed if this goes the wrong way in the first round.
But I think number one on that list by far is Fred VanVleet. Fred VanVleet is like gets that when they lose regular season games and he shoots poorly.
It's true. Why is he shooting? Why doesn't they take him out?
Yeah. And so I think that will be the like, you know, they need to put Amin Thompson at point guard, or Reed Shepherd did enough, and I'm sure there'll be another game where none of the starters are playing for both sides, where Reed Shepherd will ball out these last 5 games as well. Especially Fred VanVleet looks to be they're being cautious with an injury,
with an injury that they believe was going to hamper him until the season's over. I think that's the vibes that he's going to have to be dealing with this until their run's done.
Yes, but they want to give him basically an extra week, and then they'll have a week off, more or less, and then the playoffs start. But yeah, I think Fred VanVleet's going to be the one that people are going to say Amin Thompson and Reed Shepherd should just be the point guards next year.
How do you think we should position the imaging? Because we got to get Michael Carroll on playoff scapegoat. Do we make it dramatic, like it's a trailer for an Avengers movie, or do we go with like a game show? Now back for another edition of playoff scapegoat, and then we start to and then we can
do other teams. We can do national,
sure, and then
so it has some leg,
and then we move the rankings depending on the games. Like coming up strong, coming up fast on Fred VanVleet is. Insert a player is Dylan Brooks. He went 3 for 11, 2 from 9 for 3.
Okay.
Stuff like that. We'll do
thinking
that.
Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah, we can do playoff scapegoat.
I think that I think that's something that every team go. I mean, Josh Giddey last year on the OKC Thunder, he was the playoff scapegoat.
Yeah, they're like
part of it was because their coach benched him in second halves of the Dallas series, but also scapegoat.
Yeah,
happens to everybody.
There are only so many young players you can stomach when you are either in a series and you say, okay, Shea, cool. Jalen Williams is cool. Lou Dort's not that young anymore, but we love him. If Josh Giddey in his first playoff run is having a bad time, let's say he's a giant problem. He's got to go.
It doesn't even have to be young guy. I mean,
that's true.
Marcus Smart for the Celtics.
Well, they did win it as soon as they got rid of him. Of course, they did add multiple players that. Yeah. Like Drew Holiday, champion.
They basically traded him for Drew Holiday.
Yeah, and then they added Porzingis, who.
Oh yeah, I guess they actually traded him from Porzingis.
Yeah,
but who took a spot in the lineup? They replaced him
with Drew Holiday, made Derek White more important, and of course, Porzingis when he was healthy was something that was a matchup problem for everyone. So they did a lot beyond just trading Marcus Smart.
Yeah, playoff scape.
And there will be someone for every team except for the winning team, the team who wins the finals, who will get blamed.
Yeah.
And whether they get traded or not is different, but they will be blamed for what happens in their series.
I don't think there's a single team, because most people would say that the Rockets are the team, at least the Western Conference, like in the Western Conference. Eastern Conference, there's like 4 teams that are, in my mind, they shouldn't be taking things too personally when they lose in the playoffs.
Yeah.
But in the Western Conference, like I think most people would say the Rockets are the most like, hey, happy to be here, like all good vibes just by making it. But locally, we know it's like, nope, there's gonna, again, God forbid Sengun needs to, gets victimized in a game 3 and needs to be taken out for defensive purposes, then then the skateboard power rankings, maybe he's shooting up the ranks. Jalen Green gets benched like he did in the Lakers game. He's going. So, I mean, Amin Thompson, if he airballs a three in a big moment, like there's just so many guys that will have the microscope on them. I think some of it is tying back to the Rockets clinching a playoff spot is because a good amount of this fan base like hasn't seen a young team in the playoffs.
No.
Every one of the Jalen or of the James Harden teams after like 2015 were all actually after like 2014 we're all very veteran laden teams.
Daryl Morey made it a point
yes
to add veterans. He wasn't looking to play young guys, and this came up again because it always comes up. He's just going to be a focal point of conversations. John was baiting me about my concerns about Jalen Green, and I do think it's funny because I was in a back and forth with someone on Twitter about Jalen Green being a better player, which you can reasonably say is true. But we know what'll happen if he drops a 4 for 17 in game one. All that positivity people are talking about will go out the window, and it won't be his fault. Well, partly it'll be a fault because he shot poorly, but the expectations just ratchet up, and your I don't want to call it failures, but your limitations or your shortcomings just get exacerbated and emphasized in the playoffs, and people will focus on them, even if it is just a one game sample size.
It happens to
everyone. He won't be unique. It'll just be his first time going through it in the scope of it being a playoff series, and you helped lose a game, and now we're down 0-1 or tied 1-1 when we thought we could go up 2-0. It's just how the playoffs flow. Okay, we'll get to a team who is very comfortable in the playoffs. A lot of new faces on this particular team, and they're not performing well. We'll get to the Astros. Another loss. They get swept by the Giants, and Framber is your ace. He's supposed to be your stopper, and he did not pitch well yesterday, and it just led to another, for the most part, non-competitive loss as the Astros drop another one. And they're in Minnesota today to see Correa and the Twins. But we'll get into what happened with the Astros. We'll play some more Rocket stuff because he may talk about making a playoff, so we'll probably get to that in the second hour. Noah Hill today. He has stuff to do. I don't know. Once he told me he wasn't coming in, I stopped caring about what he's doing this week. I was like, whatever. We'll talk to you again next week, hopefully. And of course, Michael Carroll will join us tomorrow. But you want to get in 713-780-3776. We'll be back with Astro stuff.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
You might have heard that promo coming in where one host says the idea of another host is, or at least a tweet of another host is dumb, dumb, dumb. That needs to be put to beat another beat. That's my favorite part of that whole thing. Dumb, dumb, dumb. Jeremy Branham and Lance Erline are fine. I think Jeremy Branham welcomes that type of attention. I feel like he's one of those guys who's like, no attention is bad attention. If you're paying attention to me, cool. Until you cross a line. I don't think him hearing Lance say one of his tweets is dumb is crossing the line.
Yeah, because he knows he's a volume shooter.
Exactly.
He's just getting the people going.
Mm-hmm. See the Jalen Green of the station?
He's a little bit more efficient, I think.
Well, the Espada, a lineups bit that he said he was getting rid of, but didn't.
April Fools. Haha.
I thought he was above that, but I was wrong. I was clearly wrong. And speaking of Espada and his Astros, they drop another one to the Giants. They get swept. We asked for them to put up a crooked number. Just give us one inning where you score more than one run. And they did that, but let's add some context to it. There's a pop fly that the Giants misplayed, and then Yordan hit one very hard at a guy who had never started at first base before. So that's what led to the crooked inning. Giant misplays by the Giants, I guess I should put it that way. That led to the crooked inning. Didn't matter because Fromber was very bad early. I was listening or watching the highlights again before the show, and Flores hit the home run, and the Giants play-by-play guy was like, Flores has never had a hit over Fromber. And the next pitch, bang, home run. He's now just 1 for 9. Flores has 5 hits on the season, and 4 of them are home runs. I pray for times like these for the Astros.
Oh, well, there better be a cup in his locker. We got Jerks and Profar out the paint. Let's get Wilmer Flores
out of here.
Yeah.
He's not hitting the ball a lot, but when he does, it flies out of the ballpark. Questions need to be asked.
What kind of bat is he using?
Well, that would be legal. If he was just using a torpedo bat, that'd be fine. And apparently the torpedo bats are coming to the Astros. I don't know why they're like a week and a half late, but those are coming next week, I think, for the Astros. We don't know where they'll be as far as they're hitting. When those bats get here, it'll be interesting to see how many guys give them a shot. I'm going to say it's less than you might think. Baseball people love sticking with what they know. We'll see. I don't think a lot of guys are going to adopt the bat.
I'm putting that bat in Jake Meyers' hands, whether he likes it or not.
Why are you singling out Jake Meyers? He ain't the only one who should be forced to use a torpedo bat. I get it. He's the butt of a lot of jokes, but Jake Meyers, why you say F me for? Look at it. Look at Christian Walker. Look at Paredes.
They've proven that they can hit.
Not
with
as
a
Astros,
bat.
they haven't.
Yeah, that is true. Actually, Christian Walker, look at those exit feelings.
Yeah, I know. Once again,
bad luck.
Hit the ball where they ain't. I don't care how hard you
just
hit the ball.
choke up on it. Hit
whatever it takes, man. At this point, I don't want to hear about exit velos anymore. I know it's supposed to be a harbinger. If he keeps hitting the ball hard, eventually it's going to find grass. You know what? Don't care how hard you hit them. Unless you're hitting them out of the ballpark, just find a spot for them to land where an opponent isn't at this point.
Yeah, you can learn from, I already forgot, Wilmer Flores.
Yes. If you're going to hit the ball that hard, hit it, elevate it out of the ballpark.
Those 4 hard hit balls that are all outs, what if instead they're just home runs?
Yeah. What if you hit them out of the ballpark? I'd welcome it. And so would the rest of the fan base, and so would the Astros as an organization. It's been a rough start, man. What are you going to do? There's nothing you can do other than to acknowledge it and be rational and say it's going to change. Because as you said, the likes of Walker and Paredes have done this before. I do think it's funny that all that talk about the Crawford boxes and Paredes. Well, he's played how many games at home so far? How good is that doing? How well is that potential Crawford box short porch done for? How was that done for Paredes so far?
He had one fly ball to left field. I was like, what the hell is this?
I was told.
Bring it closer.
I was told that the Crawford boxes would turn him into a legend because of all the home runs that would have flown out of the ballpark if he had been playing at now Dyken Park.
It wasn't even to the warning track, dude. Come on.
I mean, much like Astro fans and the Astros have the numbers that tell you how many home runs he would have hit, so do the other teams. And perhaps they would pitch away from that scenario because they know what his tendencies are. I don't know. I feel like I know it's cool to do the research and pretend like what you're doing is unique. Everyone else does that too. Everyone out there knows.
People are getting paid to do that.
People are getting paid to know that Paredes would kill it at Dyken Park if you pitched him in a way that allowed him to pull the ball all the time. That's all. They get paid too.
Mm-hmm.
And
those quants get paid too, and the Giants shadowy somewhere in the bowels of their team facility.
Yeah, and the Mets guys or women get paid too. And you know what? They found a way not to let him get off to the best start in baseball history simply because he was playing in Dyken Park and the Crawford boxes were waiting out there for him. They adjusted. Now it's his turn to adjust along with the rest of the Astros. Well, they get out of Houston, which historically over the last couple of years has been good for the Astros. They're in Minnesota to play a 2-4 Twins team. The entire AL Central is 2-4. So first place all around for everybody in that division.
I know that we talk about the AL West being bad. AL Central. Come on, guys.
Pick it up.
Come on. Yeah, the funniest thing that could possibly happen is that they score like 7 runs today.
It's
right?
what I won't say it's what I expect. I just wouldn't be surprised. This has been the history of this team for whatever reason. At home, they're disgusting, and on the road,
the funniest part is like you mentioned with Walkers and Paredes. Like this isn't the home ballpark for you guys.
You guys should treat this like it's on the road and be great like other Astros are when they go on the road.
Here, right?
Yeah, it's only been 6 games, and maybe I don't know how did they both play in the Space Cowboys games. So at most they played 8 games.
That's not counting like if they sat.
In a game. They should not be accustomed to Astros behavior at home already.
Last year, this batter's eye gave you no problems whatsoever.
Yeah, but once you put on the Astros uniform, it changes your entire mindset. Hey, get away from the ballpark, go to Minnesota, which is historically a place you've played pretty well, and go get it done. And the Twins are the opposite. They have played all 6 games on the road. They're coming home for their first series. So we will see.
I'm sure Twins fans are like, yeah, we get a home game. Like this now will be good because aren't they like 2-4
along with the rest of the AL Central? They're all
and the Astros are like finally we get to get away from Dyken Park.
Jeez.
Now we can start hitting in 39-degree weather.
Yeah. So we know it's not the name of the building that affects them. If you had any thoughts that now that it's not named Minute Maid anymore, they'd be better at home.
It goes deeper than orange juice.
Yeah, it's not just it's not just how that train looks out there now that it's changed.
Yeah, I thought maybe the new paint job. No.
Baseballs instead of oranges. Maybe things would have changed. Has the research been done to figure out if they just repainted the oranges or did they get all new?
No, I think they got new ones because they were selling oranges.
Of course they would sell them. Of course they would try to make a buck off.
How much do you think they're selling them for?
So, you have the answer. Okay. Sell on their official site. So they
in the ballpark.
Oh, they're selling them in the ballpark.
Yeah.
You can take one of those giant oranges home. How do you get it home?
Well, some of them were like disintegrated.
Okay.
Or like partially, because they're just kind of squished in there.
So they're not even a full orange.
They're in rough shape.
They've been out there for a while. I'm gonna go. Would it be more than the price of a ticket to a ball game? Yeah, probably. Would they sell them for more than a jersey? I'm gonna go 180. More? I guess it is history. Let's go 450.
Okay, it was 300.
Oh, 300. So split the difference.
Yeah.
Okay. 300 for a dilapidated orange. All right.
Foam, made of foam.
All right. I get it. Time to make a buck. I mean, you sell old seats when you rip them out. Why not sell an orange? Whatever. Just hit the baseball. And maybe going to Target Field will change things for me.
But it was 300 and then a full orange 500.
So if your orange is moldy, you get to pay $300 for it.
Yeah.
But if
yeah.
it's a fresh orange, it's $500.
Yeah, I can.
Do they ship it to you, or do you have to take it home into your car the day of? How do I get one? I don't remember how big they are.
I'm working on it. I'm reading the rest of the Houston Chronicle article.
Okay, while you do that,
Well, they tell you how you can come home with
we'll
it.
go to break so you can bring that information to us when we come back. How do you get an orange from the train to your home? Sean will tell us when we come back. So you sent me the picture of those deflated foam oranges or the full ones with the pricing depending on what type of orange you get. Did you find out whether you can have that delivered to you or do you have to take it home? Because they're in a glass case.
Yes.
So someone has to take it out of there, or do you?
It's
do
like
you get
razors
it
at
on
a
the day?
grocery store.
Yeah. Do you get it on the day, or will they send it to you?
I did not get that information.
Okay.
There was no information on procurement
Okay.
or payment plan.
If you're out,
can I just pay you $25 a month for the next? However
can I
many
get
months that
4
is?
payments interest free
Yeah.
to get my orange? So if you guys know, if you've been out to the ballpark in the early season and have seen them and maybe have bought one, let us know if you know how you get one of those. Can you take it home the day of, or will they send it to you?
And apparently they had to like cut some of them. That's why they're like that.
Yeah, to remove them from other oranges, I guess, other fake oranges. We didn't mention this, at least I didn't. I guess it's my responsibility. Dylan Brooks picked up his 16th technical. We talked about this. It would be better if he picked it up in the LA game so he could miss the Utah game. Instead, he will miss they play OKC next?
OKC.
He'll miss the OKC game unless the Rockets appeal it and it gets rescinded. It was against Colin Sexton. It was down on the Rockets' end of the floor, and I think Colin Sexton took the ball away from him or whatever, but it wound up where Dylan Brooks' legs flailed and it hit Colin Sexton in a place you never want to get hit. And then an arm kind of flailed out there too. All I know that Colin Sexton took a half a beat to recover. They reviewed it. And Tony Brothers was like, technical foul, Dylan Brooks, which means he has 16. And we were talking about what subsequent technical fouls would mean. Every technical foul after you pick up your 16th in the regular season, it's a $5,000 fine. Every 2, you miss another game.
Okay.
They were talking about it on the broadcast yesterday.
Okay.
So Dylan Brooks, unless they get the appeal heard and goes in their favor, he's going to miss the OKC game, and then he's on the hook for $5,000 the rest of the way if he picks up another technical. So that's how that plays out. But beyond him knocking down, or at least kicking Colin Sexton there, and Reed Shepherd knocking down shots late, there wasn't a lot going on in that game. It's just the Jazz.
It was just the team thoroughly outplaying the Utah Jazz.
Yes, and the Jazz are just trying to get to the end of the year and secure the best possible draft pick they can, and then that'll head off into the Salt Lake City summer, and they'll do it all over again next year, unless they get Cooper Flagg, and they may start trying next year.
Yeah. I mean, at that seems to be the entire point of this Jazz era since trading away Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert, is that they're basically doing the process, but I don't know.
Hoping it goes better.
Catching less heat for it and hoping it goes well. But I mean, who's their, like, they haven't actually gotten their even Joel Embiid yet.
No, Lauri Markkanen.
Have they gotten their Michael Carter Williams yet?
They traded for Lauri Markkanen, and he's a good player. They paid him to keep him when trading him might have been the better option for them, considering how they never want to win games. But he is not good enough to be the best player on a really good basketball team.
And the West is insane.
Yes,
too.
It's a bad place to be in if Lauri Markkanen's your best player. He's good. He would help a lot of teams. You just don't want him as your number one, unless you're a bad team who doesn't mind him only playing 40 games a year.
Yeah.
So there that is.
Feel bad for the Utah Jazz.
Yeah, all broken up for him.
Yeah.
My Twitter account would be the opposite of Vernon Maxwell's, where all I do is tweet sympathetic things about the Jazz.
Especially if they miss out on
They
Cooper
do
Flagg.
have electricity in Utah. Why hasn't someone created a not Vernon Maxwell Twitter account and just counters everything he says when he talks about the Jazz? Get that done. If you want some engagement.
We do have Wi-Fi.
If you want some engagement, do that. And you and Vernon Maxwell can go back and forth, see how it goes for you.
If this was like 14 Twitter, then definitely. That definitely would already exist.
Like, and you position yourself as a Houston fan who just thinks he's too hard on the Jazz. Yeah. You're not even a Jazz fan. You think Vernon Maxwell's out of line. That's all.
Or you're a Houston fan that lives in Utah.
Something like that. You know what, Vernon? I thought the same as you did.
Hey, I don't root for these guys, but we do have Wi-Fi.
Yeah. You keep talking about electricity and Wi-Fi. How do you think I'm tweeting at you right now? Electricity and Wi-Fi. Vernon. Okay. So Dylan Brooks, the technical foul. We can talk about someone who didn't get a technical foul, but he's being investigated. We talked about it yesterday, but we didn't actually play the clip. John Morant. he is being investigated for his gun gesture. If you didn't see it, late in the Warriors win over the Grizz, it was during a timeout. They're walking back to the bench. Ja Morant looks to a couple of Warriors who are congregating after a timeout. After the timeout, and they're all walking away. At least the Grizzlies are, and he does like a little. It's not even a little. He does double fingers. You want to call him holding a rifle? I don't know what you want to call it. He just had finger guns out with both hands pointing at random members of the Warriors. Buddy Hield didn't appreciate it. He mimicked it, saying what are you doing? I don't know if Buddy Hield's gonna get in trouble for doing it, but he pretty much like, what? Hey, look at him. He's doing the gun thing.
He's doing the thing.
Yeah. Draymond had the same reaction.
Yeah.
Steph was perplexed by it.
My favorite part of that, Steph was just kind of like,
what are you doing? The one guy who did not care, like Jimmy Butler's walking by, and then Ja does it as Jimmy Butler's past him, so Jimmy Butler doesn't see it. He sees the reaction of his teammates and he looks back. Oh, Jimmy's like, whatever, I'm just gonna keep going. I'm not getting involved in this. So the NBA is investigating Ja. It's been a quiet year year plus for Ja when it comes to things like that, but he's back. A frustration for the Grizzlies all around as they fire their coach. Things have not gone well for them after a good start to the year. And we'll see what the NBA does. I'm sure he'll catch a fine for the gun gesture. Well, I don't know if a suspension will come, but yeah, the Warriors like, wait a minute, what are we talking about here? What's going on?
Again, the fact none of them were like mad. They're all just like, what is this?
We're grown men. You're an adult.
I'm Stephen Curry.
Are you suggesting that it's you? I think the words he said might have been more important as far as figuring out how intimidating and how egregious this was. If he's just doing a hand gesture and if he actually makes a threat, then we have a real problem.
Do you think
if he just does the hand gesture, I'm not sure what's going to come of it.
Do you think the Warriors could have made it worse for him if they all just got down like it was an actual gun?
Maybe
they all just covered up like on the bench, like when a guy
makes I guess an awful attempt out of three, just hits the side of the backboard, and it was like, oh no. Yeah, if they would have done that, it certainly would have drawn more attention. I just don't know, man. It's odd to see it. Like, you got a max deal, you've got a max deal. Buddy Hield, you don't have a max deal. But Jimmy, Draymond, Steph, Ja, all dudes with max deals. What is going on?
All people whose net worth is probably over $300 million.
At this point, totality of contracts, are we getting close to $1 billion between them?
Oh, probably.
Steph's, Jimmy's.
Jimmy's making
earnings
$50 million a year and going to make 60.
Yeah, if we're talking about career earnings combined, they're probably in that high, $750 to billion dollar range, and this is what they're involved in. I would be perplexed if I'm Steph too. Wait a minute. I just want a gold medal. What are you doing?
I have a wife and kids.
What are we talking about here? Why are you pointing guns? Why are you pointing finger guns at me? I don't know, man. Ja's a great player, but there are some questions about not only maturity, but what he can be as a player. I mean, we have these things about Jalen Green, but Ja's another one of those guys who we're not sure if when it felt like it was pretty clear. Like, remember, second overall to Zion. Oh, the Grizzlies really lucked out. Look what Ja's become, and Zion can't stay on the court. Now it's those top two guys. While Ja plays more, you got questions about both.
Or Jalen plays more.
No, I was comparing them to Zion.
Oh, to Zion. Okay.
Because the Grizzlies were they lost out because they couldn't get Zion because they finished second in the lottery, and they picked Ja, and it's like, it's pretty good to have Ja. Zion doesn't play. He's injured. We got Ja. We're consistent, maybe not real contender, but at least we're the 2 seed. And now you got a team who's fired the coach, and you got a player who's reverted back, at least in this way. I mean, it's not the gun thing online is a different story, but there is a question about his maturity overall and just what he can be as a player, because the jump shooting is not improved. And if teams can just sag off of you and you're going to miss time for nagging injuries, there's a lot going on there where you're like, what's the Grizzlies' future, and does it still have Ja Morant in it?
I mean, as far as availability too, like,
he doesn't play. He misses like 7 to 8. He stretches of 7 games, 5 games here, 4 games here.
He's played 55 games the last 2 seasons.
I'm saying.
So he had 9 last season due to suspension and injury, and then 46 this year, only due to injury. Meanwhile, Zion Williamson, Iron Man, people are asking.
Who's asking that?
30 games this year, 70 last year. Last 2 seasons, 100 games. Ja Morant, 55. How's that for availability?
So we have an answer. I guess the news dropped like 30 minutes or so ago. Buddy Hield and Ja both got warnings for their gun gestures. Buddy Hield's like, I was just mimicking what the guy was doing to me. You're going to warn me? No fines, no suspensions, but they do both get warnings for, hey, cut that out. We're not looking for that. So that's all that comes of that.
Also, Ja Morant, 23 points per game, rounding up a little. 55% from the field, 30% three. Jalen Green, 22 points, 35 from three, 42 from overall. I don't know. Same picture to me.
Spider-Man?
Yeah.
So
Jalen Green with the shoe deal. Jalen Green that does the gritty. That's
Jalen Green who doesn't play enough.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
Jalen Green's played twice as many games this season.
Yeah, Jalen Green's on the verge of playing 2 straight years of 82 games apiece. So this was the language from the NBA. The league ruled the celebrations were not intended to be violent in nature, but inappropriate. I would first say they weren't celebrations. The Grizzlies were down by 7. That was not a celebration. And it was just Buddy Hield mocking or doing the same thing Ja did to him. Not a celebration. But I don't know how you determine what's violent or not. It feels like the gun thing is violent, but I guess it depends on what he might have said. If he was like just pointing at him, hey, buddy, you want to meet up for dinner?
Want to play Call of Duty after this?
That's right. COD? Me and you, COD? And Buddy's like, me and you, COD.
Yeah, let's go.
That's how they, it's like when guys on motorcycles do that little signal, say, hey, man, I'm on a Harley, you're on a Harley. That's what they're doing. COD? COD. And that's why no one is going to face a suspension or catch a fine. So all's well that ends well, right? We'll see what Ja does in Miami tonight. Him and Tyler Hero. COD. COD. He should be finding Kyler Murray. Those are the two who should be playing.
Kyler's probably too good.
At COD.
Actually, Ja Morant has a lot of free time on his hands.
He doesn't play enough. He might be great at Call of Duty. Him and Kyler go back and forth. I would bet if it wouldn't just be a bad look that Kyler Murray would be in a Call of Duty tournament, like one of those and play one of those streamers who makes 25K for winning a tournament.
Where they're all like sat in a row.
Yeah,
and stuff.
Kyler would be a celebrity, part of the celebrity team who plays, but guys,
Pro-Am.
I would, but the contract, can't. All of it's a bad look for me. I can't do it, but I appreciate the invite. He's avoided any real news other than like pretty much playing in anonymity in Arizona the last couple of years. Made that playoff appearance and then got drilled by the Rams. We haven't really paid attention to Arizona since, except how come Marvin Harrison Jr. is not playing well? And then he got productive later in the year. Okay, we'll go to break with that. I'll tell you where the Killer Bees and Paul Gallant will be. Maybe you want to go out there and join them. We'll let you know where they're going to be tomorrow. And that creates a change for our show. Joe George, who produced last week for me or with me, will do that again tomorrow with Sean and his schedule changing. So we'll have Joe and Michael here tomorrow. And you want to join us today, you can. 713-780-3776. We got a couple more segments to go before we're out of here. We will be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Something didn't ring true with me when we were doing the jaw thing. It's COD. Right? It's not. I was like, wait a minute. I know they don't. Why do I keep saying COD when it's actually COD? That's how they shortened Call of Duty. I was like, wait a minute. There's something odd about that. COD's funny. It sounds funny to me, but it's actually COD. That's what they call it. So I'm sure John Buddy Hill will be on COD the next couple of days, working out their differences. We'll get to the Casario thing here, but I did want to give you a little thing about the Final Four. Ken Pom, who we've talked about quite a bit because the 4 teams in the Final Four ranked in the top 10 of his historic rankings since 1996-97. All 4 of these teams ranking as top 10. Well, according to Ken Pom, at least according to the numbers, each team in this year's Final Four is similar to a past champion. Auburn's similar to 2021 Baylor. That's the Davion Mitchell team, the team that blew out the Cougs in the national semifinal, then tore Gonzaga to shreds. This year's Duke team is very similar to last year's UConn team, which kept going a historic run. The team before won a national title, didn't play a game within single digits. Last year's team, same, didn't play a game within single digits on their way to a title. Florida is that Jalen Brunson, Mikal Bridges, Villanova team. Did the 17-18 team Villanova team win a title? That might be the team that did not win a title. I don't remember. They might have. And the Cougs, I looked that up. And the Cougs most closely represent the Virginia team, who, after getting knocked out as a 1 against a 16, won their national title when they beat Tech in the Final Four. So all the teams represented in this year's Final Four are very similar to past Final Four teams and teams that have won titles. So we will see how it plays out in San Antonio this year. As I type, I'm trying to figure out what that Villanova team did. Did they win a national title?
Which one? 2018?
Yeah, they won a national title.
That was the Michigan. They blew out Michigan.
They blew out Michigan. So all these teams are similar to teams who have won national titles. So I guess Ken Pom saying I can't call it. I'm sure he has a prediction, but
it'd be great if one of them was just like, this is like FAU 2 years ago. By the way, when we talk about the transfer portal and NIL, like how Cinderellas don't happen anymore, like, do you remember the Final Four 2 years ago hosted in Houston, where it was San Diego State, FAU,
Miami, and UConn?
But
that was before NIL really took over, Sean.
That was 2023. It was legal for 2 years.
NIL's different now, Sean.
If anything, it was more of the Wild West back then. Now people at least have like a strategy.
Well, and the big boys are winning out, at least for a year. For a year. I don't know what we consider Texas Tech as far as where they stand, big boy in college basketball, but they're one like blown lead away from being in the Final Four. So where would Tech be as far as the NIL and how they handle? I know they've got money invested in football. I don't know about basketball.
It is funny that we are just one, either UConn beating or even Purdue beating Houston.
What a Purdue.
Like we're very close to this, the perfect narrative not to fit.
Yeah, a couple shots here or there, depending on the game.
It's also according to Kenneth Pomeroy for the 10 best teams since he's been tracking it.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe this year there's just 4 really good teams,
and that's just how it plays out.
Because it's not like, I mean, let Jim Nance tell it. It's not like U of H is this team built on transfer portal and NIL.
2 of their starting 5 are transfer.
It's not like they're
2 of their best offensive weapons are transfer.
To be fair, they're taking them only from little programs like
Baylor
and Oklahoma. Oh, little. How is Oklahoma supposed to compete in the current landscape of college sports?
Recent national champion Baylor.
How are they?
You mean LJ Cryer, who was on that national title team? Okay.
How are they supposed to compete?
I get it. Like I said, the Cougs are catnip for the old school guys who love hard nose, and it's cool and all, but they're a modern program. As much as Kelvin Sampson's gonna make sure those guys are physical and they're gonna practice without a basketball, all the things everyone gets all warm feelings in their special places about, they're still modern enough. They're paying. They're making sure the guys stay. They're not built like everyone. They're not Duke with likely top pick in the draft and other
3
lottery picks.
Yeah.
But they're modern enough. They're not playing in black Converse over there. All right.
I don't know.
No, I've seen them.
Know.
In fact, they're a Jordan Brand school. Pretty modern. Just want to point that out.
No, but they're basically like Hoosiers.
Yes, of course.
Jimmy Chitwood, Milo Suzanne, same thing.
That's one. Which one has a drunk dad then?
I don't want to say.
Okay, yeah. Stay away. Stay away
there's
from
not
that.
an answer I can give that won't be incendiary.
Insensitive to someone at least. Yeah, just leave that in fiction with Gene Hackman and Hoosiers. Okay, let's get to Mike. He wants to talk playoffs and I guess the listener beef from yesterday. Then we'll get to the Casario thing. What's up, Mike?
Hey, I also wanted to really quick. I was going to talk playoffs, but I wanted to comment about this thing. I don't know if y'all can reach out to Dash, but tell him to crack open that checkbook. We need some more 5-stars in here. If we win, the national championship, I think. Listen, I went to U of H. I actually played baseball there. Humble brag, but it's the school there is tiny. It is really just a glorified homeschool program.
Wow.
I love it. I thought it was awesome, and I would love to see it grow. But that's the only sport that we have going right now that has any potential of being a good sport. I don't know if you got to get on the line with Monument Chevrolet, start giving them all the basketball players, give them all Silverado, dude. Give them all Silverado. Give them what they need.
Mike, before you go on, let me tell you, your recruiting class right now, top 7 player in the country. Another player, number 16 in the country. Another player, number 23rd in the country. And then you got a piddly 214th player in the country. Trust me. I don't know if it's Daspit or Tillman. Guys are getting theirs, and you got a great recruiting class coming in. Don't worry. You don't need Monument. You don't Daspit, I know, has played a part over there in the past. You guys are good. Don't worry.
No,
about
Billy
it.
Brown, cut the check.
Yeah. Don't make the brown go down. Make the green go up, Billy Brown. Get over there for Aqueduct and get the Cougs another 5-star. But go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, still open that book.
I understand.
Get them on banners. Get them on billboards. Something. The average person does not know that our recruiting class is that good. Gotcha. If they did, if the average person did, then I think that they would be able to go to the games. They'd have. Honestly, U of H is would be honored to even be considered a mid-major, a real mid-major. Be honest. In the past 6 years, we've been good, but I'm talking get on the level of a Gonzaga, get on the level of
they just beat Gonzaga. They just beat them.
No, he means historically.
But they've been.
I'm talking about
okay.
I'm talking about longevity. Mike,
they've been good since about 2018. It's 7 years of being a real contender. Come on. I thought you were about to call them 13th grade at some point, but you went homeschool, which I don't know, which is more insulting. You sound like Longhorn Mike.
I went to school there.
I know, but I'm going to tell you right now, we'll get to your playoff stuff and listener beef stuff. You actually sound like Longhorn Mike, not Cougar Mike.
Gross. No.
I'm just telling you what the vibe is when you talk about how this piddly school who can barely compete. They've been great at basketball for a long time. Yes, the other programs, they got problems. But basketball is your beacon, like you said, the one thing that you can be proud of.
Yes. I'm just saying I think they could build that. They don't market enough to really get kids in that school. They don't, and I think if they were to market off of the basketball, that hey, there is pretty much a potential to make to an Elite Eight every year, at least a Sweet 16. That will get excitement in the school. I'm telling you, that school is a snooze fest for most of the year, except in March. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I listen. Believe it or not, I kind of have pride for the school. I like it. I wish it would be more than it is. I hate that schools like SFA and San Houston. No offense to those schools, but those schools get more kids going to there. It's embarrassing. It's a big school in a big city. It should be more than what it is. Anyways, that was my soapbox. I said I just think that they could do more. It's a great program. Kelvin's great. I know he loves to fire those kids up. They just showed some of the practices where they have them basically suplexing each other for a ball, wrestling for a ball on the ground. Everyone's like, oh, that sucks. I think that's awesome. Get them to be gritty. Like, get them to do all that stuff. Now, that gets people excited. I don't know. I forgot what my point was on other thing.
Playoffs and listener beef. You have anything on that before you go?
Yes, really quick. Do you think this is actually a good sign for the Rockets? We get to see like who Jalen Green and Sengun actually are. Now that we have a decent seed, do you think as a management you would be excited to see, well, let's see if what we paid for actually pays off? Because that way they either become superstars and grow into their role of what they're getting paid. And hey, you know what? You're leading the team. Maybe you can get us couple of playoff series wins. And on the flip side, if they don't, hey, then you know what? We can trade them and move them without anyone having to bark back at us, like, fan-wise. And then the last thing, that beef. Why are y'all calling that a beef? Julian and that, who is it, Lazy Jake? That's Beyond Burger. That's not even real beef going on.
Vegan.
Both of them are soft. They're both talking about, Julian talked about what? Doesn't he talk about the 49ers? And the other guy's talking about soccer?
Yes.
He doesn't even have good soccer takes.
Okay.
Anyways, I just wanted to say that. That's Beyond Burger beef. That's not even real beef.
All right.
Anyways, you had me fired up today, Dale. Thanks.
I appreciate it, Mike. Thanks for calling in. Well, I didn't think of it as vegan. Listener vegans. Impossible beef or whatever you want to call it. But there it is. So if those guys listening, you certainly can respond or not. Maybe just take that and you internalize it and go, you know what? Maybe we are soft. It's up to you. As far as the Rockets, I think that's what these playoffs are about, at least for me. This whole thing, whether they get knocked out in the first round or they make a run to the Western Conference Finals or the Finals, we're going to find out about these guys.
And that it's a good spot to be in. Also, that the contracts for Green and Sengun, the ones that they signed them to, they're not that they didn't give them the max. Like there's a lot more. We talked about last offseason when Scotty Barnes signed his deal. We're just like, ugh, hope they're not using this as the jumping off point, because we're not sure about that for Scotty Barnes, and I'm not sure if at least Jalen Green is better than Scotty Barnes, and I'm holding my nose signing Barnes to that. So, and they didn't. They got a better deal than on both those guys.
So, can you get since this fits kind of this topic, can you get the Simmons on? Do the Rockets need to make a move? We'll play that before we go. But to Mike's point, as far as what the organization thinks, we had Emace on earlier as far as a sounder. He wasn't on as a guest, but he talked about this was the expectation to make the playoffs. No one's too happy about it. We keep it moving, and I think the organization will celebrate this. They will be very excited about making it. But the next step is to see who your guys are when they're playing their most important basketball of their careers. It's been harped on that almost the entire roster knows nothing. Forget about playoffs, of playing winning basketball. They have reached that point, and now it's about who are you when things are put against you as obstacles, as far as game planning, people knowing your weaknesses and having you play to them. How do you perform? That'll be what this series is and this potential playoff run will be about for me. And I think the organization will feel the same way. Whether they're going to use it as a jumping off point to make a trade, I don't know about that. Are they going to let one playoff run determine what these guys can be when their best players aren't even 25 years old? That seems unlikely, but the Rockets, according to people who know, want a star. And this is the time for one of the guys on the roster to prove it. And if they don't, maybe the Rockets have to feel like they have to make a move to go acquire one. Well, here's noted Boston Celtic lover Bill Simmons, the creator of that awful, and I just assume it's awful, doc that I'm not watching. Here's his thoughts on the Alperen Sengun, Jalen Green tandem and what could be the future of the Rockets.
I just feel like Houston, when I watch them, as good as the record's been, and I've enjoyed them, and I think they're in the running for League Pass MVPs this year. I feel like they're a year away. They're a move away, and the move probably involves Sengun or Green, but they don't have that, like, I got this guy in offense, which is why the Booker option would have been so interesting for them. I don't know what they do, but don't you think, like, 1 year from now, I'm really interested to see where they are.
So this isn't a thought regarding these two can't play together, Sengun or Green. This is about using one of them because you have to acquire a star, and they're the most likely asset that will bring one in.
Yeah, if you're gonna get another big, like a Giannis type or whoever, it would make sense that Sengun would be the one out. It's basically the idea of improving on one of these guys, using that guy as the trade piece. If it's a more perimeter guy, maybe it's Jalen, whatever.
And you throw in picks to make it even, I guess.
I do think that a part of it is that these guys can also take not a leap, but like there's also room for improvement for these guys. That, the best way to get a star is just to have one of these 23-year-olds become a star. And I don't know if it's still like out of the question if these guys can figure it out. I mean, you look at guys in their draft class, in the 2021 draft class, like this is kind of Cade Cunningham's first year as a legit star. This is Evan Mobley's first year as a really, really big piece. He was a good piece on last year's team, but now he's a little bit more of a, I guess, all around kind of, he had all around improvement that has taken him a couple notches higher. I don't know if we're ready to be like, well, we're like ready to cut bait. I think if these guys, if either one of them or both of them have a good playoff series, I think that it's okay to just roll into next year with them, especially if, the Phoenix Suns are doing all the posturing, and now it's coming from Devin Booker's side that he doesn't want to, he wants to be a Phoenix lifer. More power to him, and that Phoenix isn't interested in trading him. There's a chance where, like last year, that deal for a star, you kind of need the star to be available.
Yeah. And the only one Luka is a separate category where they surprised him, but the only
he
one
wasn't on the market.
Yeah, until he was. But the only one who has asked out and wanted out and got traded someplace he didn't want to go is Dame. And even he had to acquiesce because he knew Portland wasn't going to give him what he wanted. So,
and he was signed for years, 4 years.
Yes, Devin Booker is of that same stature where he would have to ask before the Suns would trade him.
Yeah,
it goes beyond. Well, they're not winning games. He has been their dude for years, even when they're bad. He was the great hope, and then of course they had their run of being a pretty good basketball team. Now they're falling back. He's one of those guys who can call his shot. And right now, he and the Suns don't have the stomach to call that shot. So you might forget about Devin Booker, and the hope could be, and the easiest way, as you said, would be for one of your guys to take a leap. And I think, because I had this talk on Twitter with someone about Jalen Green and how good he's been, the comp is in his own draft class. There was, how good can Cade be? And it's a trash heap there. And you were getting rid of Monty Williams and bringing in Bickerstaff, who just got fired from Cleveland.
Yeah.
And we saw Cade become what he's become. I don't know if he'll be all NBA first team, but he's going to make one of those teams.
He'll be on one of the teams.
Yeah. And that's the difference right now, where the Pistons have accrued talent, but not to the same level as the Rockets.
Yeah.
And Cade has elevated them to a point where they can be fighting for a 5 seed in the playoffs, where they're not even concerned about the play-in. They're going to be in the playoffs because of how good he's been. And that's the hope. If you are a Rocket fan and you love Jalen Green, that he can, and I know it might hurt because the rivalry is there, Cade or Jalen, because of their draft status. And we know Jalen likes going at Cade, but Cade as a player so far has taken a leap that Jalen has not taken. And we'll see if Jalen gets there. All right, let's go to break here. But before we do that, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, I will. Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And today, you got the Astros. Are you going to be diamond hands like we're talking about with the Rockets? Are you going to be diamond hands with the Astros lineup finally getting it together? Are you ready? Do you have the stomach to take some mores on a Christian Walker total bases projection? Do you have the stomach to take a more on an Isaac Paredes? I thought he was only going to be good in Dyken Park. Maybe when you put on that Astros uniform, you stop being able to hit in Dyken Park. Maybe he's going to love playing in the 40-degree weather of Target Field. One thing I know is that Nestor Cortez for the Milwaukee Brewers, he's had a tough start to the year, and I'm going to take the less on his pitching fantasy score at 27.5. Also, going back to Target Field, the ice cold Target Field. Joe Ryan, this is a way to project that the Astros bats will heat up a little bit. Have them at more than 4.5 hits allowed. They might not be doubles, they might not be home runs, but 2 nights ago, the Astros had 7 hits, 6 of them singles. That would have been a hit. So will the Astros bats come alive? Will they not? You can take lesses on Christian Walker. You can take lesses on Yordan Alvarez. You would have been sitting pretty if you've been doing that so far, but at some point they are going to rebound. You can take the mores or you can take the lesses on Prize Picks. If you download the Prize Picks app today, use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
Not really. You can join the guys out at River Ranch Dayton tomorrow. It's a new community just northeast of Houston. 16 new model homes from the high 200s to the 500s, featuring the Angel Lagoon with white sand beaches and turquoise water. It is a must-see community. ESPN Houston will be there from noon to 6 with Paul Gallant and the Killer Bees. Learn more at riverranchdayton.com. In my past life as a promo person for Cox Communications, I think, did they have the Wave? I don't remember. Either way, I was working for one of the stations, and we would set up at one of these communities. I mean, as a promo person, it's different than the host. It's fine. Generally, there are hot dogs available. I remember that, and chips to get people out there. Hey, you come out here, we'll feed you too. I'm not sure if that's going to happen, but Paul and the Killer Bees will be out there, so you can join them and take a look at the beach. We don't have a lot of great beaches in this state, particularly in this area. You want to see a good one? White sand? Do you want to feel like you're in the Caribbean? Go out to Dayton. I don't think that's ever been said. But the turquoise water and the white sand beaches because of the Angel Lagoon.
I love a good lagoon.
I like the word lagoon. I like saying the word lagoon. Lagoons generally are great in television and movies.
Yeah.
There's usually not a Northeasterner who played high school football in Florida alongside the lagoon, but there will be tomorrow because Paul Gallant will be out there. So you can see him in the lagoon along with the Killer Bees out at River Ranch Dayton. Okay. Speaking of guys who spent time in the Northeast and like the Patriots, Nick Caserio. Nick Caserio is your GM, and he was at the owners' meetings. And we're going to determine if he actually said anything here. Can we pull anything from this quote, or is it just more Caserio at his best? Here's Nick Caserio on the draft and who they're looking for.
Very similarly, we'll go through the process of stacking the board. We're grading the player based on what we think their role potentially is going to be in our system. And we're just going to pick the best players that we feel fit the Houston Texans. So there's no positions that are really off limits. We've never really approached it that way. Really don't foresee that changing here this year. So try to get good players with the right mindset that have a good physical skill set and inject them into our system and see how quickly we can bring them along.
I'm less bothered by that. It's a lot of word salad, but it ain't nuts.
It helps that it's only like 30 seconds.
I shortened it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So BPA.
Best player available.
If Shadur Sanders is available, they might take him.
That's the long and short of it.
He said that they're not eliminating any positions from being drafted. So do the Texans take a quarterback? That's my takeaway.
In the 5th round? Maybe.
I mean, what's their grade on Jackson Dart? Is he going to be available at 25?
Speaking of that, it leads us into one of our favorite guys, John Gruden. John Gruden's quarterback class is back, and the dates are out there for us. If we are excited.
The tour dates?
Is it a tour if everyone's coming to town?
Yeah, I guess
I don't think he's traveling the country. At least that's not what I've seen in the past. It's usually in his little room.
Yeah, in Tampa at the, what is it, Fired Coaches Association?
Whatever he called it. It's from his account. He's now with Barstool, so it's at Barstool Gruden. You can find it. Is that part of the deal? You have to put some version of Barstool in your account. Yeah. Gruden's quarterback class is back starting April 7th. The first quarterback, national champion Will Howard. The second quarterback, 2 days later, national finalist Riley Leonard. In 5 days after that, Seth Hennigan. Who was Seth Hennigan? He plays for Memphis. Or he played for Memphis.
Yeah.
A day later, as it picks up, I guess he's getting more guys in.
You got to get it in before the draft.
Yes,
that's kind
he's
of
got to get them all in. Kyle McCord, the Syracuse quarterback who ruined, Mario Cristobal ruined Miami season, but Kyle McCord was a beneficiary in that final game. Kyle McCord, April 16th. And the special one, our favorite, Quinn Ewers, April 21st. And finally, the player you just mentioned, who happens to be on my television right now, Jackson Dart, April 23rd. Some people on Twitter are being very obvious and saying, what's the common thing going on right here between all these quarterbacks?
No Dylan Gabriel, so they're all right-handed.
One. That's a nice joke to make. I like it. That's one. That wasn't the one that people were leading into.
No Tyler Shuck either. So there's an age limit, obviously.
Once again, clever on your part. Maybe there's an anti-Louisville bias.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Or maybe Tyler Shuck doesn't want to be associated with John Gruden.
Possibly. And the other real prevailing thought from people is, hey, all these guys are white. Where's Cam and Shador?
Oh, yeah. I guess they are all white.
Now, are we to blame? You think John Gruden didn't want Cam or Shador?
Yeah, no, he definitely asked.
Or they're like, nah, what the hell? I'm not doing that. Get out of here.
I can see Cam and Shador saying
what's
no.
more likely?
I can definitely say Shador.
Yeah, what's more likely? John Gruden decided, I just want white quarterbacks on this thing, or the 2 top quarterbacks in draft set, now we're good.
But Milroe. Milroe is
that's the
counter.
One. That's your counter. That's not a bad counter.
One. That's
because of Seth Hennigan can be on the quarterback class.
Milroe's gonna get drafted before half those guys, at least.
Oh, Sean with a great counter. I was trying to. I don't know why I was shooting John Gruden bail, but now
now he's on Barstool. He's kind of your boy.
Yeah, me known as a big Barstool honk. Yeah. Now you shot that all the shreds. Where is Jalen Milroe?
I want to see him talk with John Gruden. Maybe John Gruden agrees with Bill O'Brien. He's like, maybe try another position.
Look, me and Bill agree on some things and disagree on others. The one thing we do agree on that I'll make public, you should have played running back. That's something he will never say. Never say. So, yes, it's a bunch of Jackson Dart is getting some first-round hype, certainly, but a lot of guys you're going to see on day 2 and day 3 for the most part, which is not the star power that John Gruden probably wanted, but that's what he's getting.
Yeah.
Will I watch any of the quarterback class? I will see clips to make sure that they're good for the show because we have a thing we're doing here, but I'm not going to watch full quarterback class stuff. Well, is it short form? Do I get it in 5-minute increments? Maybe, but if it's like
20,
what he did on ESPN, I'm out. I'm not watching 20 minutes of Seth Hennigan. Beat it.
Oh yeah, no, Hennigan is definitely going to be the least watched.
Am I watching Kyle McCord talk?
Yeah.
No. You might be, but me, no.
Yeah, got to.
I'm not looking at Kyle McCord.
That might be future Texans starting quarterback Kyle McCord.
Why do you want to ruin everyone's hopes and dreams?
Because Nick Caserio said that they're definitely not ruling out drafting a quarterback. In a way, that's what he said.
I don't think they should be. That should be out of the question later in the draft. Guess
where McCord's going to be available?
If he's drafted in the 4th or 5th round, cool. But you said future starting Texans quarterback.
Well,
when
they might be sitting. Case Keenum started for him 2 years ago.
Davis Mills is still in the way, right? You mean
he can beat out Davis? I'll stand on that.
You mean 2026 future starting quarterback if CJ's missing a game? Maybe, but
yeah.
But I don't think he's beating out Davis Mills in 2025.
You want to bet? No, I'm just kidding.
No, actually.
No.
Since you're asking,
I don't even want to have to keep track of it.
Who wants to keep track of that? But there it is. Our quarterback class from John Gruden is out. If he has a Shred'em or I don't know, none of these guys have an S as their last name, so I'm not sure what he's going to do.
Shred'em Seth Hennigan.
Ugh, that didn't even sound good. Yeah, whatever it is, we'll have something from John Gruden starting April 7th as his quarterback class has been announced. I still stand on this. Shador and Cam, what am I doing in this? I'm not doing
Shred
that.
him, Shador. That would have been awesome.
Wow him, Ward. Who? Cam Ward doesn't give us that opportunity. We'll see enough of Cam Ward when he's a Titan. We'll see enough of him in this division. We'll just see how it plays out. Okay, we got one more segment to go before we get out of here. Speaking of graphics, because this is in graphic form, there's a ridiculous graphic that the Cougs athletic department put up. It's a lot of which one of these things is not like the other regarding their accomplishments over the last decade. And I say the last decade because I had to reach far back to include one accomplishment. We'll talk about that when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Cougs are in the Final Four. It's a great accomplishment for the team, the program, and, of course, Kelvin Sampson's pretty much – I mean, John Shire's at Duke, but Kelvin Sampson's the biggest star as far as coaches are concerned. You got Todd Golden. Bruce Pearl's pretty eccentric, but I think Kelvin Sampson, the old head, the one who's done it for a while, all the stories about how he rebuilt the program, getting a lot of run this year, and rightfully so. He's done a great job there. But, Sean, did you see – you probably didn't see it. Cougar Athletics put up a graphic, and I thought to myself, all right, I get it, celebrating your accomplishments, but what are we doing? Can you remember who the coach was of that Cougs team who won the Peach Bowl?
Tom Herman.
Correct. And that's what they highlighted along with the two Final Fours. The only school in the country to have two Final Four appearances and a New Year's Six win in the last decade. That's the graphic that got put up. Why? I get it. Everyone loves to find ways to create content.
To be the only school ever to do something.
Yeah.
Or in the last 10 years.
I get it. Probably the only school to ever do it, because how long has New Year's Six games?
If they're the only school ever to do it, though, they would have said that.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Florida.
Two Final Fours in the last.
And they won 2 national championships.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. I forgot, because it wasn't called the New Year's Six at the time, but there were New Year's Six bowl games. So, yeah, I'm looking at the graphic right now. A decade of success. And you've got the two Final Fours surrounding the Peach Bowl win. And I think to myself, you know what? It's factually true. I'm just not sure the impact of. You got to think, how many coaches ago was that now? We're at 2? Major, Dana, 3. Willie Fritz, Major,
I was gonna
Dana.
say, yeah.
It's 3 coaches ago. I might have kept that to the side. It's 3 coaches ago. He left the program to go coach Texas, and you hired 2 guys who haven't worked out. But there it is. The Cougs, the only team, only program in athletics, college athletics.
In America.
True. In college athletics to secure 2 Final Fours and a New Year's Six win. Sometimes graphics go too far. It's not Martin Luther King do something like Florida State on Martin Luther King Day where they had him do the tomahawk chop.
Not as meaningful as that.
No.
That was, that was for something bigger.
I'm just going to say this one's a reach. It's a reach. You could just lean on the 2 Final Fours. That's an accomplishment in and of itself, and they happened in the last 5 years.
So they're highlighting someone who won with all of the previous coaches' players.
And then as soon as he could left.
He's worked for 3 teams since then.
Yes.
And taken 2 years off.
But they're good times back then.
They were good times.
They were good times. Good times. So Cougs in a time where they're having a moment right now. Let's see if they can get the job done. They face Duke on Saturday night. We're done for the day. We'll be back tomorrow. At least I will. Sean will be working. He'll just be working a little bit later. So since we're done for the day, Sean, what does that mean?
Shred him, Stroud!
Don't have the same ring as Shred 'em, Seth. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
folks, it is now official. For the first time since 2020, the Houston Rockets are playoff bound as they win their 50th game of the season in blowout fashion over the Utah Jazz, 143-105. They have clinched a top 6 playoff seed. Another box has been checked. There are still more to come.
What a day. What a moment. Today is the greatest day of our lives because once again, the city of Houston stood up with 2 middle birds extended towards the entirety of the United States with a decree, a declaration. This city runs all divisions. That's right. Hey, Bill O'Brien, what do you make of that? Does it matter?
Doesn't matter, Brian. But AFC South champions 2 years in a row, Brian.
That's right.
You guys are back in the. Doesn't matter what it looked like. Back in the playoffs. Looking forward to the playoffs.
Exactly.
Go ahead. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. But the Rockets, with 50 wins, have clinched a top 6 seed in the playoffs. They're officially in. For the first time in 5 years, they're able to do both last night. Unbelievable. In a city that knows how to win divisions, the Rockets are the latest. Is this title town? Sort of. It's division title town. And people think I'm probably being sarcastic right now. I'm not. The Houston Rockets, in winning the Southwest Division, which I think does deserve a banner, have done something that most Houston sports teams have done over the last few years. The Houston Texans have won 8 AFC South titles since 2011. The Houston Astros have won 7 American League West titles since 2017. Your Houston Rockets have now won 5 division titles since 2015. And get this, forgotten along the way, your Houston Cougars have been regular season conference champions 6 times since 2019. 2019, 2020, 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025. And of course, they've won a couple of conference tournaments along the way. 3. This is a city that, whether it's a division or a conference, you know who's in charge. Strap that belt buckle up, because what do we say about Houston, Rudy Tomjanovich?
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
That's right. So what do you make of that? The Houston Rockets, division champs in the top 6 seed for the first time in 5 years. Today is the greatest day of all of our lives because Houston stays winning division titles. 143-105. They took down the Jazz last night. The Jazz are terrible. I took a look at their lineup, and while I know that several of these players are not white, and while I do not see color, a Utah Jazz team starting guys named Kyle, Bryce, Walker, Colin, and Isaiah could not possibly sound whiter. This is the Utah fever dream. This is what the Mormos wanted back in the 1800s. You watched American Primeval. This is what they were looking for. Now, again, Bryce Sensabaugh, not white. Colin Sexton, not white. Isaiah Collier, not white?
No, not.
Thank you, Sean. Again, I don't see color, so sometimes it's hard. So that's the team that the Rockets beat last night, 143-105. And I am curious to see how they're going to handle the next couple of games, specifically because Fred VanVleet's dealing with both knee and ankle soreness at the same time. And, I mean, you didn't need him last night because that team, garbage. But do you sit him for the rest of the regular season when you've got 5 games left against 5 good teams? I hate the idea of resting players, but you got the Thunder Friday. You got the Lakers, Nuggets, and Warriors, potential second-round matchups.
and then you have the Clippers as well. You got all of these games to wrap up the season. How do you handle it? I think you got to sit everybody. Or at the very least, you're sitting a lot of players.
Everybody.
Well, Sean, I think you got to rest them. And I know Ime Udoka wants these guys to be giving it their all. But you know what? You've now approached a point where you just need one win. That's the magic number to at least be the 4 seed in the Western Conference. One win in these last 5 games.
Or any of these teams to lose. Really.
That's true as well.
Or not any of them, but a couple.
Exactly. So all you need is 1. That's the magic number for the Rockets to have a home playoff series to open up the playoffs. That's what you're looking for optimally. You can't get the 1 seed. The Thunder won that a while ago. So these next couple of games, how do you handle it, especially with the banged up Fred VanVleet? I am giving limited minutes to a lot of my main players, and I guess this is going to be the Reed Shepherd show.
Yeah. I think Fred VanVleet. I'm good if he doesn't play another regular season game for you, just because he is, actually dealing with something that he probably could play through, but there's no point in actually doing it. So that shutdown isn't like, I don't know. I think that's a reasonable thing to do for one of your more veteran players to be shut down because he's dealing with an injury.
Mm-hmm.
Even then, I probably would can we see him play 1 game? Because you do get a week off, more or less, if you're not in the play-in.
Because of the play-in tournament.
Yeah, so you get, I don't know if it's an actual week or if it's 6 days or whatever it is, but you do get some time off. I'm okay if he only plays 1 of these games. If you want to have 1 chips in, let's try to win this one, whether it's strategic for seeding or trying to get a matchup that you want. If you can push down, the Warriors into the 5 or the 4 instead of the 3 or something like that.
I get that.
But for the most part, I think you just got to kind of be smart. Obviously, you can limit minutes. There's no reason for these guys to be playing 40, 38 minutes. But I think for the most part, I think you got to keep these guys out there just because, A, you can't sit everybody. But B, I don't know if this is a team that really needs to coast to the finish line.
But we've seen this team weirdly be gassed in games, and I get what you're saying. Hey, that's sort of against what Ime Udoka wants if you're coasting down the stretch.
Yeah.
But at the same time,
playing a bunch of playoff teams too.
There's been several games this year, though, where they have looked tired at the end, and I think at this point, any little bit of extra rest you can get would be great.
But they don't have a back-to-back for the rest of the season.
I understand that. We have seen this team look tired when they didn't have back-to-back.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, what you're saying is reasonable.
I don't like what I'm saying, by the way. I want everyone to know that. I hate the idea of resting players and giving guys less minutes and putting out a crap product.
And these guys are 22 years old.
That too. But weirdly, they've been tired at the end of games.
Yeah. No, I think it could be a minutes thing, not a games thing.
Okay.
I think you can rest them in game. Where against the Lakers, they played 8 guys. They went 8 deep against the Lakers. They only brought 3 guys off the bench against the Lakers. Against the Jazz last night.
Tournament kind of lineup, right? Where you're only playing 8 guys the whole game.
Yeah, that's what Florida does.
Yeah.
But against the Jazz, I mean, Nate Williams played 5, Reed played 9,
15 and 9.
Jeff Green played
Again,
7.
The 3 white people from Utah who watched Rockets Jazz last night. I mean, they saw Reed Shepherd too.
Yeah,
must have been a proud moment.
They're like, man, I really like this guy.
Oh, man,
I know he's a Rocket. I'm supposed to hate him, but there's something about Reed Shepherd.
Let's trade our lottery pick right now for Reed Shepherd.
I want my son to play like Reed Shepherd. But they went a little bit deeper with the lineup. Obviously, they won by 40, so it's a little different. But I think if they do that, I think I'm fine with that. And part of sitting Fred VanVleet is that you're going to get more Reed Shepherd minutes, which is something hard to come by.
More Reed Shepherd, more Aaron Holiday. Let's go. More Jock Landale, everyone's favorite Australian. He's Australian, right? Yeah, he's Australian.
He's Australian.
Hell yeah. Jay Sean Tate, part of the core Rockets teams of the Steven Silas era.
I mean, honestly, they should stop a game at halftime or something to honor him for being here through all the dark years.
That's true.
I think he was on the team that James Harden quit on.
I think so too.
Man.
Jeff Green. More Jeff Green minutes.
He was on the team before James Harden quit, but he then left and came back.
On a serious note with this Rockets run, what Ime Udoka has done in 2 years, incredible. Ime deserves the most credit. But as someone who was crushing Rafael Stone just 2 years ago, mainly due to that awful article that was written about his obsession with Kevin Porter Jr., turning him into the next James Harden, and then looking at the lack of pelts on the wall and the lack of really credibility he had as a general manager, being someone who was in the front office, who I think was hallway neighbors with Daryl Morey and took on more of a personnel role. Stone has done a very good job with Udoka, so I got to give him some credit. And honestly, what this Rockets team has done, even though there are clearly some things they can get significantly better at under Udoka, it's been awesome. So congratulations to the Houston Rockets. Congratulations to all Houston Rockets fans. This is a very likable team that I think is still trending in the right direction. And what a year, 50 wins and a division title. A question on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston: is winning the division worthy of a banner or some sort of in-stadium commemoration? I think it is, but I want to hear what you have to say. And the Astros got swept by the Giants. And it's the same old with a little extra dookie on top of the crap. Are they going to be able to shake this off? Stick around. Paul Gallant, most interactive sports talk show in Houston.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
in play, right side. Glove there by Lamont Wade Jr. Flips to Doval, and that'll do it on a Wednesday afternoon here in Houston. The Astros dropped this game 6-3, and they are swept by the Giants in this 3-game series. The Giants sweeping the Astros for the first time since August 28th through 30th of 2012.
Doesn't matter, Todd. The Astros are the reigning American League West division champs, much like the Houston Rockets are the Southwestern Division champs of the NBA. Come on, Todd. Come on. No energy. They're just 2-4, but it's early. There's plenty of time left this year. Astros got swept by the Giants, but no big deal. Today's the greatest day of our lives. Framber Valdez allowed 5 runs and 2 homers in his first 2 innings. Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter, Brian.
But
AFC South champions 2 years in a row, Brian.
yeah, but you guys are back in the.
Doesn't matter what it looked like. Back in the playoffs. Looking forward to the playoffs.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
Rockets.
Sorry, didn't mean to
Rockets
interrupt.
playoffs.
Rockets are back in the playoffs.
Not the Astros.
But the Astros are the reigning AL West champs. You know, put some respect on their name, Todd. And just because Framber Valdez allowed multiple home runs for the first time in 22 starts after just 2 innings, that's no reason to get worked up. Because guess what? The last time that Framber Valdez got smacked around, 5 earned runs, the most since June 12th last year against the Giants. The Giants are really good, you know? Took a look at that record. They're 5-1. Wilmer Flores, maybe the Barry Bonds of his time.
Yeah. What is it? 5 hits, 4 home runs on the season?
I think he already has more home runs than he has ever had in a season in his career. Torpedo bat, steroids. No. Listen, it's a slow start for the Astros, but just because Framber Valdez walked 3 batters his first run through the order and needed 49 pitches to get through 2 innings, it's no reason to be concerned on a day where the Rockets are the Southwest champions of the NBA, where the Houston Texans are the reigning AFC South champions, and the Astros are the reigning American League West champions, with the Houston Cougars the reigning Big 12 champions. Remember what you have. Just because the Astros struck out 14 times is no reason to point a finger and say that things are going poorly. Just because they were 2 for 7 with runners in scoring position and left 9 on base, and were 3 for 25 through 6 games with runners in scoring position, which is only better than the Mariners and Braves, that's no reason to get upset. Doesn't matter. AL West champions. Just because Christian Walker's really struggling, except for with exit velocity, 13 at-bats with a runner on base, 2 singles, 6 strikeouts. Just because that's happening is no reason to freak out. Rockets are Southwestern Division champions, and the Astros are the reigning AL West champions, and the Houston Texans are the reigning AFC South champions, and the Cougs, who are in the Final Four, reigning Big 12 champions. City of Division champions. And if you say City of Division champions, it sounds like you're saying City of Champions.
Mm-hmm.
The Astros have 4 extra base hits and 205 plate appearances and have struck out 54 times. No reason to freak out. They've amassed double-digit strikeouts already in 3 games. Last season, that only happened in 3 of their first 36 games instead of 3 of their first 6 games. 5 for 32 with runners in scoring position. But Joe Espada said, we're getting the traffic. We're one big swing away. This is Joe Espada in the midst of the Astros broadcast. And, I mean, we love hearing Joe Espada talk because he just rings with authority. He resonates like a leader of men. Here's Joe Espada talking about the struggles.
You know what? I kind of look at the overall picture, the at-bats in general. We seen pitches, we grinding at-bats. Yesterday if it wasn't for those ground ballable plays, we have plenty of traffic there. These guys will figure it out. They'll start getting some big hits for us pretty soon.
Yeah. Come on, guys. Be positive. Rockets are Southwestern Division champions, and the Astros are reigning AL West champions, and they're only 2-4. That's not that bad. Want some positives for the Astros? Framber had 9 strikeouts. Gave up 5 earned runs. Gave up 2 home runs. Walked a lot of guys. 9 strikeouts. Remember how we talked about yesterday how if you put Yordan Alvarez in left field, that might get the bat going? Well, Yordan Alvarez had 2 hits while playing in left field yesterday. They were singles, but they were hits. They got 7 hits. Huh? All of them singles and 2 more by Altuve, but 7 hits. That's better than 3 or 2 or 1. Rafael Montero threw a scoreless inning. It was also a hitless inning. And it was a walkless inning. And he had a strikeout to boot. See? There are some positive signs. Be patient. These are the reigning AL West champions, much like their brethren, the Houston Rockets, the current Southwestern Division champions. Did you know that the Astros are undefeated against the American League this year? Did you know that National League record doesn't affect tiebreakers? Did you know these things? Now you do. I hope it makes you feel happy. By the way, I did find it very interesting that the 4th and 5th tiebreakers for baseball when it comes to the playoffs, did you know that it's what happens in the second half of the year? Last half of season intra-league games. Last half of intra-league games +1. Those are your 4th and 5th tiebreakers. No coin flips. So you know what? Good for them.
Wait, so they just go your record in league games,
head-to-head record, inter-division record, key theme today, inter-division record.
Yeah.
Last half of intra-league games.
And then +1.
Last half of intra-league games +1.
So just like the game before the last half.
Should the records of involved clubs in the second half of intra-league games also be a tie, then the outcome of the last game of the first half of intra-league games is used. Should that also be a tie, then the previous intra-league game on the schedule is used. The process is repeated until a tie is resolved. That's better than a coin
Until
flip.
one team loses and one team wins.
Yep.
Going backwards. That's amazing.
That's really funny. That's the 5th, but it's the 5th tiebreaker.
I know that would never happen.
Right.
I do like in the rules. It's basically like, second half of the season. First half, whatever.
I like it too, though. I mean, first half, this doesn't matter. This is not affecting anything. This 2-4 start, it is not affecting anything. It's against all National League teams, and all you people are freaking out. You're freaking out. It's
Stay
fine.
calm. Stay calm.
Everything is okay. It's going to be fine. Joe Espada is our fearless leader. There's no Malchin Maldonado, and yes, we all are still very sad about that, but you got Joe Espada, you got Jose Altuve, you got Christian Walker occasionally coming to the mound to help out with pitchers when they're going through some rough times.
Yeah, mound visit.
I think we need a little more positivity out there. On a serious note, I did find it very amusing. There's a couple of people who are trying to be Michael Schwab online. They're trying to just be Astros aggregators. And this one guy is like, I can't believe Brian McTaggart and Chandler Rowe are bringing up all the negativity. It's like, well, hang on. I mean, there's a lot of really bad stats right now. These are just stats. Someone got mad at me yesterday for posting myself reading the stats. This screams overreaction, said Nike Head 82. We waited 6 months and now we put out anything. We could do better. Don't torpedo your pod with mid content. It's like, dude, I'm just listing stats. Why is everyone so mad about the stats? The stats are bad. They're still 2-4. And now they're going to play the Minnesota Twins. We've had some good memories talking about the Twins, right? Astros Twins a couple years ago. That was a fun series. I pissed off a lot of people in Minnesota by overlooking them entirely. And guess what? The Astros were able to get by them and move on to the ALCS and play the Rangers in a series that we will not talk about. Because the Astros did win the division that year. And honestly, the ALCS, like, should we play it when you're playing against a team that you beat in the division race? I don't know. I think it's kind of unfair. So the Astros are now on to play the Minnesota Twins.
And Twins.
Hell yeah. We're bringing that back. We are going to milk the hell out of that the next 2 days because things aren't going great, but they're not bad. And the Rockets are Southwest Division champs. And the Astros are reigning AL West champs. Everything is fine. The sky is not falling. Put a sunshine on your face today. The Rockets are going to the playoffs. I feel it now. The Astros are about to start American League play. All of the games to this point didn't matter. Everybody's smiling. Sunshiny day. Put a smile on your face. Come on. 713-780-3776 to call into text. And here we go. Captain Photon on YouTube. I see an Astros turnaround on the road. That's right. I see it too.
Can't play at home.
That's true. The Astros are road warriors.
Really, the season, if you think about it hasn't even started.
It hasn't.
Because they haven't played an American League team yet.
Nope.
And they haven't played an away game yet.
Also true.
The MLB try to screw us with the schedule by making us play at home against two teams that
are kind of
finished with
mediocre.
a worse record than you. They screwed us.
Yeah, but it's the preseason.
It
You know,
is.
spring training doesn't count.
They're working out the kinks.
Spring training, they're working out the kinks. This is the preseason where now it's like real.
Yeah.
But they're still working out the kinks.
Fromber, like, he felt good out there.
He did feel good out there.
That's
and he
all
had
that
9
mattered.
strikeouts.
He
He
did
had
have
9
They're
strikeouts.
just working on stuff.
They're just going up against the Giants. They're 5-1. It's the best team in baseball, other than the Yankees, who are doing really well, and the Dodgers, who are 8-0 and off to their best start since 1933. The best start by a reigning champion, my bad, since 1933. 8-0. The Yankees have 19 home runs. It's the most ever through this point.
But the Astros.
But the Astros,
fine.
they got
Whatever.
the world by the balls. Every single time, by the way, I post one of these tweets talking about Astros struggles on offense, I get a Mariners fan who used to be a follower of mine. And I enjoy Mariners fans. I know you guys don't necessarily, but Mariners fans were good to me when I was up in Seattle. I see a Mariners fan saying, like, well, you should see our numbers. I swear it's been like 6 of them. Just
Have they been bad?
They have been very bad, Sean. Just a consistent Eeyore-esque mindset.
My life is terrible because my owners won't spend any money winning the pool. Wah, wah.
Oh, they're 3-4. What are they complaining about? They
Oh, that's-
scored 18 runs.
They have 18 runs.
Yeah, the Astros have 12.
Well, they played one more game. Come on.
Okay, yeah.
They
So
played one more
today,
game. What are
today
you
when the
talking
Astros
about?
score 6 runs,
And hopefully the Mariners score 0. They could get
when they
it's not good. It's not good, but it could be worse.
they score 50% of their season total today.
The sky is not falling, okay?
Astros have a better run differential.
What's up?
They're -9. Mariners are -11. The A's minus
Damn,
20.
Minus 20?
The A's are minus
But
20.
aren't they doing well?
No, they're 2-5.
Oh, okay. I thought the A's, everyone was saying the A's are going to do great this year.
They've scored 23 runs, but they've given up 43.
43, geez. That's okay. Well, that's good for the Astros. All right, guys, it's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. I did ask the question earlier, hey, is it acceptable to celebrate winning a division championship? Yes! And a texter agrees. I'm here for a banner. I'm here for it all. I want the t-shirt, the hat, and the tribute video. Let's go. That's right. The Rockets are Southwest Division champions, and the Astros are reigning AL West champions, and the Houston Texans are reigning AFC South champions, and the Houston Cougars are reigning Big 12 champions. Guys, this is a city of division champions. Up next, Tinfoil Hat Thursday. We do this every single Thursday at 12:30. Why have the Astros waited this long to bring something to the table that could theoretically help them out? And there is a conspiracy in the eyes of some from the Houston Texans against their fans. Serious story. We will discuss in the Tinfoil Hat Thursday the biggest conspiracies in the world of sports. If you've got something you want addressed, 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stay put. With the struggles the Astros have had at the plate, and with all of these stories about the torpedo bat, why have the Astros waited so long to get some? Seriously. If you look at the Astros, a team that in the past has gone above and beyond to get every edge possible, which I love. I don't care if people outside of Houston don't like it. I love it. As that one guy said when talking with Shelby Rhodes at Fox 26, what do you have to say to all the people that doubted the Astros? F y'all. Hell yeah. Joe Espada said, though, on Wednesday, the Astros will begin experimenting with torpedo bats when the team begins its next homestand Friday, April 11th, the greatest day in the history of the world, the day I came into the world and broke my mother's hips. Sorry, Mom. Espada didn't confirm Wednesday whether Houston hitters will use the uniquely shaped bats for the April 11th contest against the Angels, but expect Houston to begin experimenting with the bats pregame and in the tunnel. Experimenting with the bats in the tunnel? What does that mean? that could go a lot of different directions. That could go the same direction as Mickey Mantle, or they could go another direction like someone spliffing in the hallways. I don't know. Just use them.
Messing around with their bat when they have some downtime in the tunnel.
Who hasn't messed around with their bat? You know,
it's a long game. Gotta make it go by.
That's true, Sean. Anyway, torpedo bats, if you don't know, are the brainchild of New York Yankees employee Aaron Leonhardt. Is that the reason that they're not using them? He was an MIT physicist. The bats place a greater concentration of wood on the barrel part of the bat. It maintains the same weight of a given bat while increasing the width and thickness on the barrel. Wow, sounds like some of our commercials these days. The result, frequent connection with the barrel and extra exit velocity on balls hit. Christian Walker has previously swung a bat with an enlarged barrel. I shouldn't laugh at that. Cam Smith has also worked with the torpedo bat. The Cubs had it in the offseason in October last year. It's different. It's like a cool, shiny toy. Okay. Players always want to find that edge. When they get the chance, they're always going to take a look. So Cam Smith has used it before. Christian Walker has seen one. The real question I have is, why are the Astros late to the party here? What's going on? Is this another reflection of the lack of Jeff Luhnow in the building? Is Jim Crane falling asleep at the wheel? Do the Astros need Jeff Bagwell back? These are the questions we're asking here on a Tinfoil Hat Thursday. 75 Corchester asks, I wonder if torpedo bats increase your bat speed. Well, I would assume that if the weight is evenly distributed, that it should, because it would probably make it, less heavy at the end of the bat.
Because more of it would be at the barrel.
Right.
So it'd be like, I guess, swinging an axe almost, where like the weight is at the very end.
That's probably what it is now, though, right? Where the weight's at the end, because that's where the head of an axe is at.
Yeah, no, but there's more wood at the barrel, basically, making the barrel bigger.
Okay.
With the torpedoes.
Okay.
Like if you see it side by side, it's just like wider in the middle.
Okay.
Or not in the middle, but in the middle of the barrel.
And if you look at bats, there's the little top groove
Yeah.
where I think that is entirely designed so that it's not end of the bat heavy, because that would be probably pretty difficult to swing. So there you go. The Astros have waited a while to get torpedo bats, but next week we're going to start experimenting with them.
Can't overnight this? Why are we?
I agree. It's where's the overnight? Is this like a Fanatics problem, or is this a U.S. Postal Service problem with all the people getting
Where are they
canned?
Where are they getting this? Is Louisville Slugger? Are they dragging their feet on this?
Right. I don't know why it's taking them this long. It does feel reactionary, and a lot of the Astros this season, between Altuve in left field and Cam Smith in right field, which was clearly not the original plan, and now being late to the party on the bats, it does feel like there's that edge they used to have during the Jeff Luhnow era where they were always first. Like, that's not here anymore.
Yeah,
and I hate that.
Like we could all make the jokes about Jeff Luhnow, but like honestly, like they would have they would have been on this. They would have been on this already. Instead of some MIT pencil pusher physicist, it would be some Rice pencil pushing
right
physicist, and we would have been the first ones with the bats.
We got some baseball guys on the Twitch suggesting, well, aren't pitchers just going to throw outside on them because it'll screw up with the bat if the barrel's in the more extended, I guess.
Aren't you already trying to miss the barrel though? But the barrel is just bigger.
The barrel is bigger.
That, to me, it just boils down to they made the sweet spot bigger on a bat. So you're trying to avoid the sweet spot, but it'll just be bigger.
It's a bigger sweet spot. Everyone wants a bigger sweet spot.
Everyone does. It's all about hitting the sweet spot.
It's all about finding the sweet spot. Some would say.
Yeah, the Astros need help finding.
They need help finding the sweet spot.
Just 7 singles yesterday.
They're like the redhead guy in Forgetting Sarah Marshall, who's trying to find that sweet spot. 75 Court Jester says throw depth charge balls. That makes me laugh. Damn the torpedoes. The Houston Texans are being sued for a conspiracy. The conspiracy is that the Texans, after the team became successful, are screwing over people who bought personal seat licenses. So some permanent seat license holders were encouraged by the Texans to buy more. These people sold those permanent seat licenses on the secondary market. The team encouraged them to purchase more season tickets when the team was struggling to help the Texans' bottom line and fill seats. But since the Texans were good in 2023, the team changed its rules. So these people who purchased, I guess, more permanent seat licenses were told before the 2024 season their tenured status would be revoked and their prices jumped 10%. So they ended up spending more than others. And I don't know how this really works, and it does seem like buying season tickets for an NFL team is just a massive waste of money because you have to buy those preseason tickets as well. Now you got to get these in addition to that. So the Texans, though, are, per this lawsuit, engaged in a conspiracy of fraud and breach of contract against their fans. You hate to see it. Tinfoil Hat Thursday continues. Did you see a report from Big Sarge? Big Sarge put out, one Rockets player, after the Rockets won the division, Southwest Division champions, took the time to acknowledge Steven Silas. Quote, he gets a lot of criticism, but he helped my career get to this point. I knew I could play basketball. He helped me prepare to play basketball in the NBA. End quote. I thought it was very funny that Jeremy Brandon retweeted this saying a player wanted to remain anonymous when all complimenting Steven Silas, which Big Sarge pushed back against it being a bad idea. Who do you think was the person who complimented Steven Silas? It must have been some guy who played a lot more under Steven Silas. So maybe it's Jayshawn Tate. That's my guess.
That's such a good guess. Because I was just thinking of Green, Sengun, Jabari. Not Jabari. It would not have been Jabari. I can tell you it was not Jabari.
Definitely not Jabari.
Or Tari Eason. But Jayshawn Tate's such a good call. I think we cracked it. I think it was Jayshawn Tate.
It must have been Jayshawn Tate. He played a lot more under Steven Silas, number one. And number two, if you put out that Jayshawn Tate says that, who cares? But if you say an anonymous Rockets player puts that out, it's a little extra mystery on top of it, and your tweet blows up a little more.
Yeah,
I'm not suggesting that's why Sarge is doing that. I'm just saying that when you have a little bit of anonymity, damn it, I can't say that word.
Amenity.
Screws me up. When you have
amenity.
When you are anonymous, when you
that's the
are
Finding Nemo thing. Sorry.
When you are anonymous, that is true. Oh God, we're all over the place. When you are anonymous, a quote carries a little more weight.
I mean, sometimes, but like if it was like unnamed Rockets player says that Ime Udoka is the head of the snake and he helped change the culture by holding guys accountable, and you know that if you play hard or if you don't play hard, you're going to get pulled. Like people just be like, yeah, I watched the games. But then that's actually what Jalen Green said after the game.
Yeah.
And when you say Jalen Green said it, it adds something. So I think it depends on what's being said, whether being anonymous, I just completely avoided that word, whether the act of being anonymous was helpful or not. I don't know. I have a hard time saying or imagining a player going, hey, I don't want my name on it, but Steven Silas really helped us out. Like, that just doesn't make sense.
And he didn't.
I think Sarge just didn't say the guy's name.
Also,
if I had to guess, I don't know, but if I had to guess, that's
also I wonder because Sarge has always been very. I think Sarge likes Steven Silas, and Steven Silas seems to be a very nice guy. And Sarge was in the locker room a lot and interviewing him a lot. I think Sarge has always had a little bit of affinity towards Steven Silas, so I'm wondering if he even asked, like, "Hey, does Steven Silas deserve any credit here?" And then the Rockets player like, "Can I be off the record?" That would be really funny if that happened. I don't know that it happened that way though, because the way Sarge is talking about it online, it didn't. Tinfoil Hat Thursday continues. The Be Someone mural was painted over. We got to find this person and kill them. Because you know what they posted? And I said kill, yes. They posted a crypto ad.
Oof.
A crypto ad over the Be Someone bridge?
Yeah, that's tough.
Death penalty. To quote
Unalive.
Patrick Creighton, yeah, that's right, unalive.
So we can post this on TikTok.
Right, I don't want to get us in trouble on YouTube.
Yeah.
Who posted this? It says Mosque Coin, Moscoin.
Oh, I thought it was Islamic place of worship.
Yeah, it sounds like that. Also looks like it could be Moscow related. I don't know.
Okay, so either okay. I don't like this.
I don't either.
I have the brave stance of I don't like a Houston landmark. I don't know if it's really a landmark. A Houston thing that they show every time there's a national TV game in Houston. I don't like that being painted over with some random crypto nonsense.
An iconic.
Now if it was Haktua coin, maybe
No.
I'm okay
This is
with
iconic Houston graffiti that constantly it'll be back. It'll be back on that bridge.
Yeah.
But I like it.
Is it like graffiti? Like,
come on.
No,
much here.
No, but is it a graffiti like safe zone?
I don't know. Good question. It's the side of a bridge over a highway. Like, you're an absolute psycho.
I've also always wondered how they actually do it.
You are a psycho. Someone's got to see you while you're doing it at some point too.
Yeah,
it's a busy area,
and you have to do it upside down, right?
At the
like
very
standing
least,
on top, doing it upside down.
You're not going to have a great view of it unless, you are rappelling from a train bridge to make this happen. So, theoretically, maybe this person is dead. We don't even know, but you can't paint over the Be Someone.
No, you can't.
That's
wrong. Let's not get distracted. That's
exactly
bad. What this guy did was bad. Or girl.
Or they them.
Yeah.
Tinfoil Hat Thursday. Eric the driver thinks the Astros are playing terrible on offense because they want Espada and Cintron to be fired. Another texter on a Tinfoil Hat Thursday has another conspiracy. This conspiracy is that I don't know where the text went away. It went away. Where did it go?
They don't want you to see this text. That's how you know that they're on to something. Is that the text? Google doesn't want you to see it.
409 Deep State. The Astros will have a losing record at home this year. I don't think that's a conspiracy. I think that's just the path that we are walking on right now.
Where were they last year?
From the 281, the guy who has painted the Be Someone sign has been arrested twice by the HPD. He stands on the little edge of it as he paints it.
Oh, wow.
Jesus, what a psycho. Yeah, I would arrest him too. That is kind of dangerous. You're going to fall eventually. But the guy who put the bleep coin on there, that person, death. They deserve death. We only have two things that look cool in Houston because the Astrodome doesn't. We've got the Montrose Bridges and we got the Be Someone Bridge. That's all we got. Astrodome, Eggly. All of our buildings, generic. That's all we got. So don't do that. Sean Mason behind the glass and Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776.
I was wondering when you had noticed
text.
that you still had the tinfoil hat on.
I still had a tinfoil hat on my head for Tinfoil Hat Thursday. Every single Thursday, Sean, at 12:30.
I wasn't going to tell. I wasn't going to tell you. I was going to let you wear it as long as you want.
I totally forgot it was on my head. So now I've got my Rockets hat back on because the Houston Rockets are the Southwestern Division champs. They've won this division a lot recently. And that's what Houston does as a sports town. Wins division titles. It's the Rockets' 5th division title in 10 years. The Astros have won 7 of the last 8. The Houston Texans have won 8 since 2011. And the Cougs have won in their respective conference 6 of the last 7 regular season outright titles. So that's what Houston does. Sadly, things aren't great for every single sports unit, sports organization, sports team, sports institution in Texas. It's been a rough one for Texas A&M. It's been really rough. Buzz Williams, of course, left Texas A&M to be the next head coach at Maryland. It's been a bummer seeing some Aggies struggling, dealing with this. Whether it's Billy Lucci getting dunked on Old Takes Exposed from a post he made on June 10th of 2021. First comes the commitment, then the right coach, then the culture change. Jimbo, 1 natty, 1 playoff. Buzz, Elite 8, 3 Sweet 16s. And Schloss, 5 College World Series, have been in Aggie land a combined 5 years and 5 minutes. Next come the championships. Oh, boy. So that one popped up. I also saw from the flagship, Tyler Milner, who has, I would say, embarrassing Aggies energy, which a lot of Aggies do. It's not as bad as the Yell leaders, but he started lashing out at Buzz Williams for his association with Jack Easterby. Remember last year there was a picture that went viral in March Madness with Jack Easterby in attendance for Buzz Williams' press conference. So there's that. And now we have this. Now we're seeing that our poor Aggies are being used and abused. Because remember, Chris Beard was a target of the Texas A&M Aggies to take the basketball gig. Texas A&M officials, per Brian Davis, genuinely believed Chris Beard wanted their basketball job, especially when Beard initiated contact through intermediaries before the Aggies had a vacancy. The Aggies were ready to make the bold hire, making him one of the highest paid coaches in hoops. Oh no, what happened next? Beard, a native Texan, told A&M people about his passion for the state and his newfound desire to beat rival Texas. Beard purposefully avoided the UT departure topic this season. Oh, you think?
Let's not talk about that.
He remains close friends with now former Texas coach Rodney Terry. That's why, of course, he avoided the UT departure topic discussion. When the A&M job actually opened, Chris Beard leveraged Texas A&M's interest for more money from Ole Miss. A&M officials understand the importance of the hire, but on to the next candidate. Pressure is building on athletic director Trev Alberts to get it right. So you lose Buzz Williams and now Chris Beard, who got fired by Texas in disgrace, is using you to get a raise at Ole Miss, who will never win in any sports. No offense to Ole Miss. It seems like it's a fun place. I mean, if I could be in Oxford, Mississippi, or College Station, no offense to the fine people of College Station, but I'm taking Oxford. I'm taking Oxford. Paul, you're such a slut. What? What does that mean? Paul, you wish you were as cool as Lane Kiffin. I do, actually. I do. That would be awesome.
The Lane Kiffin of local radio, Paul Gallant.
That would be sick. Paulie Freshwater on all the apps. Age limits 21, 22. Is that inappropriate? Yes, it is. I'm just saying I would like Oxford more than College Station. It's not to say that there aren't fine, strong, powerful, independent women in College Station, right? There's some attractive Aggies out there. It's more just the whole like, hey, College Station's. It's fun to go to Northgate. That's pretty much it. It's not fun to look at, you know. Oxford, fun to look at. Got some of that Southern Belle charm. I do declare. And on that note, guys, it's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. If you know an Aggie and you heard this story about Chris Beard using the Aggies to get a raise, send him a text, ask him how they're doing. They need it right now. They might text some angry thing about Buzz Williams going to Maryland and taking Jack East to be with him, blah, blah, blah. Just let him have it. Just let him vent. They need it right now. The Houston Rockets are Southwest Division champions. How about that? Houston Astros. They're struggling. As far as the Astros, with this 2-4 start and these struggles at the plate, where are you at confidence-wise? 1 to 5. Because we're introducing a new scale to determine how confident we are in the Houston Astros. The Astros confidence meter is next. Stay put.
And the pitch is swung on and drilled into left center field. That could be trouble, and it is. It's going to bounce in for a 2 RBI double. Jordan spins and gets the ball back in quickly, but the Giants have put 5 on the board. Just 10 batters into the game.
Yeah, that was a rough outing for Framber Valdez. 5 runs through the first 10 batters. 3 walks first time through the Giants lineup. Multiple home runs for the first time in 22 starts. That's at least good that it had been a while since we saw that from Framber, but yeah, we saw that over very quickly. He needed 49 pitches to get through 2 innings and 5 earned runs, the most he's allowed since June 12th of last year, which was also against the San Francisco Giants. Giants are 5-1, so at the very least you're hoping, hey, they just ran into a red-hot team who might be one of the best teams in the National League this year. An actual challenge for the now 8-0, best for a defending champion since 1933, Los Angeles Dodgers, or the other teams of the National League that the Astros could theoretically face if they get back to a World Series. Here is the question for you. Where are you at? 1 through 5, 5 being most confident, 1 being least confident, when it comes to the Astros, now 2-4 to open the year with lots of struggles at the plate. 1 through 5. Where are you at? We're introducing a new scale of confidence. As we always do, we are using actors to explain it. Who is the most confident actor alive? Denzel Washington, right? Has to be Denzel Washington. Denzel Washington is so confident that in a movie that was the sequel to Gladiator, while every other character in that movie had some sort of British accent, which is very strange how whenever we talk, we have people speaking that are from way back in the day historically, they always have British accents.
It's to sound like, distinguished, I guess. I don't know.
It's bizarre.
It is bizarre. The whole thing is bizarre.
Rome as a TV show did that. I mean, it would be funny if say you go back in time and you're doing a show based on Rome and they all have just heavy stereotypical Italian accents. But to go back to Denzel.
Yes.
Denzel in Gladiator 2 literally has just an American accent.
Yeah, he just talks like Denzel Washington for the most part.
Yes. And for those who don't remember, this is perhaps Denzel Washington's most iconic line as an actor.
King Kong ain't got on me.
Denzel Washington is a 5 on this 1 through 5 actors confidence scale. Who's at the very bottom? I think it's got to be Michael Cera. Michael Cera is somebody who, if you watch him in a movie, always feels like a pushover. And even if in real life the man is confident, I feel like you got to put him at the 1 on this 1 to 5 scale. I found the video of Michael Cera freaking out on set. There was a part of me that wonders if it was staged, because it does seem like Michael Cera would do something like this as a bit. But this is Michael Cera lashing out like he's Christian Bale against his set.
Because it'll be the first time in history that a movie made by amateurs was any good at all. And my heart's in it, and you guys step on my heart every day.
So that's Michael Cera at the 1 on this 1 through 5 Astros scale of confidence. Where are you at? 1 through 5. I'm at a 2. This is what Jonah Hill used to be. Jonah Hill used to be a bit in every single movie he was in, whether it was 40-Year-Old Virgin, that the guy who wants the sparkly boots, purchasing it from the love interest of Steve Carell in that movie, or it's this in the movie Accepted, where I'm sure Blake Lively was a real treat to everyone else on set.
Ask me about my winner.
I'm at a 2. Not quite Michael Cera, but I am at Jonah Hill. Now, Jonah Hill, he's a confident guy now. He's worked off some of the weight. He's got tattoos. Actually looks pretty cool. But it's going to take a lot of time, I think, for the Astros to get back to where we believe in them as a potential World Series champion. It's going to take some time. Literally any hits would be a start. So where are you at? Sean, where are you at? 1 through 5 for the Houston Astros on the scale of Astros confidence.
I think I'm closer. I think I'm above a 3. I think I'm at a 4, where it's just I'm not 100% confident, because 100% confident would have been that they've been mashing. Like it all looks like it's working. I still think 6 games is a little too early to completely lose faith. But so I think I'm at a 4.
Okay.
A bad series probably gets me lower this weekend. Like it is, or actually no, the Mariner series this weekend in the Mariner series, the next 6 games that they play, that's where I could be in your zone or lower.
Okay. 4 is pretty good. I mean, 4 is like Leonardo DiCaprio, right? And I'm trying to think of a Leonardo DiCaprio movie line that we could use. Probably don't want to use anything from What's Eating Gilbert Grape. But hey, I mean, you talk about confidence. Leonardo DiCaprio did exactly what Robert Downey Jr. warned you can't do in the movie Tropic Thunder. He did that. He went full Chris Broussard. And
how about this for my not What's Eating Gilbert Grape?
Yeah,
I'm Jordan Belfort.
I'm not leaving.
Ooh.
I'm not leaving.
Pretty confident.
I'm confident, but that starts out shaky. It is a surprise that he's not leaving. They want him to resign. Everyone wants me to jump off the Astros bandwagon. I'm not leaving.
So Sean's the confident guy right now.
4. I'm not. I don't think King Kong does have bleep on me. All right.
Okay.
But I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving.
I'm at it too, because I'm overreactionary. And even though today is the greatest day of our lives, the Rockets are Southwestern Division champions, and Houston is the city of division champions. Even though those two things are happening, I'm looking at this start, and it just feels like the direction doesn't exist. They're not moving anywhere. Feels like they're flying by the seat of their pants. If I felt like there was a concrete plan going into this year, or just as this season begins, if I felt there was a plan, I'd feel a lot better. But that's been the problem. Altuve to left field, seat of your pants. Cam Smith in right field, seat of your pants. Torpedo bats next week, seat of your pants. Everything's very reactionary. I'd like there to be more of a plan. And that's on Dana Brown, who I do think it gets a lot of crap, largely because he makes promises that he doesn't deliver on. But I'd like a little more of a plan here. And then as far as Joe Espada, unfortunately, Joe Espada is just not the best speaker. So when I hear him talk, I just don't feel that much confidence. Thus, I'm at a 2 on the Astros confidence scale. Let's see what you guys say. 713-780-3776 to call, to text on the YouTube, at ESPN Houston, on Twitch, at ESPN 975. Eric the driver says, I'm a solid 1.4. Dang. That's not great. 1.4. That's lower than me at a 2. Some other texts here from the 713. Could Kyle Tucker give the Astros bats a call and give them some tips? He's a Chicago Cub now, though. This person says the Astros need a hitting coach. He continues to say the Astros need a hitting coach by saying that their batting numbers are worse than the Chicago White Sox. Okay, well that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. More texters, they're suggesting who should be at a 5 and who should be at a 1 on the confidence scale. Samuel L. Jackson from the 713 should be at a 5. Another texter, Jesse Plemons, I'd put at a 4. He's come on strong lately. But Jesse Plemons is someone you have to explain who he is. Jesse Plemons is not, even though he's married to Kristen Dunst, blah, 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 blah. I don't think Jesse Plemons is A-list. Like, Jesse Plemons is doing Shiner ads, which is cool, right? Because he's from Texas. And he comes across as very Texas in that Shiner ad.
Yeah, but he also is like one scene cameo in Civil War.
Yeah,
exactly. A great one scene. He's a great actor.
He was terrifying.
We're not dissing Jesse Plemons. He's one of my favorites. But for this game, maybe another Jesse. Maybe Jesse Eisenberg would also be a good kind of always on the verge of a freak out.
Yeah,
guy.
I always confuse Jesse
Jesses.
Eisenberg and Michael Cera to the point where in the rundown I wrote Michael Eisenberg.
I didn't even realize that.
I did put that in the rundown. I was like, Michael Eisenberg. Whoops.
I saw the Cera clip, and so I was like, okay. But
they're the same person.
They are the same person. Have they ever been in the same movie?
They should be. That would be
maybe
great.
like This Is the End because everyone was in that. But like something like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Good question. From the 281, Keanu Reeves is the number one. He never talks in a movie. Does that mean he's one? Because it's 1 through 5, 5 most confident, 1 not confident at all.
I think he's confident.
Keanu Reeves is confident, but he's like dumb confident in every movie he's in.
He also has the Denzel Washington. I am just doing my voice for this role.
Yep.
He has the most. I'm just talking like this, even though I'm an FBI agent, and there's never been an FBI agent that talks like this. It helps when you're going undercover with surfers, though.
Yeah. I will watch him in any movie he's in.
No, he's great.
I felt like that came across as a shot at Keanu.
No,
Reeves.
he just does his voice.
That's true.
Just like it's not a shot with Denzel.
Keanu plays Keanu in every movie. That is for sure.
Just does his own voice.
A question on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. How does yesterday make you feel about a Framber Valdez contract extension? I saw a hilarious quote about a Valdez extension from a former major league pitcher. He thinks the Astros have to do it. You're going to laugh at this on the other side. Stay put. The Puggle Watch on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
The most unexpected threat is an amateur. 20th Century Studios presents The Amateur, starring Rami Malek. Ever watch Mr. Robot? Watch Mr. Robot. Rami Malek was awesome in that. And Lawrence Fishburne. Ever watched The Matrix? Lawrence Fishburne was in The Matrix. Caller 3, get this. You win a $100 Visa gift card plus a pair of tickets to the advanced screening next Wednesday, April 9th, at Regal Edwards Marquee at 7:30 p.m. The Amateur is in theaters and IMAX on Friday, April 11th. Not going to lie, trailer looks good for this movie.
I was going to say, you might, well, not at this screen, at the advanced screening, but you might see me at the marquee watching this movie at some point.
I might watch this on
next
the
couple
Sunday of that weekend.
Yeah.
That might be a nice way to wrap up the weekend. This movie actually looks pretty good. So if you want that, 713-780-3776, caller number 3, $100 Visa gift card and a pair of tickets to see the screening on Wednesday. How about that? How about that? All right, guys. It is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. It was a rough outing for Framber Valdez yesterday. He is in a contract year. Dontrell Willis, remember him? Used to pitch for the then Florida Marlins.
High leg kick,
high socks, hat slightly off center.
Askew.
Right. I think he was one of the guys that started normalizing that.
Yeah.
Marlins used to be fun.
They're good for like 1 or 2 really good players and absolute crap around them.
Yes.
And then that one guy would eventually get traded to a real team.
They should go back to being the Florida Marlins, but I get it because there's the Tampa Bay Rays, even though they play. They might not be playing in Tampa Bay that much longer. Blah, 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 blah. You get what I'm trying to say here, though.
Dontrell Willis.
Dontrell Willis is a pitcher for the. He's not a pitcher anymore. Dontrell Willis is an analyst for Fox Sports. This is also where we might need to use the stay on target drop going forward. Here is what Dontrell Willis said the Astros must do in an interview with Cron, not to be confused with the Houston Chronicle. Quote, sell some brisket. Do whatever you got to do. To me, you can't lose him. The way he goes up against some of those arms in Seattle and vision like that, you have to have someone who throws strikes that can miss back, especially in this ballpark. I've given up a lot of home runs in those Crawford boxes. So, they'll find some oil money. They'll find something for him to keep him in an Astros uniform. End quote. He seems very optimistic. I like that he talks about selling brisket. We're finding oil money. And it would be neato if the Astros could have a brisket fundraiser to raise money for Framber Valdez, or if they just found some loose oil money in the couch. Sounds kind of gross when you word it like that.
That sounds so gross. Loose oil.
I blame all the commercials that we air. Because every now and then you'll hear a drug commercial, and this is every drug commercial, like where there's side effects could include oily stools. Oh, ew. I don't want this anymore. But oil money, brisket money. Are the Astros going to do those things to keep Framber Valdez? As optimistic as Dontrell Willis sounds, history says no. And this start doesn't make you feel better about it. This is the kind of start that people will overreact to. And even though he had 9 strikeouts, you're going to be like, yeah, but he had 3 walks. What's going on? I hate it when Framber Valdez melts down. Now he's going to have to get extensions. Or perhaps the Astros are going to have to start wearing another different uniform when he's on the hill, so that he feels a little less crazy out there. That was a rough one for Framber. But, guys, the Astros are on to Minnesota. Okay? They're leaving Daikin Park, where they are 2-4 at all time. And they've had some issues at Minute Maid Park in the past. But now they're on to take on the Minnesota Twins, who That's a really good team. Sean, did you know that the Minnesota Twins are in first place in the American League Central?
Oh, no. So we're facing some red hot juggernaut?
Looks that way. Can you guess what the Minnesota Twins record is that they, at least per this website, lead the American League Central with?
I mean, they got to be, what, 5-1?
2-4.
Oh.
They're 2-4 with the lowest run differential of all the teams. So I feel like
on tiebreaker, they should not be leading the division.
Well, could you guess who per ESPN.com is in second place in the American League Central?
Detroit Tigers?
Kansas City Royals. Can you guess their record?
Second place. Are they 1-3?
Nope, they're 2-4.
Oh.
Guess who's in third place for ESPN.com?
The Detroit Tigers?
Yes, guess their record.
1-3?
2-4.
Oh.
Guess who's in fourth place for ESPN.com?
Who else? Chicago White Sox?
Nope, they're in fifth place.
Oh.
What are the Guardians?
Guardians?
Guess the record.
Are they 2-4?
They're 2-4.
Okay.
Could you guess the Chicago White Sox record?
Are they 2-4?
They are 2-4. Now, I guess baseball's tiebreakers, which we talked about earlier today, do not differentiate between teams that are all 2-4 for an entire division. The White Sox have the best run differential of all the teams in the American League Central at +4. The Minnesota Twins have the lowest at -12. It's not, and it's early, so I mean, this is going to rectify itself. But it is nice. It's nice to see the AL Central sucking again, like it's supposed to.
Yeah, good old days.
Yeah, because last year, like, what the hell? Last year was bogus.
Yeah.
Wait, every team's good?
Yeah,
the Royals, the Tigers, and Guardians are going to make the playoffs, and the Twins were like hanging around at the end.
The Tigers sold at the deadline and made the playoffs.
I know. What the heck?
Yeah.
God,
so
still beat the Astros.
First place team. I have to go to a first place team.
First place team taking on a fourth place team. The Astros are in fourth place.
I saw that every team in the AL West has a negative run differential.
Yes, the Rangers -7, but they're 5-2. Angels 4-2, -9. Mariners 3-4, -11. Astros 2-4, -9, but just 12 runs, which is the fewest in the American League. Ugh. And the A's 2-5, but -20. Paul, you're just reading the standings.
Yeah.
Come up with original content. No, they're playing a first place team this weekend. The Twins. And Twins.
And those Twins.
I love watching 2-4 baseball teams play ball. The Astros having to resort to small ball. Christian Walker with runners in scoring position. And Twins. That's this weekend. Turn the page. Playing the American League now. Not the National League. The National League's in the rearview mirror for a little bit of time. And this is the games that really matter. So let's see what the Houston Astros are able to do. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. What do we call them at Dyken Park? Is Dyken Park the offensive black hole, as Professor Rufus suggests? I mean, we call it the igloo or the ice box. But I don't like how much they're cooling the Astros offense. Am I right? Hey-o. Some texts on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston from the 713. The Astros are like Jussie Smollett, freaking frauds of a team. That seems aggressive. Another texter for the 281. Bring back Dusty Baker and James Click. Another text for the 832. Fromber's too old to give him anything more than 3 years. I mean, that's definitely the pragmatic way to look at Fromber Valdez at this moment in time, you know? Because there will be a moment where in the near future, he's 35. I think he's 31 right now.
Yeah, next season he'll be 32. So you'll be signing for 32 and on.
November 19th, 1993, his birthday. And no, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to start. I'm going to stop questioning the birthdays of guys who were born outside of the United States. I got to stop doing that. Because some people might ask, how old is Fromber really? And I would say, I don't know.
Yeah, I think we need like a timer where like there's one new where a guy gets 3 years older in one day. I think we need like one more or one every like year so we can reunite the like, oh, well, it happened with this guy, so who knows? You know, if it's been so long since it's actually happened, maybe they're getting better at record keeping at some point.
I would hope.
But if there's another like Albert Pujols kind of like, what about this guy? He has a goatee in high school. All right.
What's going on here?
All right. Okay.
Sean Mace behind the glass on Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show. ESPN 97.5, 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Your Rockets are Southwestern Division champions in the NBA, and the Astros are off to a slow start. Where are you at confidence-wise, 1 through 5? On this Astros team, I am at a 2. Sean is at a 4. Up next, we go around the National Football League. You might be frustrated with the Astros, but at least they're not this NFL team. Oh my God. I didn't think that they could actually outdo what they did just this week to completely send the middle finger to their entire fan base, but they did it again. This team might move. Seriously. Who are we talking about? Stay put. The Bengals are back to being the Bengals. Don't get it twisted with the Jamar Chase extension, the T. Higgins extension. the Bengals are back to being a bunch of a-holes to their players and to their fans. I had never heard of the Bengals executive vice president, Katie Blackburn, until this past week. Katie Blackburn said on Tuesday, when it came to the Bengals, who are in an awkward spot with Trey Hendrickson, their best defensive player on a team that doesn't really have a very good defense, because he wants a new contract. The Bengals allowed him to talk about a trade with other teams that might give him one, but a move hasn't happened to this point. So you would think the Bengals will just stay quiet about this and hope that Trey Hendrickson comes back into the fold, right? Well, here is Katie Blackburn just setting the relationship, the bridge between the Bengals and Trey Hendrickson on fire. Quote, I think he should be happy at certain rates that maybe he doesn't think he'd be happy at. I think some of it is on him to be happy at some point. And if he's not, that's what holds it up sometimes. So, it takes him to say yes to something. And also, we have all the respect in the world for him. He's been a great player. We're happy to have him. So maybe we'll find a way to get something to work. We're just going to see where it goes. You can't say, though, that he's just got to be happy. Yeah, Trey, you should just be happy. I don't know. If I'm Trey Hendrickson, I'm coming off of the season I just had, playing for a team that I am clearly the best player on my side of the football, where I'm a first-team All-Pro and a Pro Bowler, and I was in the running for Defensive Player of the Year after 17 and a half sacks. You're not going to be happy unless you are rewarded for that play. That's the only way you're going to be happy. And this B is saying he should just be happy. No, he had 17 and a half sacks. You should be happy that you have him at a ridiculous rate and that you even will get to have him this coming season because he's still under contract for one more year. So that's part one of Katie Blackburn. Hendrickson, for his part, was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday and said in response to Katie Blackburn's comments about him being happy. He should be happy. He said it's confusing because he's been talking to the team about a long-term deal for a few years. This was disappointing because communication has been poor over the last couple of months. That's something I hold in high regard. They have not communicated with my agent directly. It's been something that's been a little bit frustrating. Hendrickson said he doesn't have to be the first in line or the highest paid, and that he's been patient as possible. So, okay, the Bengals have screwed up the relationship with Trey Hendrickson. And now you got Katie Blackburn doing this. So the Bengals stadium lease expires June 30th of next year. And Katie Blackburn, when asked about the expiring lease, said, we play it day by day. And like everything else, we just continue to have discussions, see where things are, and make decisions at the appropriate time. Oh, okay. That's just generic executive speak. Nope. Here's Katie Blackburn now setting Bengals fans, the relationship she has with them, on fire. We could, I guess, go wherever we wanted after this year if we don't pick up the option. So we'll see. Like I said, all these things will be done in due course. We're having discussions. I'm hopeful the county is thinking about it a lot too and wants to get it addressed in a way that would be beneficial to both of us. We love where we are, but we could go wherever we wanted after this year? What a B. This lady sucks. If I'm a Bengals fan, I want this B out. Out. F her. Thought Amy Adams Strunk sucked. This lady sucks.
Yeah, I mean, I literally have only heard of her the last, two comments she's made. This is the first time I've ever heard of her. And yeah, is she like do they have like a bad cop that they have to send out there for no reason to be like, hey, we need someone to not bleep on Trey Hendrickson, but say that he should be grateful to have a contract at all, really.
But how?
There's people out there that are starving, and Trey Hendrickson wants a new deal.
How does that help anyone?
It doesn't.
I mean, crazy. It's mind-boggling.
The Texans took care of Daniil Hunter.
Yeah.
This guy was on a Super Bowl team for him.
And I get that the Bengals are cheap, but saying, yeah, he should be happy with what he gets. He just had 17 and a half sacks, and then saying, yeah, we might go wherever we want. I mean, good God, guys.
I wonder what she, like, I don't even know what she means by that. We could go wherever we want.
Truly. Anyway. It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. As we continue to go across the National Football League, did anyone hear Jameis Winston's introductory press conference with the New York Giants? Gosh, I so much enjoy hearing him talk. Here's what Jameis Winston wants the Giants to do, and this is why he signed with them.
Winning, for me, in the NFL, it's required for this organization to start winning. So we can have more giggles, more laughter, more fun in this building. Like, we in the biggest city of the world, we should enjoy that. And I think winning does that. So when it comes to looking at their record, I didn't look at this team being a 3-14 team. I looked at what was possible, and what I saw was possible is an offense that can execute efficiently and that can be explosive. I saw a defense with an incredible front, and I saw this offseason of them adding Paulson Adebo and Javon Holland in the back end to create some noise to help that front get home. And I just figured that the Giants, man, they don't look like a 3-14 team.
Well, they do. More giggles, more laughter, more fun. I love Jameis.
He would have fit in well with last year's Texans, circa whatever that was, October, November.
That's true. When they were trying to have fun.
There's 2 weeks where every answer was like, it's about having fun.
What if having Jameis Winston in the locker room would have been the key, Sean, to the Texans being happier and having more fun during that stretch where their offensive coordinator clearly didn't know what he was doing and their offensive line clearly didn't really seem to understand what Bobby Slowick was asking them to do, and their coach might have been about to retire and their players were bad at their jobs? What if they had Jameis Winston making the giggles happen?
Winston would be a great backup quarterback.
Great locker room guy, for sure. Probably too goofy to take seriously.
That's why he's the backup, though.
Yep.
That's why he's the Case Keenum.
Eagles GM Howie Roseman's doing a victory tour. Who can blame him? The Eagles won the Super Bowl in a beatdown of the Chiefs. But he had a really interesting line in the sand that he drew when it comes to who the Eagles draft.
So for us, we have some objective things that I can't even overrule, and they're ours, but for one, like violence against women, like it's just not for us,
right.
That doesn't mean,
yeah.
So it's like, I won't even watch them. I don't even want to talk about it. It just is deal breakers for us. So I can't go, but he's really good and he did it 10 years ago and he learned from it. It just doesn't work for us.
He won't even watch film of those who have been convicted of domestic violence. And you know what? That's noble to a degree. However, hey, Howie, I mean, you were drafting exclusively these days from a college program that wants to be in the Fast and Furious movie franchise, like Jalen Carter. I don't know. You can flex about not bringing in people when Jalen Carter was involved in a situation where someone died, as there's so much speeding that goes on in Athens, Georgia. And okay, is a guy who's a maniac on the road, is that a red flag to keep you from drafting someone? Maybe that's too far, but I don't know. Howie, you're constantly drafting guys from Georgia. The idea that you're above people with moral questions, it seems rich given that you just drafted Jalen Carter.
Yeah, it's the problem with ever having a hard line in the sand, more morality wise, is because people will always just be like, well, what about that?
Yeah.
And then eventually you have to be you become the 2011 Texans, where it's no, they have to be Texans worthy. They have to be perfect off the field, and it's just
not the case.
Yeah, it's also not realistic. They're
that's true.
I don't know if Jalen Hurts, what if he speeds, then does he get cut?
That's not what I'm suggesting, but I get where you're
Saquon Barkley, whatever, disorderly conduct, does he get cut? Or is it easier just to be like, yeah, this one thing, we're going to take a stand on this one thing.
Just this one thing, domestic violence, but not illegal street racing in Athens, Georgia. Which
I will
happens all the
say,
time.
I think Jalen Carter's the only one that they have that's like actually been in trouble.
I assume all of Georgia players have been doing this though. Like if these are just the ones who got caught, and it's like 26 since the Jalen Carter incident, I'm assuming that everyone does this.
But it's so crazy that
some girl got arrested twice in 5 minutes. Georgia grad, that sorority chick that got arrested again a week later. Everyone speeds in Athens. It's kind of crazy.
So you should. So what if you just shouldn't hire anyone from Georgia?
Yeah, I like that.
Just like standard, like the Eagles, everyone. I mean, everyone, really.
Except for the Texans. Yeah.
Kamari Lassiter.
Does he speed?
Probably. He was on those teams.
That's a good question.
Lad McConkey on the Chargers?
Oh, for
Probably.
sure.
Brock Bowers?
Lad McConkey's getting away with it, too. Yeah.
Lad McConkey. Do you know who my dad is?
Lad McConkey.
I'm assuming his dad is somebody.
Yeah, Lad McConkey's
Stetson Bennett the fourth. Do you know who Stetson Bennett the third is? Although he got in trouble in
he did.
in Fort Worth.
He got arrested that one time.
You know, the Bennett name doesn't carry as much weight in Fort Worth.
But Lad McConkey, he's got, I'm going to pay my dad to get off these charges from the cop speed.
Yes, he definitely smiles in his mugshot.
Did have a 90-yard touchdown against the Texans in the playoffs. You know,
speed on and off the
speed.
field.
Texans need to trade for him. They got a lot of exciting whites. They could get more. Hunter Renfro's available. Trade for Lad McConkey. Who says no? Sean Mapes behind the glass on Paul Gallant. That is a 10-minute drill. Yes, we're silly. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Houston, Texas is division title town, and something happened last night that is so on brand for one of our favorite Houston Rockets. We have to go back and think about it and listen to what happened. Stick around on the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
What are you doing tomorrow? You should come hang with me. I'm going to be by a lagoon. That's right. The Angel Lagoon with white sand beaches and turquoise water at River Ranch Dayton, which is a new community just northeast of Houston. 16 new model homes from the high 200s to the 500s. This is a must-see community. We're excited to get out there tomorrow. Should I do the show in a bathing suit if I'm by the Blue Lagoon? Should I do the show in the lagoon? I don't know. We're figuring out how we're going to get this on YouTube and on Twitch tomorrow. We will find a way to do it, but perhaps this is a show where it's time for me to go fully shirtless.
Whoa.
Hopefully the people at River Ranch Dayton are appreciative of that. But listen, the bod is coming back. By pool season, I'm going to look so hot. It's going to be insane.
Okay.
And then I'm going to get hit on by guys again, which some people think is what I'm going for. Listen, that's not what it's all about. It's just about discipline and hard work, okay? Because guys generally compliment other guys. Women, they don't really do that.
Hey, sailor, nice trunks.
Hey, sailor. Yes, truly my first day in Houston while at formerly Royal Oaks. Went to the bathroom. I didn't know what Texas was all about. And as I walked to the bathroom, a person walked by me, stroked their arm on my arm and said, "Hey, sailor," and then just walked by. And I was like, what? What's going on here? Anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Come to Dayton tomorrow. Dylan Brooks. Never change, bro. Never change. Last night, in a moment where I don't think there was intent, Dylan Brooks once again found himself in trouble with the NBA law.
He strips it away from Brooks, and then Brooks ends up getting him, I'm assuming, somewhere south of the equator.
Oh, man.
I don't know what's better. The way Craig Ackerman said, "Oh, we got hit somewhere south of the equator." The crowd seeing it on the video is like, "Oh." Or Ryan Hollins at the very end saying, "Oh, no."
Also seeing it. Going, ooh.
I mean, that's the common reaction for all men when somebody gets towed in the nads. I don't think that was intentional by Dylan Brooks. You know, if this was Draymond Green, I think we would assume intent. Dylan Brooks is more of a nut puncher, not a nut kicker. Draymond Green's more MMA with his nad attacking, you know?
Yeah.
He's real dangerous on that.
All extremities are in play when it's Draymond Green. I also think that if this game wasn't a 25-point game against the Utah Jazz, I would be like, if this was game 2 of a playoff series, I would maybe assume some intent there. But in this,
it was 5 minutes in.
Yeah, this chill
to the first quarter.
Chill game. Colin Sexton going for a steal. Like, I don't know.
Of a game between a playoff bound team and a 60-loss team. Right, Sean. This was not intent. So Brooks got a technical foul for that. His 16th technical foul of the year. And he doesn't like this. His explanation's kind of funny. Here's Dylan Brooks talking with Michael Shapiro after the game.
Usually those things are flagrants, and I guess he misspoke. And I hope I do play against my fellow Canadian teammate Shea.
What kind of explanation did you get from the officials, or did you ask for one after the technical?
No, I know it's a flagrant, and I think Tony misspoke.
Don't you think it's funny that Dylan Brooks wishes he was called for a flagrant here? Because technically, a flagrant foul is worse than a technical foul. But he wants he doesn't want the technical foul because, of course, he's going to get suspended. He's not going to be able to play Friday's game against the Oklahoma City Thunder, which could be a fun game, but it's the last 5 games of the regular season. How much are the Thunder going to care? How much are the Rockets going to care? How many players are actually going to play? I'd optimally like to see at least one last full strength effort for the Rockets against the Thunder. I'm skeptical we'll see it tomorrow. But to bring it back to this, it's very funny that Dylan Brooks is like, actually, that was a flagrant.
Yeah, it's a flagrant. I think he misspoke.
No, he definitely didn't.
No,
he thought it was a technical. Well,
Tony Brothers benefits misspoke.
It probably should have been a flagrant. I mean,
That's
if we're going to call it
normally-
anything, I think it should have just been a foul. Like it was an accidental offensive foul. He was jumping up for a shot and his legs happened to hit Sexton in the nads.
Yeah, I think. I mean, normally that is like a flagrant one. Like that's what they call it when there's some action to the south of the equator, as Craig Ackerman will call it. I'll class it up. Yeah, that is a funny situation. And it's because it's 5 minutes into a game that they would win by 40 that he's like, give me the worst punishment in game. That's a lesser punishment outside the game, because we know that we can withstand them shooting free throws and then getting the ball back. I can't withstand not playing against my Canadian national team brethren.
If I'm not playing against Shea, what will I do?
Yeah.
What will I do with
Also,
my life?
Lou Dort, also Canadian, doesn't care about playing against
Well,
Lou Dort.
yeah, but Lou Dort. Come on. Honestly, today I learned Shea Gilgeous-Alexander was Canadian.
Yeah.
And I don't think he should be an MVP because of that.
Mm.
I don't want a Canadian winning MVP.
Okay. Serbian, we're good?
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm fine with that. Canadian MVPs, especially this year with the climate. We can't have Canada beating us in soccer and losing to Canada in the Four Nations. Like I can't keep taking these L's from Canada.
It's a lot of W's for Canada. We need to list them out like that.
Right. Like I mean, you know, I like our retaliatory tariffs entirely because how dare they, right? How dare they? Trump, just give tariffs. I don't know how tariffs work, but just how dare they? So give them a little tariff, Aruski. But I think Steve Nash, Canadian. So there's a couple of MVPs.
I think that's it. 2024, great America versus Canada with Drake taking some L's. But I think since then, Canada has responded.
Ugh. Yeah, Steve Nash, groundbreaker. The Jackie Robinson of Canada, the first Canadian to win MVP in the NBA.
Huge. Gave Shea Gilgeous-Alexander all the inspiration.
I think so.
Gave Kelly Olynyk, gave Dylan
Kelly
Brooks.
Olynyk. It is so funny that Dylan Brooks is the most aggressive Canadian that's ever existed. Like it does feel like if Canada would ever deport somebody, it would be him. Canada doesn't let certain people into the country, by the way. A buddy on a bachelor party of mine found this out the hard way. Apparently, if you've been doing a little drinking, driving, you are not allowed into the state of Canada.
They don't like felons.
They don't like felons there. Who would have thought you don't let felons into a country? But anyway, that's neither here nor there. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Dylan Brooks, free Dylan Brooks. Call it a flagrant, not a technical. When you kick someone in the nads, it's a flagrant foul, not a technical foul. Let him play against his Canadian brethren. Come on. What are we doing here? Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Dylan Brooks' Houston Rockets are Southwestern Division champs. And it is crazy how good the city of Houston is at winning division titles. What should the Rockets do the rest of this regular season? And how you feeling about the Houston Astros and their 2-4 start? It's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stay put.
folks, it is now official. For the first time since 2020, the Houston Rockets are playoff bound as they win their 50th game of the season in blowout fashion over the Utah Jazz, 143-105. They have clinched a top 6 playoff seed. Another box has been checked. There are still more to come.
Huzzah! And yes, Craig Ackerman, there are still more boxes to check off. First round playoff victory, second round playoff victory, Western Conference Finals victory, NBA title. All of these are theoretical boxes that could be checked off. The next box to check off, and it will take only one Rockets win in their remaining 5 games, all of which are tough. It'll give them a top 4 seed in the Western Conference. Also, if they get some help from some of the other teams who are competing for the very many up in the air slots in the playoffs, then they theoretically could end up with a 4 seed and, best case scenario, end up as the number 2 going into the playoffs. In case you haven't been paying attention, the difference between the team in 8th place and the Rockets are currently the Western Conference's 2 seed. We're still talking about just 5.5 game difference. Obviously, for most teams, there's 5-6 games left or so, but the Grizzlies are the 8th seed. They're just 5.5 back of Houston. The Lakers are 3 back. The Nuggets also 3 back. The Warriors are 5 back. The Timberwolves 5.5 back, as well as the Clippers and Grizzlies. Pretty crazy, the logjam that you have in the West after the Thunder, who have 14 more wins than any other team. They've won their last 11, by the way, and the Rockets will play them on Friday night. It's going to be really interesting to see how both teams handle it. I truly don't know how I would handle it if I'm the Thunder. I mean, 11 games in a row, that's pretty cool to have. Do you want to keep that up? Or do you say to yourself, all right, yeah, we've proven all we need to prove. This game against the Rockets on Friday night, especially if Dylan Brooks is ready to go, and we wish him the best as he tries to get the technical foul for kicking Colin Sexton in the nads in the first couple of minutes of yesterday's game. We hope that gets turned to a flagrant, I guess. I don't know if they could do that so that he actually can play in that game and he doesn't get the 1-game suspension for having 16 technical fouls on the season. But it will be very intriguing to see what happens tomorrow night between the Thunder and Rockets.
Yeah, Thunder played everybody, or at least all the big time players against the Pistons earlier this week. So, I mean, Caruso was the only one, but he was out with a left ankle injury. So, yeah, I mean, the Thunder definitely haven't been in fully foot off the gas mode, which kind of makes sense because they locked everything up, 5 games ago, 6 games ago. So you can't really take off an entire month at the end of the season.
No.
So it will be interesting. It looks like they do mostly the minute restrictions where guys only play 30 minutes at most. How they're handling it in the season. So I would kind of expect that against the Rockets.
For the Rockets, meanwhile, what do they do with Fred VanVleet, who didn't play last night? He's got knee and ankle soreness that he felt during the back-to-backs. You're not going to have any back-to-backs during the playoffs, so you would hope that will be less of an issue. That's fortunate, but
you even get a few days off in the first round.
He looked pretty crappy on the second night of that back-to-back. Hey, at least we have a built-in excuse now for VanVleet when he's missing wide-open shots all game long.
Yeah, don't pay no mind. Pay no mind to the 2 for 14 that he was against the Lakers. He was hurt. Okay? Pay no mind.
Pay no mind. Magic number for the Rockets, 1 win for the 4 seed, 3 wins for the 3 seed, 4 wins for the 2 seed. It is pretty crazy that's 4. It seems like that will take care of itself fairly quickly, though, just given if you take a look at where the Rockets are compared to the teams that are next up in the standings, as we talked about a moment ago. They do have 3 games in hand on all of those teams.
And the 3 seed, the Lakers, they play them The 4 seed, the Nuggets, they play them.
Right.
The 5 seed, the Warriors, they play them.
So that helps those teams catch up.
It helps them catch up, or if the Rockets win, that magic number will go down very fast because they're getting 2 at a time, basically.
Houston, Texas. What a city. What a sports town. Maybe not the most die-hard sports radio audience. It would be nice if they made gambling legal here to perhaps put a little pep in that step. But this is a city of division champions. It is impressive that the Rockets have won half of the Southwest Division titles since 2015. 2015, 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2025. So now with a 50-win season and their first playoff appearance since that pandemic season, they've got their 5th. Who else has won a lot of division titles of late? Well, if we're going to get technical, the Houston Cougars playing in the American Athletic Conference or in the Big 12. That's basically a division, right? And in the regular season, the Cougs have outright won their conference in 2019, 2020, 2022, 2023, 2024, and this year. And that's 6 of the last 7. The Houston Astros win a lot of divisions. 2017, 2018, 2019, pandemic, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. They've won 7 of 8. And then you got the Houston Texans, who since 2011, the day that Paul Gallant arrived in Houston, have won 8 AFC South titles. 2011, 2012, 2015, 2016, 2018, 2019, 2023, 2024. This city wins division titles on a level that the rest of this country couldn't possibly comprehend. We win. You lose. Jealous much? You should be. A lot of people say it's actually about winning a championship every year. Well, how many teams win a championship every year? 1. That's it. How many teams win a division title every single season? Well, in baseball, 6. In the NFL, 8. In the NBA, 6. It ain't easy. And this city does it. Your city doesn't. Yeah. I'm talking to you. You're a loser because your city can't win division titles. No one holds a candle to Houston, at least as of late. Since 2011, and I'm not going to do the math for every other metropolitan area, but since 2011, I feel very confident saying that every single city / metropolitan area in the United States is envious of the amount of division titles that the city of Houston has won. Because if we're counting our beloved Cougs, we're talking about 26. Yeah, 26. We're like the New York Yankees, except for we've seen all of these division titles in our lifetime. We've seen all these division titles in 15 years. 26 division titles in 15 years, guys, if we count conference championships in the regular season for college basketball. And we should. It's really impressive. So next time somebody from Dallas comes up to you and starts talking to you,
Hey, remember when we won the World Series? Hey, like the Cowboys? More people care about the Cowboys. We just traded for Joe Milton.
the next time that somebody from Dallas tries to talk to you, just say, kiss my 26 division title banners. And guess what? Every Houston sports team, they should celebrate their division titles with a banner. Houston Texans do. The Rockets, they should. Do the Astros? They should. The Astros don't.
No, or do they do it outside now? I think they moved them.
They definitely do league championships and they do World Series. Yeah. I have not, and again, every now and then I'm at Dyken Park. I've had a margarita, so perhaps I'm not as eyes like a hawk as I need to be. But I have yet to see the Astros honoring the many American League division titles that they've won. And it's been a lot.
Yeah. They used to have them all, like when it was NL Central division titles, they used to have them in the in left field next to the the rest of them. But I think they moved them outside the stadium since they started winning the AL West every year. Yeah, I think the Rockets also do one big banner or one banner with all the years that they've won the Southwest Division. I think they do it like that, where they're, 2025, 2020, 2019, however, whichever years they won. They win it so often, it's hard to keep track.
It's so hard to keep track.
Other than those 4 years where they tanked every year.
Someone texted in, look up San Antonio. I mean, look how many the Spurs have won. Oh, I'm sorry. We're talking about division titles. Okay? Division titles, that's the first thing you do. You win your division.
Mm-hmm.
Did the Spurs win the other 6 division titles possible since 2015? Doubtful.
No.
Doubtful. What if they did? That would suck.
I
know they didn't.
Definitely didn't.
Didn't win last year.
They didn't win the year before either.
Yeah. Sucks to suck, San Antonio.
They haven't won it since Kawhi Leonard got traded.
Oh, we're San Antonio. Oh, look at us. We don't even have a football team or baseball team.
We're hosting the Final Four.
We're hosting the Final Four, but none of our teams will ever play there. We're San Antonio. The traffic through our city sucks. And Paul's never going to visit it again because he didn't like it that one time he drove through. Oh, we got a Riverwalk. Oh, a bunch of Texas soldiers died. And we honor that. That's one of our monuments.
They should do that though. I'm being a total a-hole right there. I'm pro the Alamo. I'm not pro what happened at the Alamo.
Random Santa Ana defense by Paul.
Santa, but I mean,
hey, oh, never mind. I won.
Texas did win its division against
Mexico.
Right?
Yeah.
They did win their division.
They defended home field.
That's where it started.
They defended Dyken Park better than the Astros do.
Stop! Don't say that.
What they did.
Sam Houston beat Santa Ana because he knew he had to win his division, and that was the Republic of Texas at the time. From the 337, look up Los Angeles. I doubt, and I could be wrong.
I mean, the Dodgers win the West every year.
Yeah,
the Lakers probably have a few Pacifics in there, although probably
not as many as you would think. Because I mean, they had to bring in LeBron to become relevant.
Yeah,
again.
And even then, half the time they've been in the play-in or
couple of
5 seed,
couple of Rams division titles.
Yeah,
Chargers. I don't think the Chargers have won the AFC West.
Not recently.
Because it's all been Chiefs and Broncos. I feel like for the last 10 to 15 years.
Since Marty Schottenheimer, North Turner.
Yeah, really. That's probably the last time. And they were in San Diego then, of course.
Yeah. Angels, no.
We don't count hockey because we don't have a hockey team. And the Angels definitely don't. Right. Here's the problem.
USC, nothing. UCLA, nothing.
You can't count
Miss me with that.
The teams that have 73, the cities that have 73 teams, sorry, you're disqualified from the conversation because it does not support our statistics.
Yeah.
I mean, it does not. It just looks jealous and petty, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like this LA texter, jealous and petty.
Yeah. Don't miss me with the Long Beach State baseball division title. Miss me with that. I don't care that they've won the Big West.
Houston, Texas is a city of division champions. You wish you had what we have, bitch. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Hockley Dan says, Paul Gallant Show just won a division title. That's true. I mean, we generally beat the other shows in the ratings. So
in our time division.
In our time division, we generally win. And by generally win, I mean we win. We really win. We win so much.
Winning. We're tired of winning.
We actually are a little tired of winning. Many people would argue that based off of some of the content on the show. We're so tired of winning. It's a burden.
We're trying not to win.
We're trying not to win. We're trying to get draft position against the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston continues now.
What's happening, Paul? What's up, Paul? Most interactive show, and really enjoy that aspect of it. Y'all keep it up.
Get involved in the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776. Here's Paul Gallant.
And don't forget, we're going to be out at River Ranch, Dayton tomorrow. New community just northeast of Houston. We're going to be hanging out by the Angel Lagoon. White sand beaches, turquoise water. I am truly intrigued to see what this looks like. And if the weather cooperates, your boy might be just coming out in a bathing suit. Do need to get that base tan. And I think we're going to be doing the show outside. So we'll see how that goes. I've always wanted to show off my pecs, on the YouTube and on the Twitch. So we'll see if we're able to do that. But this community sounds pretty dope. Homes from the high 200s to the 500s. What if I offer $1? Do you think they'll think about it? $1 for a home out in Dayton? I don't think they'll do that.
Price is right, like $1.
I might be moving to Dayton after tomorrow's show. So
what if they're so impressed by your beach bod? They're like, please take a home.
We need you to be in the lagoon, dude.
To as close to the lagoon as possible to
Right.
move these houses.
We need to have an aesthetic. We need to have hoppy.
Yeah.
So maybe that'll be the case. We're excited to get out there. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. Also, Monday, we're going to be watching the national championship at FAO Houston, which is in Midtown. It's the same people who brought you Pub Fiction. It's right where Pub Fiction used to be. 20 TVs, rotating seasonal menu, classic cocktail specials. And it's got this nostalgic arcade bar feel. The inside of it looks really, really cool. And it's where Pub Fiction used to be. So that'll be cool too. Anyway, guys, it's the Paul Gallant Show. Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text. And you can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. And you can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. The Houston Rockets are Southwestern Division champions. The Houston Astros are 2-4. But they're the reigning AL West champions. And the Houston Texans are AFC South champions. We never got to touch on this story. I'm glad that I don't work with kids' sports. I've always thought I might be a good coach, but I've also thought to myself, even as a volunteer, the amount of bitching and moaning I'd have to deal with from parents wouldn't be worth it. It's the big obstacle in my way because I know myself and I wouldn't handle it well. I would probably say something mean to the parents back.
I was gonna say, I think the coaching part. If you're the type of coach, football coaches want this a lot, like college coaches, where they're like, "Hey, the boosters and stuff, just let me coach and get out of my way." I think that would be your stance with the parents.
Right.
I think once the parents start meddling, or if they say something to you, you'll snap back at them, and they won't like that.
Right. So I am doing some coaching, and I actually did some coaching last night. I am the one of the assistant coaches for the Blondes team in the Blondes versus Brunette annual flag football game. Raises money for Alzheimer's, and I don't have to deal with any parents there. But if I did have to do some sort of coaching of kids, I feel like I'd deal with a lot of parents, and I don't think it would go so well. Well, I also don't think I'd be able to handle being the president of a Little League club. There's a Little League club in Houston called the Oak Dads Club. And the president, John Barcelo, he's out after $50,000 went missing. So he was an integral part of this organization per a write-up at ABC 13's website. He rose all the way up to president. And it's crazy that he rose all the way up to president. And I'm guessing, Little League's not doing background checks on everybody that's involved. But this actually is pretty funny to me. In 2018, he was charged with felony theft, buying $294,000 of copper for his then employer, then scrapping it for cash. So apparently he conned his former employer out of more than $312,000. And now he's gone to a Little League, and allegedly he's out as head of the Oak Dads Club after $50,000 went missing. And clearly they did no background check on him because he stole, allegedly, $312,000. He pled guilty to those charges in 2021. He was sentenced to 10 years of deferred education, which is basically probation. And his sentence was terminated early in 2024. So as soon as he knows he's in the clear,
boom,
with the Oak Dads Club,
time to get back to scamming.
Get back to scamming.
That's crazy. And wow. So I guess I don't know enough about Oak's Dad's Club.
Oak's Dad's Club was founded 70 years ago to get neighborhood kids, Sean, in Oak Forest, Timber Grove, and the surrounding areas together to play baseball.
Oh.
Now includes softball, soccer, and flag football.
Oh.
Everyone's a volunteer spending their own time and money to support their kids.
Then I think I was part of the Oak's Dad Club.
You think so?
10 years ago. Yeah, I played baseball at Timber Grove.
Wow.
Yeah. So he scammed
You must have
me,
scammed your parents.
or people like me.
Right.
Yeah. That humanizes it. That's messed up. And now that's still 50,000 is a lot of money. But I guess they have a bunch of different teams and stuff. They have so many teams for each age group. So I guess I can see how you get up to 50 grand from these people, but man.
So as of 10 days ago, when ABC 13 went to his home, no one answered the door. He's not facing any criminal charges, but he's out as president of the Oak Dads Club.
How is he not facing criminal charges?
This is why attorneys with the Oak Dads Club, and I'm sure there's a lot of rich dads, are working to turn all documents over to Harris County's district attorney's office. Well, here's the thing, though. I mean, is $50,000 enough to get the Houston County District Attorney's Office to pay attention, given all that's going on in our city? I don't know.
But the thing is, all you need is a couple dads in high places that can get this going. I think you just need some people in the Harris County, whatever. You just need some people that know, that can pull some strings.
Yeah.
And it looks like they're making sure that they have all their ducks in a row to nail this guy.
This is my favorite part of the story, Sean. They are reworking their screening procedures.
Oh, yeah?
Something that wasn't an issue for 70 years.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the idea that somebody in a volunteer organization would steal 50,000 money is just not on anyone's mind.
And for, I don't know, 60 of those 70 years, they're probably there's not enough money to steal for a con man to make it worth it. But that's crazy.
That is nuts. Sean Mapes behind the glass on Paul Gallant. Our thoughts are with the Oak Dads Club.
Yeah. Shout out to the 2008 Brewers squad.
We hope
center fielder Sean Mapes.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Sean Mapes, you were a victim.
Oh,
potentially
not really.
of crime.
15 years before, yes.
Your league had money stolen from it.
Yeah, I helped build that league.
You did.
I helped build that league.
The division that Sean Mapes built. Were you ever a division champion?
No. We're a solid team, but not at the top.
Damn. Anyway, guys, it's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, how far is too far? Have you ever thought about transporting something in your buttocks? Well, that's been happening a lot in Texas this week. And a deal happened in baseball that has me wondering about some young Houston Astros players. How far away are the Astros from doing something like this? And did this team go too far? How far is too far? Next on the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stay put. You know what's really funny? We were talking about that situation with the Oak Dads Club in the last segment where the president of the Oaks Dads Club was kicked out after $50,000 went missing. I have received multiple texts with extra information about what's going on. This was a coup, but the parents, they went far enough. It wasn't too far. They went far enough. I guess there was a board that got ousted too. Wow.
Okay.
Because I guess the board fell asleep at the wheel because they didn't know $50,000 went missing.
They didn't know this convicted fraudster.
This happens a lot, I'm assuming, in all sorts of groups that involve volunteers, because the HOA that everyone keeps trying to make me a president on at my condo, they had their own issue where a lot of money went missing too, which has involved several successful lawsuits against the same person over and over again. It's fascinating stuff. I don't know all the details. I just know I showed up once and they literally had popcorn for everybody. And I just sat back and I ate popcorn listening to a bunch of people from this community going after one another. So fraud happens.
Yeah.
And if you see fraud, stop it.
Yeah. If you're part of some sort of volunteer group or whatever, just invest in a background check.
Mm-hmm.
You probably won't find anything, but you might. You might find something.
Dot the I's.
Cross those T's.
Cross those T's, indeed. Is this too far? Would giving a guy in his second year a 9-year extension be too far? Because that's what these San Diego Padres do. I don't know how the Padres have as much money as they do. You don't think like money when you think of the San Diego Padres until recently, where they're giving out contracts to big time players left and right.
Their owner was like on his deathbed,
right?
And eventually did die, but he was like, "I want a competitive team before I die," which is noble. But he also died, so I'm surprised.
Right,
they are spending this kind of money
because now after he died, they're still being competitive. Jackson Merrill and the Padres have a 9-year, $135 million contract extension, which can max out at $204 million with a $30 million club option for a 10th season that can convert to a player option. Is this too far? Is even thinking about a contract like this with Cam Smith too far? Yes. Is this too far, though, for a guy in his second year? I think it is. I think it's crazy. Now, I am a big believer that you start paying people early. I think we've seen from the Houston Texans that they're willing to pay players early, but the Texans have a lot of money. Money that I'm not sure that the Astros are willing to fool around with. And also the Astros, I mean, they give out some bad contracts, which hamstrings their ability to do something like this. But I like the idea of paying guys early. I just think after one season, this is way too early.
Yeah. I mean, it obviously depends on the guy, Jackson Merrill.
He's a really good player.
Yeah. He had a good year last year. I know he was a top rated prospect. So it's a little bit of like, he had potential and he kind of delivered, but especially a sport like baseball, where we've seen guys come out, red hot, even to start their careers and past their rookie year. Like you'll have like a Yasiel Puig come out of nowhere, be awesome, and then in 5 years be out of the league. That just happens more in baseball than in other sports. I think in football, paying guys early is smart. In baseball, I do think that there's some risk there, because that's what the Astros did with John Singleton. He's like one of the shining examples of it going wrong.
Now, they didn't give as much money as Jackson Merrill just got.
Yeah, no, but they still paid a guy before they had to.
This contract is also one where, hey, I mean, it's not like on an annual basis they're really going to be giving up that much, because it's 9 years, $135 million. When you think about that, okay, what is that? Like about $15 million or so a year? Like it's not that much. It's actually very, very favorable for them. But it is interesting because you think about baseball players and the lifestyle that they live.
God, he's 21.
He's 21 years old and he's going to be making $15 million a year.
He's about to turn 22, but still.
I mean, for the first couple of years of his contract, compared to other young baseball players, this guy is going to be able to live the life.
Yeah.
And if this contract is 9 to 10 years or so, when he's 30, which is when a lot of these guys finally do become available for that huge contract, he could be theoretically getting, 10, 11 years from now.
Yeah.
What are contracts going to be close to $1 billion by that moment in time? Like, I don't know. So it's interesting that they're doing this. I guess it is honestly a win-win situation for both Merrill and for the Padres. But at the same time, I look at this and I do think it's too far after just 1 year.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I mean, again, for like a Carlos Correa would have been Carlos Correa would have been like borderline worth it because he did have some availability issues, and George Springer, basically after he left the Astros, has kind of been a disappointment for the Blue Jays. So there are guys where even the guys you can look back with the hindsight, knowing it worked out, and you still probably wouldn't want to sign Correa or Springer to this kind of deal. Like Bregman, maybe. Bregman, if he would have signed him after his rookie year, I think you would have been fine with that if he would have gotten a 10-year deal. But for a lot of guys, like, again, in baseball, it's just so hard to predict. And never mind pitchers with their arm exploding.
How far is too far continues. Is putting stuff in your butt to smuggle too far?
Depends how much and what it is.
We have 2 stories.
Wow.
About this in the great state of Texas.
Wow.
Texas Border Patrol finds a 3rd pound of fentanyl hidden in the rectum of a border crosser. U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers working at the international crossing in El Paso seized about 1/3 of a pound of fenty in the rectum of a 41-year-old male U.S. citizen pedestrian border crosser. The man arrived. A drug-sniffing dog searched the man, alerted to the presence of narcotics. They continued their inspection, and results suggested the man had drugs concealed in his anal cavity. The man would not consent to a medical exam designed to confirm the presence of a foreign object inside his body. Investigators arrived. Special agent obtained a search warrant. You got a search warrant for your butt? That's kind of funny.
I know. I also
that's kind of funny.
This is where I go, can't you just wait him out?
Yeah.
It's coming out no matter what. Wait long enough.
You would think so. 0.31 pounds.
Oh.
That much. Eventually, he passed a bundle just before 2 p.m., so it did eventually come out.
Yeah, of course.
We also have another story, and this headline just makes me laugh. This is also, get this, at the U.S.-Mexico border in Texas. A U.S. citizen was charged with attempting to smuggle drugs across the Texas-Mexico burglar. Officers found 2 packages concealed between the man's buttocks. So it wasn't in his rectum.
Oh.
This was just in between his cheeks.
No.
He's been referred to as a cheeky smuggler, again, in El Paso.
Yeah, half measure. The other guy went committed to it.
You know what? In the rectum, too far. In the cheeks, I think that's not too far from me.
See,
if I'm being paid to be a drug mule, under risk of death or with lots of money, in the cheeks, I'm cool with that. Be an awkward walk, but yeah, all the way, hell no.
I mean,
especially with fentanyl,
all the way gives you a better shot, though. They're like, who's this guy waddling in? Stop him.
Apparently, the waddling is not what got him. He tried crossing at 4 a.m. That probably is not going to help either.
No.
A drug-sniffing dog. These drug-sniffing dogs are really good at finding the narcotics.
Yeah.
And they found it concealed, 1/3 of a pound of meth concealed between his buttocks. So there you go. How far is too far? I think swallowing something in a bag that has fentanyl in it, hell to the no, meth in a bag between my buttocks cheeks.
See, I'm okay with that. I don't think that's far enough.
That's as far as I'd be willing to go.
Oh, okay.
I'm only doing, cheat carrying.
But if I'm the guy paying the smuggler, it's like, no, I want it all the way. Give me the deluxe package. What are we doing?
Mm-hmm. It's a good question.
Also, this does not seem like large enough amounts for it to be worth it. Worth the risk.
No, it does not. It does not. People are commenting on my pronunciation of El Paso. No, it's El Paso. It's not El Paso.
Yeah, like the sauce.
Yeah, Old El Paso.
Paso.
It's Paso. It's not Paso. Come on. USA. USA. USA.
Yeah, wait, can we just change it to the pass?
Yeah.
For renaming things?
The pass.
It's the pass Texas.
It's the pass Texas. God. These freaking Mexico sympathizers.
Yeah.
How about you go over the wall we're about to build?
Yeah.
Oh,
do you know where the Final Four is this year? It's in St. Anthony. All right.
I love that. Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. One last story, and how far is too far. This is sad. I get why they're doing it, but per Shams Charania, did I say his name right?
Not really, but it's all right.
The NBA is looking into Memphis's Ja Morant using finger gun motions towards the Golden State Warriors bench on Monday night. That guy's obsessed with guns. You know what? Again, as someone who once told my mom and dad when they picked me up from Bible school that Bible school was too Jesus-y, I wish it was more weapon-y. Quote that actually happened. Like, I empathize with Ja Morant. As a youth, I was turning every stick that I found into a gun. But, Ja, sir, you had to go to rehab for too many videos posted to your Instagram live of you flexing with a pistol. You know, it's a serious addiction. That's why he had to go to Florida to fight it. But, Ja, bro, I think it's too far that the NBA is doing an investigation into it. At the same time, Ja, this is too far. Like, anything involving guns that's on camera, you need to stop, even if it's finger guns.
Yeah, the NBA let him off with a warning this time. I kind of think that finger guns could be a good methadone, though, for Ja Morant. It's like, hey, listen, the like actual, toting the steel on Instagram Live, like, that's bad. Don't do that. That is actual trouble, or at least asking for trouble. If you want to do finger guns as kind of a way to wean yourself off of it, it is a step in the right direction. Patch. It's just a little bit, Okay, we'll let you do finger guns. All right.
Are they going to let Shooter McGavin do finger guns in the Adam Sandler Happy Gilmore 2 movie?
I don't know.
Or is woke culture going to get in the way?
Yeah. Will Adam Sandler stand up against woke
finger gun violence?
Yeah.
No more finger guns in the NFL, by the way.
No more the finger under the nose either.
Mm-hmm. No more. And on that note, guys, it's the Paul Gallant Show. That's how far is too far every single Thursday at 2:30. We will not put it in the rectum, only in the buttocks cheeks. Don't isolate that. Up next, garbage time. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Last chance to dance. The Paul Gallant Show with Sean Mapes behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 97.5. Tomorrow, we're going out to Dayton, the River Ranch. Dayton, a new community just outside of Houston. 16 model homes from the 200s to the 500s, and the Angel Lagoon in the middle. White sand beaches and turquoise water. This is where I should have started my OnlyFans career. I should have done this because we're going to be out by the lagoon, and maybe the pasty whiteness, it's going to be all out and about. We shall see. Got to figure out the camera setup when we're out there, but looking forward to that. It's going to be fun. We will be there until 6. Learn more at riverranchdayton.com. The way it's been described, I'm really excited to check out all this stuff. And I might take one of these model homes. Okay. Yeah. I get paid the big bucks.
Squatters' rights.
Well, hang on. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that to the fine folks. We're not going to do that to those guys. I would
What if
never
you just never
squat.
leave? What if you just never leave?
Sean,
Then
that's too
what?
far. We
Okay.
just did how far is too far.
Okay.
I'm not going to squat at River Ranch Dayton. Okay. But we are excited to get out there.
How
It's gonna be a
serious
lot of
are you
fun.
about getting home?
All right. I have a question before we get to garbage time. Astros are 2-4 to start the year. I mean, that would be good for first place in the American League Central, or at least tied for first place. A 6-way tie in the American League Central.
Would be popping champagne if we're in the AL Central 2-4.
Back in the good old days when the National League Central had 6 teams.
Yeah, why they put in this West? Ugh.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, they're 2-4. The offense has been just absolutely terrible. It's early, Paul. God, you don't get it. Our Astros will show up. You're just being negative. I'm just pointing out stats, okay? My question is, at what point do we press the reset button for the season like we did several times last year? And yeah, we killed the Astros too, but we also pressed the reset button after a slow start several times. It's a weird series against the Twins with a first game on Thursday, no game on Friday, and then games on Saturday and Sunday. It's a very bizarre way to do a series. Is something going on in Minnesota on Friday? Is there like a scheduled riot on Target or something? I don't know. But at what point do we think about pressing the reset button? Say these offensive struggles continue. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. I'm debating doing it right now. 0-0 going into a series against the first place, at least based off of ESPN.com, Minnesota Twins. And Twins! I love pressing the reset button for the Astros. And Twins!
And those Twins.
Those were some of our favorite memories of the Paul Gallant Show.
Yeah. What was that? I guess that was 2023.
Yeah. 2023. God, that was a while ago. It's a year and a half ago. That was fun. We just did that over and over again for what?
5 games of a baseball series? No,
like
4.
Just like 5 entire shows just saying, "Ew, Twins."
I think one before and one after, too. It might have been almost 2 weeks of us just going, and those Twins.
Twins! And I guess this is another early afternoon game, too. This is bizarre. What is going on in Minnesota where this schedule is happening? Like, is there a purge or something tomorrow? Like, what the hell? 2 afternoon games back to back is annoying.
I think they keep open days for in case like it snows or something in Minnesota. Like
poor Carlos Correa. That is definitely it.
Do you know what the weather is for today? I think it's a high of like 42.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
It's still that cold?
Yeah. It's Minnesota.
Hang on a second. I'm
cold in Minnesota.
That's true, but I guess it's only early April, but it's 88 degrees today. It's hot as balls right now. All right, let's see. Minneapolis.
Yeah, it's 43.
Oh!
High 44.
43 when the game's over, possibly, if it ends at 6.
It's not going to get into the 50s the entire time they're there.
Dude, it's going to be 36 at midnight. Does it snow?
Yeah. Does Cam Smith own a jacket?
Do any of these guys own jackets? Yeah.
I imagine the guys that have had to go there before probably do. But like the rookies, like DeZenzo is going to be like, what the hell is this?
I bet Carlos Correa, some of them have talked to Carlos Correa. And they're like, hey, Carlos, do you have any extra mink coats that your wife isn't wearing that she got at the Mall of America? Do you have any extra?
Are you saying that Jose Altuve and Carlos Correa's wife wears the same size
No,
coat?
no,
Is that what you're saying?
I'm assuming that, that women don't wear like form-fitting fur coats.
Oh, okay.
I'm assuming that fur coats are not supposed to be super tight.
I've only seen them in movies, and I think they normally, yes, they got some size to them.
Huh. Interesting. All right, guys, a little garbage time before we get out of here. Desert Stro brings up, this does not bode well for the offense. God. So, yeah, maybe we press the reset button after this series in Minnesota, which doesn't count, just like the National League games don't count. If the Astros' offensive struggles continue.
If it's below freezing at any point while you're playing this game, doesn't count.
Apparently, the Inter Miami MLS team has a big dom. They have a security guard who is literally tasked with defending Lionel Messi.
I've seen this guy. Yeah.
He expressed frustration after he was told he's no longer allowed to protect Lionel Messi from the sidelines during Inter Miami matches. He gained widespread recognition after social media videos showed him closely watching the crowd to stop pitch invaders from harming Messi. Said his bodyguard in an interview with House of Highlights, quote, "They don't allow me to be on the field anymore. I was in Europe for 7 years working for League One and the Champions League, and only 6 people invaded the pitch. I came to the USA, and in just 20 months, 16 people have already done so. There's a huge problem here. I'm not the problem. Let me help Messi." That is pretty crazy that there have been 16 people jumping onto the field in just 20 months. MLS security, step it up. And honestly, with how slow soccer games are from time to time, I mean, wouldn't this be awesome to have Lionel Messi's bodyguard bodying people from time to time?
Just part of the game. Just having this guy
Right.
tackle some kid.
MLS soccer is not good. So at least we'll have some football on the sideline potentially. If somebody tries to storm the field, we'll have this guy get out there. Per ESPN, it's a club decision, not Major League Soccer's decision, to remove him from the sideline. He is still an employee of Inter Miami. He's a part of the security detail. He's just not allowed on the field anymore. I think we got to let my guy, Yassine Chuko, back on the field so he can body some douchebag protesters or some people who might come after Lionel Messi. I want to see people getting bodied.
Yeah, I've seen videos of him, and he literally will just walk down the sideline like with Messi, like parallel to Messi.
Hell yeah.
And so he just walks up and down.
He takes his job seriously.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that?
No, I like this guy.
More people need to take
As long as he didn't do anything like bad that made him get fired.
Yeah.
Which is possible.
Hopefully there's no snow out for Astros Twins today. Good God. And that's going to wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to Sean Mapes behind the glass. Big thanks to everyone who listens, our callers, our texters, our Twitchers, and YouTubers on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Thursday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing? It's a Thursday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. We are going to have a full show for you today, Brian McDonald and myself, right now, as we are really questioning the priorities of certain individuals that normally do this show. And
we got to talk about this, Joel.
Yeah, and the fact that as we try to do our best, and Brian has been working his ass off trying to get the play-by-play guy for the Houston Cougars to join us at some point before the big game on Saturday, even though we were able to get Duke's play-by-play guy. Now the co-host of this show is AWOL, Brian, and he's in San Antonio, we think. We were told. But then right before the show, we get informed that, oh, by the way, there was a power outage in San Antonio in his hotel room. Not the hotel, room, you said.
Yeah, so there was a text. I'm trying to pull up the timestamp here to give you kind of the exact rundown. But he texted me at 2:49, so 11 minutes before the show starts. Power just went out in the hotel. Not sure why. It's a nice day. Which, okay, things happen. Maybe there's some maintenance going on. Nothing suspicious there, although the timing is a little weird. And then he texts me back at 2:57, 8 minutes later, 3 minutes before the show starts. So it's only in my room. I have internet, but no Comrex, which is what he uses to connect to the station and talk to us with. So, yeah, I tend to believe that it's the truth because the lie would be so crazy that it would seem suspicious. I would buy the power outage thing, right? Even if it was a lie. But if you felt the need to add on the unnecessary detail, I was actually only in my room too. Isn't that crazy? That's so unlikely that I believe it's true. But man, damn the timing.
Yeah, look. He's an honest person. There's no reason to lie here. But it's hard for me to believe that randomly out of all the rooms in what I have to believe is one of the more significant hotels in San Antonio, that his room is the only room. Did he blow it out, overloading the power source in his room was a bunch of, I doubt it, right?
He just sent us a picture. Did you see it?
No, I didn't.
I know this is an audio visual or an audio medium, so you're not going to get the full context here for the listeners. But maybe we could tweet this out at some point. Actually, I'll do that here when you're talking. But Jeremy texted us a picture from his hotel room. I would say Jeremy doesn't have over the top facial expressions. He claims he likes to emote, but we know better. This might be as close to completely stressed out as I've ever seen him
This
look.
is either bad gas or diarrhea face that we're getting from Jeremy Branham. It looks, that you're right. He's normally just kind of stone-faced, non-emotional.
He's a poker player. He doesn't show the emotion. He hides it well usually.
Yeah.
But he looks stressed out here.
So hopefully he'll join it, get back to us before we have a chance to catch up with the University of Houston play-by-play announcer, which is coming up later in the show. But until we get there, Brian, let's talk about, I think, the best story going, not named to the Houston Cougars in Houston right now. That's your Houston Rockets. And the Houston Rockets took care of business again last night after blowing out the Phoenix Suns in Phoenix, which you're supposed to do. They come back home and blow out the Utah Jazz, which you're supposed to do. They win their 50th game. They win the freaking division, and they have solidified a top 6 playoff spot in the NBA playoffs. To me, this is the last icing on the cake to say, I don't even care based on our conversation yesterday if they get blown out in a series or not. This team, this year, this season, huge success and another feather in the cap of Ime Udoka, Rafael Stone, and the Houston Rockets.
Okay. I mean, I guess I'm overall with you, but why would a blowout win against the Jazz change your mind from yesterday to today?
Lots, Brian. Got lots on that.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, lay that thought process out for me, but I still would be on the side of if they face a team I think they should beat, which I know we differ on who those teams are. But for me, it would be, I know the Kings lost last night, so their grip on the final playoff spot is dwindling. But if they were to lose in a playoff series, certainly to the Kings or get blown out by the Mavericks or the Grizzlies, I would not feel okay. I mean, it would still be a step forward, coming from where they were 2 years ago. But I couldn't I don't know if I could call this season a great success, and certainly a win over the Jazz, who are trying to lose, get as many of the ping pong balls as they can for Cooper Flag. It didn't really change my mind from where we were 24 hours ago.
See, I'll start with this. This is a team in a game that not so long ago lost to the Utah Jazz, lost to the Sacramento Kings, didn't take care of business against teams that you're supposed to take care of, which good teams do, which was giving me a little bit more fuel to my doubting fire of why I wasn't real confident about this Rockets team. What they've subsequently done down the stretch, knowing that this tough stretch was still coming towards them and looking to get as high as they could in the Western Conference standings, is handle their business. And a lot of teams, young teams and experienced teams, have a tough time doing that. Or they get into games where it's too close and you play your players too much, or you actually lose the game, which I mentioned two of a couple more games where they slipped up. They handled their business emphatically against the Suns and against the Jazz on the road and at home, and gave them ample opportunities to rest their starters, to kind of coast to victories, get more guys like Reed Shepherd and other guys some playing time, and understand that, hey, now they're going to go down to these final 6 games where they're going to play better teams, but they've put themselves in the best position they possibly can to get as high as they want in the Western Conference standings.
So yesterday when we were having this similar conversation, correct me where I'm wrong, but
Okay.
you had I think most of the teams that they could possibly face as very live dogs against the Rockets in the first round. I think the only team that you were confidently picking the Rockets against, like without a doubt, was the Kings. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I had concerns. Look, I don't have a ton of confidence in this team to win a playoff.
Well, I'm
series.
just trying to see this. So I guess you're separating out what they'll do in the playoffs versus
Yes,
what they've
absolutely.
already done. Okay.
So this is back to the initial conversation we had in the last hour of the show yesterday of what constitutes a successful season for the Houston Rockets. Well, you can't win 22 more games than you did a year ago, like you did the first year under Ime Udoka, because then you'd be winning 60+ games and you'd be unbelievable. So you couldn't do that. But I had this team as a play-in team. So the fact that not only are they not a play-in team, but they're a solidified playoff team, and they win the division, and they win 50 games. Now, I said I didn't think they'd get to 54 when we were starting to throw around that number, and that still is within their grasp. The fact that this is a 50-win basketball team, currently the 2 seed in the West, winners of the Southwest Division, and definitely in the playoffs, to me, that is screaming and yelling success no matter what else happens the rest of the season, because I do have deep concerns about a team that has basically zero playoff experience with the exception of Steven Adams and Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks. I don't believe that this team, because of the fact, like we talked about, doesn't have that solidified Anthony Edwards. By the way, Anthony Davis, who went off last night, as I just get into, got teams, but every team that we're talking about within the mix, Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, Kevin Durant, if they're even in it anymore, and then you go up and down the list from Shai Gilgeous-Alexander on down. Almost every team in the playoffs has at least one, if not two, just bona fide studs. The Rockets have good players. They have good players that have played well in the regular season. They have Alperen in his first All-Star game this year as a nice kind of feather in his cap. But I don't believe that they have go-to guys. I don't believe they have guys that are proven in crunch time, which I've been harping on all year. So to me, it's like there's so much to prove. They're so young and inexperienced that just getting to and experience a 7-game series in the NBA playoffs, no matter how it turns out, I'm still going to be okay with this year.
Okay. Phrasing it that way, be okay with this year, I think puts me firmly on your side here, because I would probably be on your side of success. Again, my only small caveat, and it's not like I would kill them if they were to do this, but if they went into the first round and lost to the Kings or got blown out in 5 games by the Mavericks or 5 games by the Clippers, something like that, Grizzlies, I'd probably include in that as well. I think it's not that I would qualify it as not a success, but I would be disappointed. Which it's hard to, or at least for me, to reconcile. Well, calling it a disappointment, but then also saying it's a great success. So I guess that's kind of where the split in my mind goes. But I mean, obviously, going from 41 wins to 51 right now. We'll see what happens in their final 5 games, but at least plus 10, getting. I think it's a lock at this point. They're going to be a top 3 seed. I would even say it's close to a lock. They're the number 2 seed. doing all that they've done, even if they do flame out in the playoffs, definitely in success. But I would still leave it open for me to call the finish of the season a disappointment if they were to lose quickly to one of the teams I mentioned.
See, here's the other thing too. You need more definitive answers to the questions of not just Jalen and Sengun, but of all your young players. What roles are they going to fill? How high can they go? How do they handle the playoffs? So that you can understand what your offseason is going to entail. Because the leading candidate still and the favorite to land Kevin Durant is the Houston Rockets. And I think it's 2-1 right now.
They are, I don't remember the exact odds, but I did see odds from Bet Online.
It was 2-1 or 3-1.
Yeah, but you're right. They were the odds-on favorite according to Bet Online to land Kevin Durant.
So that's telling me in itself.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I did pull it up. It's 2-1.
Yep.
Next team is the Spurs at 3-1.
So with that said, I look at the Clippers. I mean, I look at the Kings and I say between DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine, you have two veterans that can.
And if they get Sabonis back,
they can get a bucket. If they get Sabonis, they got three guys that can go out and get you a bucket when you need one. I think that the closing thing that I've been harping on all year is what bothers me the most. But I also think that this is a big picture conversation for me. I think the reason why I think this season's already a success is because everything I said was something I didn't expect. Now it's for the big picture. I need to more clearly define, do I really need Kevin Durant? Or do I really believe Jalen is still growing, still blossoming, still getting better to be that type of guy like Sengun, same thing? And then who are my other guys that are either going to step up in the playoffs or show that they might not be there yet, which might cause me to look for other things. We know this team needs shooting also. But at the same time, the main thing at the top of the pyramid is I need go-to guys that are clearly defined. I know Jalen and Sengun are capable. I just don't have the same confidence. And you look at the rest of the teams that are going to be in the playoffs, their go-to guys are clearly defined.
Yeah, and I think that's an answer you can only get in the postseason, especially
right.
if it's a flame out against a team. Like if they face the Mavericks or the Grizzlies, certainly the Kings, a lot of these teams that they'd face in the first round, they're going to be heavy favorites in Vegas. And if they were to flame out in 5 games and one of these guys you mentioned just completely no-shows like a James Harden playoff series, then you probably have your answer and you know what you need to do. But I do think at times, and I'm willing to let the playoffs play out to give us that answer, but I do think at times we might be overrating having the go-to closer. And it just kind of, as you're talking, it came to mind for me, the similarities maybe between the Rockets and the Cougs, because I mean, the Cougs have guys like, Cryer and Uzan who can get big buckets when they need to, but they don't have, the 23-point, a game scorer, the Wooden Player of the Year type score, to where no doubt down the stretch, and Jeremy can obviously correct me if he ever gets on with us, but it doesn't feel like they have that. This is definitely the guy every single time we're in a question situation. It's more they have a collection of, 3 or 4, maybe 4 or 5 guys that can get the job done. That's kind of what the Rockets are, the way they're constructed. So, and obviously the Cougs are in the Final Four. Obviously, college game different than the NBA, but I wonder if at times we're overrating the idea of having without a doubt, definitive closer.
I don't think so because I've been harping on the fact that for 45 minutes a game for most of the season, they have played a certain style on both ends of the floor and had a lot of success. And in the final 3 to 5 minutes of games down the stretch, they have found a way to pee down their leg and make it either far too interesting and or lose games they should win, because it's not just about clearly defining who 1 or 2 guys are. It's about execution, running the offense, making the right play, knocking down shots, no matter who your name wearing a Rockets uniform. And that's where I've also had a lot of issues. They turn the ball over. They go back to isolation. They take bad shots, either with a lot of shot clock or being contested when another shot with another pass could have been an easier make. They do a lot of things to make me uneasy in terms of those closing time minutes, that whether you say we have to clearly define the 2 guys at the top or not, I just feel like they have a whole lot of work to do to kind of clean things up, to kind of make sure that when in playoff time, when it matters so much more, that they don't make the same kind of mistakes they made in the regular season.
And I hear you. I mean, obviously you have some results on your side that make that point. Like the Jazz, the game against the Jazz on the road last week got way too close at the end. The same thing in the road game against the Magic. Obviously they lost to the Nuggets without Jokic, not that long ago. So there are certainly moments that are easy to point to. We remember the Cavaliers and Celtics games from earlier in the season where they had big leads and things got close down to the stretch. But I wonder if what you're describing with maybe going more ISO ball or turning the ball over, like not playing their style, to me, what that describes is more the immaturity of a young team and not so much a guy or a team that has to have the number one closer. Or maybe the number one closer fixes everything because you just give him the ball and get out of the way. But a lot of what you're describing to me comes off as the natural immaturity and the need for growth from a team filled with core players that are 23 years old and younger.
But that's what I'm saying. I don't expect them to win the championship this year. So that's why whether they get swept in a playoff series, win a game or two, doesn't matter to me. What matters more is we start kind of clearly defining roles and abilities in the playoffs for some of these guys too, so that I know how urgent I should feel about getting a Kevin Durant or a go-to guy, as opposed to just adding a couple other veterans, younger, maybe better veterans than what you have currently when you have some money to play with this offseason than what they currently have.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point. Like, if they were to flame out, then I probably would go to your side. Like, okay, let's get us a go-to guy, someone that can be that closer down the stretch. But if they win a playoff series and show well in the second round, I'd be willing to allow for the possibility of just, the natural progression and maturity level increasing for a young team being the answer more so than we have to add the definitive closer.
So let's continue to discuss this. You guys want to get in on this? 713-780-3776 is the number that you can call or text in as we continue this conversation on the Rockets. Is this season already a success? Would you be okay if they get knocked out in, say, 4 or 5 games in the playoffs? Do they need a Kevin Durant? See, because me personally, I don't want Kevin Durant, and I don't think he fits, and I think price matters. But if he's only going to be here for about 2 more years, I have concerns breaking up or giving up anybody that's currently on this roster. Let us know what you think. Busy show. We're trying to do our best to try and get the play-by-play guy of the Houston Cougars on at some point today to try and talk a little Cougars basketball, getting ready for the Final Four. Lots of Astros conversation to get into as well. You guys can be a part of it. We're, of course, on YouTube. We're, of course, on Twitter. He's sacked by BMAC. I'm Pac-Man Joel with a K, and Jeremy Branham at Jeremy Branham will be joining us hopefully sooner rather than later. Before we go to the break, I do want to tell you about my good friend Michael Luster, who's got a great new community called River Ranch Dayton. It's an unbelievable spot that allows you, if you're a Houstonian working in the Houston area, downtown and surrounding areas, and you know that the hustle and bustle gets to be too much because of the fact that you're there 5 days a week or more working, and you want an escape route. You want a place where you call home that's going to be a place you can spread out with a 3-car garage and a good-sized house and a nice lot that has amenities on property so that you don't have to go anywhere to have a good time, like a phenomenal Angel Lagoon featuring crystal blue water, white sandy beaches, and the opportunity right in your own backyard, literally, to go have a beachfront fun time. Also, they have lots of things like pickleball available, a dog park available, and a fitness center, all for the residents of River Ranch Dayton. River Ranch Dayton is between 20 and 40 minutes outside of Houston, Texas. Not too far away, but just far enough that you can relax and get away from the city life whenever you want to. They're offering a ton of new opportunities right now. 16 new model homes, pricing between the 200s and the 500s. We're going to be broadcasting live from River Ranch Dayton, where you're going to get to see a lot of pictures. But if you're interested in checking out what that kind of lifestyle might be with a beautiful brand new house, contact my friend Michael Luster right now. 870-754-9164. That's 870-754-9164, or visit riverranchdayton.com.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
J-Bone is on the road, and without power in his room in San Antonio, we hope to catch up with him shortly and get him on the program. But we started off with the Houston Rockets, another big win last night against the Utah Jazz. The Rockets sewing up the Southwest Division title, returning to the playoffs for the first time in a decent amount of time. I think it's like 2018-19 season? I think
No, they were in the playoffs in the bubble year.
So 20.
Yeah.
So
they made the playoffs in the bubble year. The
Since
team
20.
with Russ.
So, yeah, a great bounce back from the Steven Silas era.
What's up, guys? How's everybody doing?
What is this music? Is
That's
that wrestling?
Yeah, it's wrestling, yes.
You don't know you don't know whose music this is?
No, Jeremy, I don't watch wrestling.
It's pop culture. You don't even need to be wrestling.
Fake.
It's the Texas
Don't watch
Rattlesnake. It's scripted, not fake. Don't
It's
trigger
fake.
me. Don't trigger
Stone
me.
Cold.
Scripted.
Stone Cold stupid.
No, Stone Cold
Jeremy.
Steve Austin. That's who it is. How y'all doing? Y'all okay?
We're more worried about you. How the hell does that happen that just your room goes powerless?
It was the darnest thing. I was meditating before the show,
Like you do.
which I often do. I like to meditate before shows, my inner peace. And then as I was meditating, the lights go off. All the lights go off. So I was like, okay, well, maybe they have a timer on them. So I wrap up my meditation, and then I go check to see, what the deal is. And no, the power's completely out. So I'm like, okay, maybe it's probably the hotel, right? Like if my room's out, it's got to be the entire hotel. So I called down there. I was like, hey, is the power of the hotel out? And I assume by the time that I got on the phone, because they have the whatever it's called, what is it called whenever you have the phones that can go like to automation and stuff, like a recording?
I don't know, because I was like, so the phone worked even though the electricity was out?
I mean, the phones usually work if electricity's out, but if you get to a call board, the call board needs power. So I got through the call board prompt to get to the front clerk, like the lobby receptionist or whatever. So I knew that at that point it was probably just my room. So I was like, hey, is the power out in the hotel? And she's like, no. I was like, oh, well, it is in my room. And they're like, okay, well, we'll send somebody up there. And they didn't, but it came back on a few minutes ago. So no promises it's going to stay on. I've never experienced anything like that, where it's just a singular room. Maybe I popped the breaker or something with my meditation. I don't know.
I mean, it's quite possible. I always thought the phone went out when the power went out, but I guess you could have called with your cell phone and got to the front desk.
No, it's a landline.
I know, but I'm saying a landline in a hotel, I thought that would be driven by some need for power.
You don't need power on a landline, do you?
I thought you did. I thought when the power went out in our house growing up.
I think it's just run by the line.
Yeah.
I always thought growing up, and maybe it's a Wisconsin
No, because
thing.
that's they always say to have those. Maybe I'm remembering this wrong, but that was the big thing when cell phones became so prevalent for hurricanes here. Is that in a storm you could still use the landline, but your cell phones would go down.
See, I remember differently that our landline back home also had a separate line that plugged into the wall for power, because so I mean, I don't know if that was a Midwest thing or what that was, but I always thought you needed power for a landline.
What would you need power for?
I'm not going to get into the inner workings.
We're going to dive way beyond our depth here, trying to talk about technology.
I don't want to bore people too much, but
did you need power on a rotary phone?
I mean, I don't know. I don't remember that far back, but I don't know. I mean, I understand that there's like a light on the dial when you used to pick up the handset, but I don't know.
Maybe y'all had maybe you just had a special phone. I don't know. Barkley saw Branham with a big girl from San Antonio. That's why he is late. That's not my style. No, I took pictures of me being here by my computer and in my room in my Comrex without any lights. So I have receipts. Texture Blankers probably had a cordless phone that you had to plug in. Was it a cordless phone?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, that ruins that theory.
Yeah.
Stone Cold what? Watch your mouth. It's the rattlesnake. Texture, if we're talking immaturity, then we got to move Jalen Green ASAP. Can't see him growing in that aspect. Go the route of the Astros. The Astros, it's the darndest thing. They play at 6:05 again today. But he says can't see him growing in that aspect. Go the route of the Astros. Move players to the top of their game for even younger players to develop. I don't think Jalen Green's immature. Do you think Jalen Green's immature?
I think he's matured quite a bit. I think that we've seen his maturity levels go way up in the last year and a half. And, well, at a certain point we can get into it, but I mean, he was talking about how maybe he was extremely immature under Silas. I think that he's matured greatly under Udoka.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything that speaks to his immaturity. Like Ime loves him. Like if Ime loves you, that means that you're a hard worker and that you're a pro. I don't think that texter knows what he's talking about, with all due respect. I agree with both Blankers and BMAC. The season has been a success regardless, but I would be disappointed if they got knocked out in the first round without being competitive, and I don't want Durant either. Kevin Durant screams Barkley and Pippen. Rockets are a matchup headache. They have 4 closers depending on who is guarding them: Jalen, Amin, Alpi, and Eason. And then successful season, yes. There's room for disappointment, though. Yes, you exceeded expectations, but you're a 2 seed now. Play like one in the playoffs. I think this season's for sure a success. I would already say it's a success. 50 wins. You win the divisional championship, which is a huge deal in the NBA. For me, it's definitely an exceeding expectation situation. No matter what happens in the playoffs, I think it's a successful season. Now, if they were to get swept in the first round, we're going to have a disappointed feeling. But we're still going to look back at the season as okay, this was a step in the right direction.
Yeah, no question about it. And before you joined, I was saying, look, you can't win 22 more games than you did the year before, like you did in Ime's first year. But the things that we're talking, you're a 50-win team. You win the division. You're the number 2 seed currently in the Western Conference. When before the season, I was saying I thought they'd be in the play-in. So for me, for all those things, and the fact that for another year you have another step to go up towards phase 2, or whenever they get to this phase 2. I think they're at phase 2 now in terms of what Tillman and Ime and Rafael had been looking to do with this team, because they have won a division. They are a bona fide playoff team now, and they're currently the second best team in the Western Conference, whether you believe that or not. So I think that for all those reasons, it's another successful season, no matter what happens, once you take your first foray into the uncharted waters for everybody other than maybe the 3 or 4 veterans they have on this team, of experiencing what playoff basketball is, because it is different, and it is at a different level and mistakes mean more and everything's magnified. But I think that you're going to learn from that as well. So I think it's a huge success.
Yeah. I think I pegged the Rockets season. I think I had them just above 50 games. Now, second seed, I didn't have them as a second seed. But I thought they were going to be a playoff team this year. I remember having that conversation. I'm a homer, so you have to kind of take that with a grain of salt. But this team just has so much talent. They're a very talented team. When you roll out Jalen, Alpi, Amin, Tari, Jabari, you throw in a couple of veterans in there like Van Vliet and Brooks, who's having a good season, Steven Adams. That's a talented team. To me, they won 50 games. That's no surprise. That they're a second seed in the Western Conference, that might be where the surprise lies. How are they going to be that high in this stacked Western Conference? But in my mind, it's no surprise that they're good. They're well coached. They have tons of talent. I don't think we should be surprised that they won 50 games.
I think this soon I am. And that's why I said what I said. And when I predicted them to be a play-in team, I just felt like, look, they were making progress. It was obvious to the eye test to watch this team with the guys you mentioned, and the fact that Udoka he made a difference from the minute he put that R on his sweatshirt and started coaching this team up. And he was exactly what they needed. It's just to me, the fact is, you won the division. I didn't expect that at all. You're currently the 2 seed. Never thought in a million years, even if you got into a solid playoff spot, that it would be home court advantage and the second best record in the Western Conference. I expected it down the road because of the young talent that they have. I just didn't expect it this year. So that's why, for me, it's a really kind of a monumental second-year success story for this team as it continues to progress.
713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Texter says, remember the video of Green having fun with his roommate? That was a long time ago.
That was Josh Christopher, wasn't it?
Yeah, they were friends.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago, though. We're talking about his maturity level now. I mean, he's married to, a woman that's 30 years his junior. I think he's done a lot of growing. He's got 2 kids now, maybe 2, maybe more. I think he's grown up a lot since those days.
No
where
Anthony
he was,
Edwards, but he's got
of course, playing with Josh Christopher. Texture Green would thrive on a team with KD on it. Durant would take the closing pressure off of Green. I like the idea of Durant on this team. Now, Price is where it's like, okay, what are you giving up? I don't want to give up too much for Durant, but Durant would be helpful to this Rockets team. But let's see how it goes in the playoffs first.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. I always harp on too. Price matters. Phoenix they're eyeing their picks and they want them back, and you are in the position of not having to give them back and give up too much. And the market's going to matter too, because I'm curious what other teams are going to give up close to or have the resources to give up what the Rockets have, especially since the Rockets are sitting on their picks for the next 3 years. So I think they're in a really good position. But as I said, I don't want to give up some of the core players we've been talking about, one or more of those players, as well as picks to get 2 or 3 years of Kevin Durant.
713-780-ESPN. Where would the Rockets be without Ime if he wasn't the coach? And then how much credit should Rafael Stone get in this as well? 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Being a homeowner comes with a lot of responsibility and a lot of cost. Own Will is here to help you with both of those things. Let them take a little bit off your plate, but also save you money. A lot of homeowners are overpaying on property taxes, and it shouldn't be you. Head to ownwell.com, sign up in less than 3 minutes to get their experts fighting for you. Their cutting-edge technology can start saving you money with no upfront cost. That's right. Ownwell handles it all from start to finish, delivers top results, and you do not pay anything up front. You're only going to pay if you save. You can't beat that. It's all reward. There's no risk. There's zero risk to this. You sign up, they don't save you money, it doesn't cost you a thing. You wasted 3 minutes. Big deal. Now, the reward, what if they save you over $1,000? 86% of Ownwell's customers receive a reduction, with the average customer saving over $1,100. So 3 minutes, potential 4-digit savings. What are you waiting for? Ownwell.com. Put your property tax savings back into your pocket, reinvest it, take the family on a vacation, whatever you want to do. I don't care how you spend your money, but save some money. Ownwell levels the playing field, eliminates the concern of paying too much on property tax for the everyday home and property owner like you and me. Deadline to protest is May 15th, so don't run out of time. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes. Start that protest today at ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com, ownwell.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Really crazy the Astros play at 6:05 back-to-back days. Really hope that offense gets going today. Talking Rockets, though. Historic Houston Rockets season. First time they're in the playoffs since the bubble year. First time they will host a 2019, so that's good. Before the season, I asked on Mailbag Monday if the Rockets win 36 games, and we all had a hard time. True, I had the Rockets over ticket. Like, I bet the Rockets to win more than their season total, and their season total, I think, was what, 44?
I thought it was 44.
I want to say.
Yep, I think that sounds right.
Yeah, I had an over, so I don't know what you're talking about there, Texter. Oh, did you have an answering machine? Caller ID?
We had
that's why you needed the
had
power
both.
on the
We
phone.
had an answering machine, and then we had the newer ones that the phone company sent with the caller ID.
I think that's what it was then, because the answering machine does need the power.
Maybe so.
So speaks to that. Conjure up a 3-team trade. The Rockets could offer Van Vliet, Whitmore, and a pick in exchange for KD. Then offer KD a 2-year extension. See, that's my pipe dream right there. You just said it. Fred Van Vliet, Cam Whitmore, and then a pick or two in exchange for Kevin Durant. That, to me, is my favorite. My favorite way to get Kevin Durant.
I could live with that. You know my feelings on Cam's ability, and my fear is that you trade him away and he just flourishes and matures and goes nuts because the ability's there. That I would like to avoid throwing him into a trade, but I think his agent's probably going to be hot on the phone to get the Rockets to trade him anyway because he just doesn't fit and can't seem to understand how to play an Ime system.
Yeah, you can't even make the rotation, you know? Like, you have a surplus of young talent. What are you going to do? You're just going to hoard them? Like, you got to do something with them.
See, but the
Otherwise,
thing
they're
is,
going to play out their
OKC
contract
did,
and they're
but
going to leave for
OKC,
nothing.
As part of hoarding all of the talent that they kept, the one thing that they did was when they traded away one of their veteran players, they ended up getting SGA in the process, and that made everything a hell of a lot easier.
Sure. But, I mean, which young players were they hoarding that weren't playing?
No, OKC wasn't hoarding players that they weren't playing as much as they were trading away all of their veterans and in the process just log jamming picks to try and continue. And then once they got all the picks together, they started to just hang out, construct the rest of the roster and not worry about having to go outward for a lot of trades. They signed some free agents. Hartenstein was a big one this year, but because of the trade that got rid of, I think it was Westbrook in that trade or whichever trade it was that got SGA back, was the one that they realized, hey, like we keep asking, is Jalen going to take that next step? Well, they realized in pretty short order that SGA was going to be a star.
Paul George, right? Wasn't it George?
Yeah, there you go.
George.
Paul George. Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah. Like the Rockets, though, are going to have to trade a surplus of this young talent. Like they're going to have to, because right now that they have their rotation, Cam Whitmore's not in the rotation. Reed Shepard's not in the rotation. You have a bunch of first-round draft picks that are coming down the pike. Like, you're going to have to do something with that surplus. Otherwise, Cam Whitmore's going to sit the bench. Reed Shepard's going to sit the bench. First-round draft pick's going to sit the bench. You're going to have another first-round draft pick that you're sitting the bench at some point. So you have this surplus of talent that isn't playing, that aren't getting minutes. That, in my opinion, you're going to have to package that together to try to get a jump up in talent somewhere. If it's Durant, it's Durant. If it's somebody else, it's somebody else. Like, I'm not saying it has to be Durant, but there's going to be a roster crunch on this team where I think it is a necessity for the Rockets to package that surplus to go out and try to get an upgrade somewhere.
Yeah, I think because I don't believe that they have that SGA Kevin Durant type on the roster. Maybe it's just the fact that Kevin Durant at 35 doesn't excite me as much as if there's someone else there that's a younger guy that can kind of fulfill that role. But you're right to an extent. Like,
yeah.
And here's the thing that, I've said it a few times, but I'm starting to, Tari's good, but Tari makes a lot of like boneheaded plays down the stretch of games, fouling 3-point shooters and just not being aware of certain, key aspects of late game, crunch time execution that I'm going, ugh. I like him. I think his defense is fantastic, but I think that he's a guy that as much as people got enamored with, if there's a move that includes Tari or Jabari, I'm okay with that. I'm a little bullish on the fact that I believe at some point Cam's going to have all the pieces fall into place mentally, and he's going to be a good player.
You would hang on to Cam ahead of Jabari and Tari?
I would like to hang on to Cam. I am not afraid to do what you said in trying to get a go-to guy, give up Tari and or Jabari as part of a package to get said player.
I said young players. I didn't say them specifically. In fact, I mentioned Cam and Reed more than I didn't mention Jabari and Tari.
I think Tari is who he is, and I don't think that Tari is going to be anywhere close to a max player. I think he's a great role player. I think he's a guy that fits what if he wants to go get a big money contract. I don't think it's going to end up being here. Jabari, I think he is who he is. I don't see him having star potential. I think that he's a really good role-playing starter or in the role that he's currently playing off the bench, but I don't see him elevating higher than that, like guys he was drafted around, like Banchero and like even Chet. So I'm okay getting rid of those two players in a trade to get a go-to as part of a package, to get a go-to star, one or two option.
I would trade Cam way before I trade Tari and Jabari. To me, the Rockets need what Jabari and Tari bring to this team. Like Jabari brings you some rebounding, the ability to defend 3 through 5. He gives you good outside shooting. Don't always love his shot selection. And then Tari's like that, Mario Ellie kind of bulldog off the bench. I agree with your assessment of his play, but to me, you need very good role players to be a very good team. Cam Whitmore can't even crack the rotation. And he can score the basketball. Is he your best scoring option? I think Ime Udoka would tell you no if you injected him with some true serum. So of those three guys, Cam Whitmore is easily the first of those three that I would be shopping.
And I understand that. I'm not saying that. I just don't. Right now, as we always talk about, like his value couldn't be lower from a Rocket standpoint, and around the league, they're looking at him as a bona fide kind of guy that could be treated as a first-round pick that they could get on the dirt cheap, that they could actually in a fresh start, new environment could like maximize what he could be. And that's why I don't want him to be a throw-in. I don't want him to be a guy that you just are going to toss away and then regret it later going, damn, he turned into be a pretty damn good NBA player, because I think he's got all the tools. He's got size. He's got physicality. He can jump. He can shoot.
Those are just scoring tools, though. Like, he doesn't do anything else.
But Jalen didn't do his first couple of years either. Jalen didn't defend. Jalen didn't do the things that he's doing now. That's why I believe that Cam is fixable. I believe that he has the skill set. It's just like learning how to be a pro and how to mature and take criticism or understand your role on a team, and you're not going to be the man. Those things are fixable. I think that all
they haven't been yet.
Right, but they weren't for Jalen early in his career either.
I don't know. Like, Jalen Green didn't have problems cracking the rotation. Now, the Rockets were in a much different spot.
Right.
Much different spot. Like, Cam Whitmore is playing 30 minutes a game, just like Jalen played 30 minutes a game on those years where Steven Silas was around. But even with all that upside and all that potential, he can't crack the rotation. Like, he doesn't play.
Jeremy, he doesn't play. And he's his own worst enemy.
And they benched him.
Right, they had to, and not because he doesn't have ability, but because his attitude sucks.
Well, I would say that it is his ability, not scoring ability, but I would say it's his ability in every other aspect. Ime Udoka cannot trust him on the floor. That's why whenever they came back from the All-Star game, he was out of the rotation. Like, Ime Udoka tells you what he thinks of him by his actions.
Right. I'm just saying they believe that he could play in this league and play at a high level. They believe
just not help them win now.
They just believe that mentally his attitude, starting with his attitude, and then a lot of it is also his want to, and the aspects, the defensive side, that they can't waste any more time on him. And as much as they think he progresses when they send him down or they really sit him down, the next time that they've gone to him, it's only a matter of time before he does all those things again. And they're a playoff team. They don't have time to screw around with it anymore this year.
Yeah, and I mean, the time's running out on his contract, too, his rookie contract. So, like, at what point do you say, okay, let's trade him while he still has some sort of value, or let's keep the project going and then have to make a decision on if we want to pay that guy or not?
He's 2 years into what could be 4 or 5 years with this team.
Four. They're 2-year rookie contracts are 4 years.
Right.
First 2 are guaranteed. The next 2 are options. So they have to make a decision on them.
Okay, but from an ability standpoint, they believe that they love what he has to bring to the table. So I don't think that I think they're smart enough that they're not going to pull the plug unless they get a deal for a substantial go-to guy like we're talking about.
And you might be right that they love his potential, but he's got 2 more years after this year, and right now he is currently unplayable. Unplayable. Ime Udoka stripped him of playing time after the All-Star break because he didn't think he helped them win. And he's been proven right. Like, not because of anything Cam's done, because he just hasn't played, but the Rockets have been winning without him. Let's continue this on the other side. 713-780-ESPN. The Hive has thoughts on it as well. 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Blank, Branham, Bees, and the Hive, and Brian. 713-780-ESPN. If Udoka can't fix Cam, which organization can? I don't know, man.
I
It's
think
tough.
fix is a tough thing. I think you can write Cam short term if you get a team that basically gives him what he wants, like gives him a young team that's not going, that's really like bottom feeder, that just gets him and says, yeah, you can be one of our go-to guys. You're going to start right away. They're going to give him the basketball because that's all he's ever known. I think that would appease him and you would get a lot of offense out of him. You'd still get the mistakes and the no defense. But I think that to answer that short term, that's exactly the kind of situation that would allow him to, like, if he was on Brooklyn this year, or if he was on a team that really sucked, or even Charlotte, where they just threw him in the starting lineup and said, here, you're part of the starting lineup, go get yours. I think he could average 15 plus.
I think he would too. And I think he would really enjoy that. But I also think that enables him to like never be an all-around player. I think that it would sell him, like he would have the temporary satisfaction, but I think it would sell him short as a player long-term. Texture, if it wasn't for the success of Jalen Green, Cam Whitmore would be starting. Okay, but you have the success of Jalen Green, and Jalen Green's going to be on this team for a while. So what is more valuable, a backup to Jalen Green or Jabari Smith and Tari Eason? I would argue it's Jabari and Tari. Of those three guys, Blankers, Cam, Jabari, Tari, how would you rank them as in order from the most willing you'd be to trade them? So number 1, willing to trade them. 3, not willing to trade them.
I think, to me, I'm going to say, oh man, I'm not a big long-term fan of Jabari either, but I would say that it would probably be Jabari, Cam, Tari.
Okay. Yeah, we agree to disagree there. I don't know why you don't like Jabari though. 6'10", rebounder,
it's not that I don't
can
like
shoot.
him. It's like, you took him in the top 3. I expected him to be, not that I expected him to be, because quite honestly.
Why does it matter where you took him though? Like if we're comparing the two players, it's which one helps you more.
I just think I think that he is who he's going to be his whole career. I think that if you keep him, you're just going to keep him till the end of his contract. He's going to seek a bigger deal unless he's willing to take, a lot less than what he could get on the open market or what he thinks he's worth, that he's probably going to go elsewhere. So I think that, to me, you can find guys that can do what he does, maybe to a lesser degree in certain aspects of what you've mentioned. But I think you can find a stretch 4 that can defend, that can shoot the ball a little bit. I mean, there's younger versions of Jeff Green that are out there every year. And I think that he's a glorified Jeff Green right now.
I think there are guys you could find to sit the bench.
It's fine.
If it wasn't for we already read that one. I don't know. A lot of teams had a shot at Cam in the draft and passed knowing the talent. Yeah, I mean, that is true. Like he was being projected as a top 5 pick some places, certainly top 10, and then he slid all the way to 20, which makes you think that kind of the outside, off the floor stuff was not great when
the
teams
attitude
collected
and
intel there.
Yeah, the maturity I think matters, and I think that the Villanova coach at the time, without flat out just throwing him under the bus, indicated that there were those concerns.
The Rockets are number 2 in the West. Why do anything? I think it's a valid question.
It is
from the texter.
But at the same time, Jeremy, I think as much as it's a valid question, I think the answer becomes you have an owner that wants to take it another notch up from phase 2. You have an owner that wants to compete for championships. I think you have a coach that wants to compete for championships sooner rather than later. And now that they've gotten this next notch on the belt of solidifying a playoff spot, a home court advantage, and winning the division, I think the next step is how do you get to the point of competing for a title? And right now, that roster as currently constructed, I don't see them getting good enough to compete for a title.
Yeah, I think this postseason might be like a collecting intel thing. Like if they get ousted in the first round, lose like a 5-6 game series, it might be like, okay, we need that player to take us to the phases, like you like to say, like they like to say. If you have a run, maybe not even a deep run, like say you go to the Western Conference semis, you play a very competitive 7-game series, they might feel more reluctant to trade from their core. Now they do have some decisions, like these young players are coming to pay me money type of timelines. The rookie options, Fred VanVleet has a club option next year. So they're going to be forced to make decisions no matter their result in the postseason.
I think one thing to consider is that Phoenix pick matters too. So if you don't believe that you want to go Kevin Durant on a short term or having him for a few years, and you don't want to break up the core because you like what you've seen, if the ping pong balls fall your way, Cooper Flag would be ideal as another guy that could actually possibly be a go-to guy.
That's
eventually.
super
Right.
lofty.
I understand that. That's why, because someone suggested that on the YouTube channel. And it's like, yeah, you got to feel lucky if that's the route you want to go. Now, those young pieces could turn into those picks, Phoenix picks, and the fact that you have one that's going to be really high this year, you would think, could be something that prize a younger version of a go-to superstar type player or budding superstar type player to your team that helps
via
you
trade.
more. That's when you'd have to trade. That's when you would trade that pick in combination with maybe a guy we're not even thinking about. That that could be a younger version of a guy that could blossom into one of your top 3 players.
My bigger, like, I would be okay with Durant. My bigger thing is more just the thought. Like, I do think at some point you're going to have to combine this young surplus of talent that you have and / picks and use that to trade for an upgrade. Like, it could be Durant, it could be some player we've never heard of. It could be Anthony Edwards demanding a trade. That would be awesome. Like, it could be something like that. But at some point, you're going to have to combine your surplus. The Rockets own Phoenix's pick, which right now has a 1.8% chance to be the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
So you got to be really lucky.
Yeah, and I think
really
the other guys
lucky.
in this draft aren't even close to as polished as Cooper Flag, and so
No.
you're going to be waiting years again to find out what the potential is on a guy like that. So I think that's where, to your point, I totally agree. But I think that also speaks to as good of a young nucleus you have on this roster, because of the fact that we're still looking at this team wondering if we have a true superstar amongst the ranks right now, that the trade is something that they are going to have to broach sooner rather than later. That pick helps a lot because of how high it could be. I think it's going to carry a lot more value for them right
high,
now.
though. Like, define high.
Top 5-ish.
I mean, there's only an 8.5% chance that it's a top 4 pick.
Okay. Even if it's a lottery pick, inside the lottery, teams are going to value that at a pretty significant rate.
If they don't move up, it would be the 11th pick.
So that's inside the lottery, and I still think that's where a team that's still trying to just add young pieces is going to go, I'm willing to get out from under a contract and or give up on somebody because I'm in complete rebuild mode, and that's a pick that I would value. Now, I don't think it would just be that pick. It would have to be more than that, but I think it's a substantial centerpiece to a trade that could get you closer to finding a guy that might fit into your top 3.
Yeah, curious to see like which players become available this offseason, because there's always movement and there's always names that we don't think of right now, April 3rd, that become available in the offseason. Should be fun, but playoffs,
I think
before that.
The guy that keeps popping into my head, but it's a guy I don't want, but the situation kind of is what we're talking about, is if like LaMelo Ball became available in Charlotte. Like, he's young enough to fit with this core. He's at a level that could fit in and be one of your top 3 players. It's just that I hate his game and I don't want him here. But are there, to your point, are there other guys on other teams like that you could find that could possibly do that? De'Aaron Fox might have been a guy like that because of his age and his abilities, but you just don't know, like you said, which team is going to be willing to pull the plug on a guy like that to try and go into to get into a full rebuild mode.
Yeah, it'll be fun. Playoffs first, though. 713-780-ESPN. Earlier this week, we had the Duke radio guy on. So in an interest of fairness, we're going to have the Cougs radio guy on next. Jeremy Branham joins the Killer Bees when we return. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let's go straight out to the HRP guest line, being joined by the radio guy for the Houston Cougar basketball team, Jeremy Branham. Jeremy's in his 9th year with the U of H men's basketball team. Recently won a long drive championship as well. Jeremy, thank you for taking a few minutes hanging out with the Killer Bees. What do you make of the Cougars tournament run so far? Well, guys, thank you for having me on. Really a big fan of the show. Second favorite show on the ESPN 97.5 lineup. So thank you for having me on. Yeah, the Cougar run's been good. 34 wins, now the most in Houston Cougar basketball history. I think it's been a difficult run. They played the highest possible seed every step of the way. I think an underseeded Gonzaga team in the second round, Purdue in their backyard in the Sweet 16, and then Tennessee had a good home crowd there as well. So it was a good win, good ride. Tough game coming up on Saturday against Duke, but should be a competitive game against two very good teams.
Jeremy, I'm curious because with all that you just mentioned and who the Cougs had to get through to get to this point, the big question for me is that it's almost a different animal when you start talking about Duke, the talent level, the perimeter shooting. And from a Cougar perspective, I think a lot of people are asking, who's going to guard Cooper Flagg? To me, it's more, I see them continuing to do their perimeter pressure that they've done that's worked so well all season and specifically in the last two games that they played. But the question for me is now from them also being able to kind of recover, avoid the dribble penetration, and then rush out on the shooters that Duke has plenty of because they're a deeper team. Do you see this being the biggest challenge they face so far? And then how do they kind of combat? Because I don't think it's just Cooper Flagg.
Yeah, to me, it's the best team that they've played to this point. It's the most talented team in the country. I said that at the beginning of the tournament. I still believe that now. I think Duke, they have 3 projected NBA lotto picks. There's no other team in the country that has that. Cooper Flagg, of those 3, is going to be the number 1 pick, and people call him a generational talent. Knipple, probably a top 10 pick. Malawach, I think, is going to be a top 15 pick as well. And then you combine those 3 guys with a Sion James, who is a grad student, who was a really good player at Tulane, has had a really good year in his lone season at Duke. And then Tyrese Proctor, who can shoot the heck out of it and is a really good perimeter defender as well. So the talent that this Duke team has is tremendous. How Houston defends Cooper Flagg, to me, will be the biggest thing that I'm watching early in the game, because he plays the 4 for Duke. He's a guard, but he plays the 4 because he's so big. I mean, he's 6'9", 205, plays the 4 spot. Houston's 4 is either Jawan or Tugler, but of those 2 guys, like, you usually put Tugler on the better post guy. And Tugler's faster, quicker, longer. He's Defensive Player of the Year in the Big 12 and won a National Defensive Player of the Year award yesterday, too. So I imagine that you see Tugler on him, but then will Duke just put Flagg on the perimeter where they can't double him? I think Houston's going to try to send extra bodies at Flagg, but it depends on where he's at on the floor. Like, I don't see them doing that if it's from free throw line extended and above. Now, if it's in the corner, maybe you see an extra body. If it's in the post, I think you'll see an extra body. But where he's at on the floor, I think will dictate that. And I also think that Duke's going to run a lot of pick and roll to try to get Cooper Flagg in some advantageous matchups for them.
Do you think, though, in that pick and roll, that what they've liked to do is they've liked to kind of rush on both sides of the screen and try and get it back out of his hands, that they're going to continue to do that? Because, like I said, but even a Proctor, but you talk about Knipple, you talk about guys that can shoot the basketball. Purdue didn't really have those type guys, and I think that I could see Kelvin still trying to do that kind of bum rush double for Flagg. But the scary thing is now, how quickly can they rotate to all the other spots on the perimeter to take away the 3 ball?
And Duke can shoot.
Yes.
Like that's the fear of it there. Now, Houston, that's like one of their things that they do. Like they'll send, many people call it a bunch of different things. You'll hear hard hedge, you'll hear blitz. You'll also hear, like, Sampson likes to say, get to the line of scrimmage, because he really doesn't want to trap out of that. He just wants to force the point guard to either retreat or to try to get the ball out of his hands. They're really taking the point guard away there, at least as a scorer. So they're not trying to really trap off of that. It's more, okay, let's get the point guard retreating back, nothing moving towards the basket. Now, really good offense is what they'll do is they'll pass the ball quickly when they see that, whether it's a pocket pass to the short roll who set the screen, or maybe you have a guard that pops for the ball and then hits the roller. Sometimes you see guys get loose in the corner as well. So ball movement will be critical for Duke. Like, can you move the ball quickly, make accurate passes that lead to good shots? And if you can do that quickly and effectively, you can get some good looks at times against Houston. Now, is Flagg going to be the guy that you use there, or are you using screens away from the ball to get Cooper Flagg open or to get Cooper Flagg into favorable matchups? Because those screens can be off the ball as well. So, that's the fascinating storyline of this matchup, is that Duke has the best half-court offense in the country, and Houston has the best defense in the country. So it's two strengths that are going toe-to-toe against one another, which makes it, I think, a fascinating fight.
Offensively for the Cougs, look, we're talking about, as talented a team as you'll see in the country offensively in Duke, but Duke's no slouch defensively now. How do you see the Cougs trying to attack Duke when they have the basketball, and who do you see as kind of that X factor offensively?
Kind of depends on how Duke defends. Duke 1 through 4, Duke's very similar. Like James is 6'6", 220, Proctor 6'6", 185, Kneppel 6'7", 215, Flagg 6'9", 205. The guy that you'll see not really switch a whole lot is Malawach, who is the rim protector, 7'2", can jump through the roof. They like to keep him at the rim. So I'm fascinated to see how they match up against Houston. Who's the guy that Houston attacks, I think, remains to be seen. I think Houston will dump it off early in the game to Roberts to see how they defend it. If they want to defend it one-on-one, I think that Houston's willing to see how that goes with Roberts for a while. But Uzan usually has big games, or maybe your best option against teams that have very big guards. Cryer at times can have trouble getting shots off against tall, lengthy guards like Duke has, but then Houston's also good at getting them open and getting them looks, or getting offensive rebounds and kickback threes, stuff like that. Sharp's been much better going to the basket lately. I think he's getting healthier and healthier, and he's been attacking the rim as well. So maybe Sharp in a mismatch that they like to see. But I think those would be the options for the Cougars offensively.
Jeremy Branham, radio voice of the Houston Cougars, joining us here in the Killer Bees. Jeremy, thanks for making time. It's been a struggle to get you on. I was curious what you would think of something Kim Pom put out the other day, comparing the 4 Final Four teams to recent national champions. And Kim Pom's comparison for the Cougs was the 2019 Virginia national championship team, which I get from kind of just a quick look. Oh, it's a defensive team. It's a team that likes to, run to kind of keep a slow pace. But I don't know. I kind of think it undersells the Cougs' offensive ability, especially their ability from three, with 3 guys to shoot over 40%. How do you like that comparison? And do you feel that undersells the Cougars' ability on the offensive end?
I think the Cougars have been underrated offensively under Sampson for his entire tenure. I go on a lot of these radio hits, and I've never been more insulted than that question right there. But one of the things you often hear is like, "Oh, the Cougars' offense is finally good," or this is the first time that Kelvin's had a good offense at Houston. Well, if you go back and you look at some previous years, they've had some really good offenses. Rob Gray was a very good offensive player. Rob Gray in the tournament, I think, broke Steph Curry's record for the most points in the first 2 rounds of the tournament. Like, he could go score some points. Quentin Grimes was a great offensive player at Houston, All-American. Marcus Sasser was an All-American. So they've had the Final Four team, when you rolled out Dejan Jarreau, Marcus Sasser, Quentin Grimes, Fabian White could score on you. Like, Houston's had good offensive teams. What I would say that makes this team offensively unique and different is that they have versatility. Like, 4 guys in the starting 5 can score. Uzan can get you 20. Cryer can get you 30. Sharp can get you 20, 25. Jawan Roberts, if you want to go one-on-one in the post and he has a good matchup, can get you 20 as well. And then you combine that with their shooting. I mean, they're number 1 in the country in three-point percentage. People kind of overlook they're number 1 in the country in three-point percentage. So that, to me, is what sets this year's offense apart from other good offenses that Kelvin Sampson has had, is that they're versatile, way more than one option, and they shoot the 3 ball really, really well, which is something that, not many teams are number 1 in the country shooting from behind the 3-point line. So I think that gives Houston a bit of, something unique and different than what we've normally seen over the past. Jeremy, real quick before we let you go, I want to thank you so much for coming on, taking a few minutes to hang out with us. Have a great call on Saturday, and best of luck to the Houston Cougars. Thank you, guys. Really big fan of the show. Make sure you tell John and Lance hello for me. I love those guys. All right, will do. Appreciate you coming on. All right, 713-780-ESPN. We'll get to your thoughts on the Cougars when we return. Also, is this excuse making, or is this legit? Something that Joe Espada had to say after yesterday's game. 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You should be looking for an excuse to head out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. You're stressed, your anxiety's high, things are annoying you. I know how it goes. You're looking to escape the rat race, the hustle and bustle. I get it. We all get it. And I have the best weekend idea for you to get away from all of that. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the city, escape the stress, escape whatever is ailing you, and get out to Lake Livingston at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Get some rest and relaxation. Book your stay at twocreekscrossingresort.com now. From open green spaces to wildlife you just don't see inside the loop to beautiful, majestic trees, enjoy the nature. Also, some of the best fishing in Texas, by the way. You can't beat that. One of the great perks of Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston, it's only 90 minutes away. You're there in an hour and a half. You escape the city without traveling too far, without wasting your time off. Don't spend all of your time off traveling. Get over to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston in an hour and a half. You can play some pickleball out there. They have some pickleball courts. You can kayak if you like doing that. How about hanging out at the pool with a drink? Hike their 92-acre property. Lots of options out there at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. From glamping to cabins to tree houses, or just pull up the RV, they have the perfect stay for everyone. Book your weekend escape now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
That was a good get there, Brian. Maybe the best get you've ever had. But I do appreciate the fairness of having the Duke radio guy on and having the Houston radio guy on.
We just had to lead with the more talented one, but we've got the Cougars guy on eventually.
I mean, I don't have any dog in this fight. I don't care who you think is better. It felt like my innie was talking to my outie during that entire segment.
You want to explain that for people who don't watch Severance?
No, not really.
Okay, all right.
No, if it's an Easter egg. If you watch Severance, you picked up on the Easter egg. If you don't watch Severance, you didn't pick up on the Easter egg. And you're wondering what the heck is Branham talking about with innie and outie talk. Is it his belly button? Something going on there? Yeah, but if you watch it, you watch it. You got it. Sometimes I like to drop little subtle Easter eggs. If you're paying attention, you get it. If you don't, oh well. Oh well. No sweat off my back. It's all right. Astros will be playing later tonight. They take on the Twins. So weird that they have back-to-back 6:05 starts. Hopefully the offense likes hitting away from Minute Maid Park. We will see. Before we talk about the Astros, a few people on the text line, 713-780-3776. Ocho, if I were Duke, I wouldn't bother with pick and roll. They literally have size advantage at every position. So whoever gets the ball should just attack his given defender one-on-one. There might be something to that. I don't think it'll be exactly how Ocho drew it up, Blankers, but I mean, you could just kind of isolate. You can get a favorable matchup that you like without any sort of switches to pick apart that matchup or to hunt matchups and kind of space the floor and go one-on-one with a matchup that's already been predetermined pretty much.
I was kind of thinking about it last night and this morning about maybe even, depending on who brings up the ball for Duke, where you start Flag kind of like from the nail to the top of the key, and he can facilitate from there where they get close to half court. They throw it over the top, kind of beat the first line of defense for the Cougs from the backcourt perspective, get him in a possible 3-position stance where he can just spin with the ball at the top of the key. He can facilitate. He can get, a matchup one-on-one, he can pass and pick. So I'm curious how Duke tries to combat what U of H is going to do, because they're so darn good athletically on the perimeter.
Yeah, it really is a fun matchup. Morris on the YouTube says the Duke guy was better. I agree. I thought the Duke guy was better. More blue blood.
Jeremy, don't you think that the key too is just how soft of a whistle there's going to be? If they,
no doubt,
between experience and the whistle, I think it could. If they get a soft whistle where they're going to let them play, I think the Cougs benefit obviously there. But then I also think the Cougars' experience against a Duke team that's never been in this situation before, for the most part, with all these young guys, I think those two things could really help them.
I hope so. Proctor has some experience,
yes.
Junior. Sion James doesn't have tournament experience, but he's been through battles, fifth-year senior. And they have some guys on the bench, like Mason Gillis was a transfer from Purdue. They played in the national championship game last year, but their core guys are freshmen. So, yeah, I mean, that hopefully that is an advantage. Hopefully playing in San Antonio is an advantage. Hopefully playing in a stadium as opposed to an arena is an advantage, because Houston did that last week, and that was the only regional that did that. But it's no secret that Houston would like a looser whistle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 100%. Texter, I'm curious to see how Uzan performs against constant barrage of length. At 6'4", he usually thrives versus smaller point guards, but against Duke, he won't have that luxury. Yeah, this one might be more his handle and his shake than his length if he were to have a big game Ocho, but I think that's a fair point.
Yeah, I think he could beat Knipple off the dribble.
Yeah, well, I don't know if Knipple is going to be the guy who matches up on him, Like, I don't know. Like, if you were – okay, let's play it out. What do you think? Because you have Uzan, Cryer, Sharp, Roberts, Tugler. They have their starting five, and obviously this is going to change a lot, and switches and screens and pick and rolls. They have James Proctor, Knipple, Flag, and Malawach. How do you think they man it up when the Houston Cougars bring it down the floor for the first time?
Obviously, Malawach is going to be on Roberts. I think that I think so. I think Tugler is going to be on Flag. I mean, I think Flag is going to guard Tugler, and probably.
I think Houston might try to go inside to Tugler then.
If Tugler can put the ball in the basket, that'd be great. I think that he's shown me a lot more offense than he had a year ago. I hope that the little push and the little jump hook are there. I think the key for me is I think that Duke would like to think that they can almost put Knipple on Sharp, because of the kind of similarities, because Sharp's a more physical, bigger guard that might be better for him, not as quick. Because I think if you put Knipple on either Cryer or Uzan, I think that you could beat him off the dribble.
Yeah, it's going to be – okay. Yeah. If I had to guess – see, the post is interesting because you would want Malawach on the better post scorer.
That's why I think he guards Roberts.
Yeah, I hear you on that.
Okay.
And you might be right. Like, I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying, like, okay, I'm thinking about it out loud here. Because if Flag's on Tugler, not that Tugler's like this great low post scorer, but he's fast and he's quick. And I think he could go by Flag. And then the other aspect of this, too, is Okay, Roberts, like you just get outside, let Malawatch get outside to defend you,
Yes.
and then you get your guards involved, and all of a sudden you have Tugler versus Flag on a missed shot.
Plus, what I
who
like
do you
about
like
that
there?
is I think as a more physical, better offensive rebounder or rebounder in general, I like Tugler if Flag is trying to guard him. And like you said, Flag has to be aware that Tugler has some quickness. But then when the shot goes up, Tugler's so good with his wingspan too, and his physicality to be able to get offensive rebounds and maybe get inside to where I think that might be a problem for Flag and maybe get him in foul trouble.
Yeah, that would be huge. I think that will be a key stat too. Is rebounding. It always is, but especially in this game with Houston's missed shots. Like, will Duke finish off a defensive stop with a board, or will Houston have a bunch of looks at second chance opportunities, which might be their best looks at three? Like, if they're getting a bunch of offensive rebounds, kick back, shoot a three, that might be a better look, and oftentimes is a better look than whenever the defense is set up and playing against you. There are three guards in Houston's three guards. Like, you had Knipple on Sharp.
Yes.
Yeah, that's probably right. Knipple on Sharp, Proctor or James on using. I don't know. See, they're so interchangeable. They have a bunch of options there.
I think they put James on Uzan and they put Proctor on LJ.
James on Uzan and Proctor on LJ. Yeah,
Yep.
I could see that.
Yep.
I could see that. Texter, if I'm Duke, I'm going at Tugler to get him in foul trouble. Yeah, I think that would be a good game plan, especially if he's on Flag. I imagine that Duke will try to do that. Texter, write it down. Duke will win by 10 or more Saturday.
Man.
Relax, Wally Zerbiak.
Go ahead.
Relax,
That's it.
Wally.
Shut him down for the day. Go just crush him.
I mean, you might be right, but Wally Zerbiak had that take on the CBS sports show that he does. Can the Rockets draft Mama Watch? He called them Mama Watch, not Mala Watch. Can the Rockets draft Mama Watch from Duke with their Phoenix draft pick? They need a rim protector.
Too high.
I
Do
mean,
you want him?
He's pretty dang good, man. He's 7'2". His wingspan's probably 7'8". I mean, he can jump through the roof. Now, he doesn't have much of an offensive
Right.
game. It's mostly like garbage stuff and like lobs. But on the defensive end, like, that guy is a monster.
Oh, no doubt. Look, I think that he is, I don't want to say elite, but he is one of the better defenders in this draft from a big perspective coming out. I just question his offense for a team that, you could have a spot for him, but I think that the Rockets would be looking for more of an offensive presence.
I mean, he
pick.
could be your replacement for Steven Adams.
I think they want to bring Steven Adams back. I could see it being like a Jock Landale type, but again, I think if that pick is depending on when Jeremy and I kicked it around, but as long as it's in like the top 10 range, I'm not sure I want to spend it on him.
10 might be a little early. Like,
Yep.
I've seen him like in the teens.
That's
like
off
top
15 to 20. Yes.
Yeah, but I mean, he is pretty elite defensively. He's pretty dang good. I think that would be like probably the earliest of his range on where he would be drafted, but yeah, somebody could be in play. Francis, Arsenault, and Wilson will need to step up big defensively. Everybody's going to need to step up big defensively, but you're right. Arsenault's length too. Like, he might be a defensive X factor in this game because he's long but has guard-like skills, which might be critical against Duke. Had a good game too against Tennessee, so maybe having some momentum. Texture, Duke covers the 5-point spread. U of H is a team that is great, but will never get over the hump. Okay, all right, 8532. We'll see if that comes to fruition. We'll check it out on that. All right, 713-780-ESP. We'll get to this Espada sound in a moment, but Julian's been hanging on. Wants to talk about the Astros. Oh, okay. Thank you for letting me know that, Brian. That Julian couldn't wait it out. A couple more minutes. Julian's not a marathon man. Julian doesn't have endurance. He got a little tired of waiting. You can call back, Julian. 713-780-3776. Espada said something after yesterday's game talking about the Astros strikeout struggles. Is Espada making excuses, or is he legit? 713-780-3776. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
I heard Lance talking about me. Lance, keep your name out your mouth.
Your
Cam
name?
Smith, by the way,
Your
182 average so far, 539 OPS. So maybe Lance will have that promo taken out of the system because I think Branham, I didn't say Cam Smith's going to be bad. I'm just having fun with it.
That bum.
Bum. Thank you, Israel. Maybe Cam Smith will get going in Minnesota tonight when they play 6:05 first pitch. First of a 3-game series. Playing it over 4 days, though. They have a rare Friday off. So that's interesting. Texter's trying to pull a fast one on us, Blankers. Texter says the Astros are playing right now and actually have 4 runs scored so far. Best of the season yet. Yeah, they have 4 runs. You expect us to believe that? April Fool's was 2 days ago, Texter.
Yeah, come on,
4
man.
runs.
I mean, people
Haven't
try to
scored
do this
4
crap
runs all year.
yesterday, too.
That's ridiculous. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Since there's not Astros going on right now, we can talk about the Astros. The manager of the Stros, Joe Espada. A lot of people are nicknaming Joe. I wanted to go with the most interesting manager of the world because I think he kind of looks like that Dos Equis guy a bit. But he really hasn't lived up to the name, so I don't feel like he deserves the moniker. Some people call him Sleepy Joe, which is kind of a play on our former president. Some people call him Mocha Joe because of Curb Your Enthusiasm. So a lot of different names from Espada. But Espada was talking after yesterday's game. They scored 3 runs, lost by 2. Maybe someday the Astros will score more than 3 runs. Don't see it happening anytime soon. But he was talking after the game. They struck out a bunch in yesterday's game. They've really had a bunch of punch outs all year long. And they've had this new approach. We want to see more pitches. We want to draw, work counts, draw walks, do all of this stuff. And, maybe that'll come at some point. But the Astros have also striked out a ton. They have 54 strikeouts and 180 at-bats. That's a lot. That's a lot of strikeouts in their first 6 games. Chandler Rome, after the game yesterday, asked Joe Espada about it. Here was Joe Espada's response.
The only thing I could say, we've faced some pretty good pitching, and I know we'll cut those punch outs out.
There you go. They've seen pretty good pitching. So when you look at who they've seen on the mound, because I went and looked at all these starters, and look, relievers also come into play. I'm not going to sit there and type out every single reliever that the Astros have faced so far through 6 games as well. But the starting pitchers that they have faced through yesterday, Clay Holmes, Tyler Megill, Griffin Canning, Jordan Hicks, Logan Webb, and I don't even know how to pronounce this dude's name. They were playing when we were on the air yesterday. Landon Rupp, who's a 26-year-old rookie. I don't know how to say his name. So those are the 6 pitchers the Astros have faced. And look, Logan Webb's good. Jordan Hicks has stuff, and I believe he did have good stuff when he faced the Astros the other night. Clay Holmes, they're converting him to a starter. He has some stuff. But if the Clay Holmes, Miguel, Canning, Hicks, Webb, Ralphs of the world are mowing you down, sure, it's pretty good pitching. Everybody has pretty good pitching. Every single big league starter over one singular game can shove. But if you're struggling with the Holmes, Miguel's, Canning, Hicks, Webbs, and Ralphs of the world, and this is the performance, you ain't a very good ball club, Joe.
No, because you're going to face better than that. You're going to face the DeGroms, and you're going to face the, some of the Yankees pitchers, even without Cole. You're going to face, the Crochets and the better and the Detroit's Cy Young Award winner. Scooble. You're going to face all these kind of guys. Now we're talking about, top level starting pitching. Logan Webb's the best guy that you mentioned out of all those guys. The Yankees were closer at the start of the year, started game 1 or game 2. So, or 1 or 2, which one? Either one. But the point being, you are the team equivalent of Rafael Devers so far. You're striking out a ton. You're not putting bat to baseball. You're not getting hits for average and or scoring the runs that we all thought that this team was capable of doing right now. And it's problematic. And you can try and put a Band-Aid on it or cover it up however you wish. But sooner, hopefully, rather than later, they snap out of this. And some of the guys we talked about yesterday that they spent money on and or put up in the top of their lineup are going to have to start producing.
Yeah, the problem, and I understand what's happening here. It's a manager that's trying to keep his team from pressing. We're not idiots. We know that's what Joe Espada is doing. We're going to overreact to press conference sound. It's talk radio. It's what everybody does. And I really, this isn't like a criticism of Joe. Like, I understand what you're doing, Joe. Like, pretty good pitching, defend your guys, 6 games. You don't want them pressing. You might sense them pressing a little bit, so you're trying to have some levity and ease the tension. So, like, I actually don't disagree a whole lot with the psychology aspect of it. But if we're just dissecting it, the Astros struggling with those guys, if that continues all year, then you're an under 500 team. And that's the truth of the situation, because Holmes, Miguel, Canning, Hicks, Webb, Raup, if those are the 6 pitchers that you're facing over a 6-game stretch and you're struggling with all of those guys, then you're not going to have a very good offense. And look, I think the Astros offense is going to figure it out. I think they're going to be above average. I think they still have a chance to be good, all of those things. But I just want to call, bring some truth here, Joe. Bring some truth here to Astro fans. If you're struggling with this collection of a half a dozen starters, you're not going to have a whole lot of success offensively this year.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, and you look at the top of that lineup specifically, but just all around. But you got to believe Jordan's going to snap out of this, and you got to believe that Jordan's going to get back to form. But Christian Walker is a guy you went out and committed 3 years at good money to, that you believe is going to be a guy that, as much as we kidded around what we did yesterday and the fact that I kept saying he was barreling up baseballs, but you got to believe that he's going to settle in. Paredes the same way. We already saw some signs of that these guys at the top part of the lineup are going to start producing, and they're going to start being productive. It's tough because we're only 2 series in, but because we care so much and we watch everything that they do, ugly start, but it's fixable.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. Brian, I know that these comments from Joe had you feeling some sort of way.
Yeah, it triggered me. And this is, I think, PTSD from being an Astros fan going back to the late 90s. But we always remember the quotes from Bagwell and Biggio about tipping their cap the 3 times the Braves beat their ass in the playoffs. And look, that's fine when you're facing Maddox, Glavine, Smoltz, 3 Hall of Famers, 3 of the greatest, 20, 30 pitchers of all time. But like you ran down the list, the only ace amongst the 6 guys they faced so far is Logan Webb. And I would even say among the aces in Major League Baseball, he's on the elite of those of those aces. And the rest of the guys, I mean, Griffin Canning's been a journeyman. You mentioned McGill and Holmes. We're talking about converted relief pitchers. I get Joe's having his guys back, but the idea of we're tipping our cap to Logan Webb and a bunch of journeymen just isn't extremely frustrating, because I'll even give you the notion that maybe these guys, like Holmes and McGill are taking a step up. Maybe they're better than they have been in their career. But I mean, Christian Walker, Isaac Paredes, these guys have also been good in their career. Jose Altuve, Jordan Alvarez, these guys have been good in their career. Just because you're facing good pitching, if you have good hitters, we don't have to tip our cap to them. It feels like a defeatist attitude that it just annoys me to no end.
I do think that he's protected his guys. I do think
so.
that it's let's not let the tension get too high. Let's fly to Minnesota and, try to score 4 runs in the first 4 innings against Joe Ryan. That's probably what he's trying to do. Good. If this is really a good psychological play, that like I am saying that's what he's trying to do. If this is Joe Espada really like taking that next step up as a manager of the Astros, and the Astros will hang a 4 spot up on Joe Ryan in the first 4 innings and chase him after 5. They'll hit back-to-back home runs in the 2nd inning. Like if he is a good manager and he's playing the psychological game, I think that stuff has to happen when they take on the Twins tonight. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Philip, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Philip?
Hey, guys. I've watched many movies in my life, and I can say for sure the solution for the Astros is one of 4 things. So they either have to go to a water park together, get in a fist fight in the locker room, do a bunch of pranks to the sounds of classic rock, or we have a cardboard cutout of Jim Crane in which one article of clothing is removed after each win. I'll let you guys debate and tell me which one you think is going to fix the problem. Love to hear your opinion. Thank you.
I was curious if
Good.
Philip was going to throw the slump buster in there as part of all of this, because that was what I was expecting his last one.
I think I picked up on most of the movies.
Yes, you are. You would have plenty of qualified candidates.
This might be Mark Grace's favorite city.
Maybe so. Maybe so.
You making a Czech reference? Some big old ladies?
Yeah, Charles Barkley knows better than most.
Brian, there was a lot going on with that sentence. There was many references there. That was like a triple entendre.
I caught the one to Major League at the very end. I think he also referenced Bull Durham.
Which is the one? Okay, so Cardboard Cutout was Major League.
That's Major League, yeah.
Which pranks? Which movie do
I thought
they
that
have
was Bull
pranks?
Durham.
The Bull Durham one was, didn't they pull the sprinklers and
I thought
force
there's a lot
the
of
rain
pranks
out?
in that movie. Yeah.
That's when he's like, I can get you a rain out. But that
Yep.
wasn't like because they were having were they having locker room strife there though? I don't know if that was because of the strife. I don't remember. When did they have the fist fight in a baseball movie?
That was the one I didn't get.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Yeah, I don't know that one.
Did they fight Roger Dorn? I know Roger Dorn took one for the team and he didn't want to.
Well, yeah, he and Joe Boo were not seeing eye to eye, but yeah, I don't think they ever got to fisticuffs.
Which one's the water park?
I think that was I'm trying to remember the name of the movie. It was the one where the little kid owned started pitching for the Cubs, the Rookie of the Year.
Big. Oh,
no, you're right.
Angel
no,
in the
no,
outfield?
it is Little Big League, where the kid was the manager of the Twins. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Rookie of the Year's where he broke his arm and threw 100.
Yes, for the Cubs. Yes.
Little Big League is the one where he managed. So they went to a water park on Little Big League.
I'm pretty sure. Yes.
Which is the one where was it Keanu Reeves and Hardball, where they're like in the pool?
Well, the Keanu Reeves movie is Hardball. I don't remember much from the movie though.
There was he was playing in the Cape Cod there. He was playing Scooby Doo was his catcher, right?
I don't know. I don't
I
remember
want
that
to say
movie well.
I want to say Scooby Doo was his catcher in that Hardball movie. Keanu Reeves, I can't remember. No, it wasn't Keanu Reeves. It was the guy that looks like him. Or was it Keanu Reeves? No, it was Keanu Reeves. He just looked a little bit different. Who was the love interest in that was
in Hardball?
Yeah, it was
I don't recall.
Because they
Pull
went
up
to
the
this,
IMDb page.
Am I thinking of a different movie? It was what's her Jessica Alba. Jessica Alba was in a baseball
Hardball?
movie.
I don't know, but
Maybe I'm confusing the movie. Jessica Alba
she
was
plays
in,
Hardball.
No, not Jessica Alba. Who was the girl who dates Justin Timberlake or was married to Justin
Jessica
Timberlake?
Biel. Jessica Biel was the love interest of Freddie Prinze Jr. in Summer
That's
Catch.
what I'm thinking of.
Summer Catch.
I was thinking of Summer Catch.
Yeah, Hardball looks like the love interest was played by Diane Lane.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking of that one. I was thinking of Summer Catch. That's the one that was in the Cape Cod.
Yes, it was.
And then they had a pool scene, and I thought that's what he meant by water park, because that wasn't really a water park, and it wasn't. Some would call it a fight, but not a fist fight, certainly.
Did you guys ever watch Hardball? Because I don't remember it well.
I did not.
But I pulled up the IMDb page, and the one sentence description of this movie is just priceless, and now I want to watch it. Just quickly. Quote, a gambling addict and ticket scalper living an aimless life reluctantly agrees to coach a Little League team from the Chicago Projects as part of a loan agreement. Like, I don't know.
Sounds like a glorified Bad News Bears, the original.
Kind of. It feels like AI wrote that, but that movie came out 25 years ago.
It's a good call, Philip. The text line knew what I was talking about with Summer Catch. I definitely was thinking Summer Catch. I couldn't think of her name though, and I knew it wasn't Keanu Reeves. It was the dude that looks like Keanu Reeves. Don't you think they look alike? Am I nuts to think that they look alike?
A little.
Yeah, a little bit.
A little.
I think that they have some similarities.
That's a good movie. I enjoyed that movie.
Yeah, it's okay. It's
Okay.
fine.
To each his own. I enjoyed
it. Was
it.
fine. Yeah, it was fine. It was all right. It was pretty good. I thought that's what he meant by water park, though. I don't remember the water park scene in Little Big League.
And I'm thinking of other like the Costner movie. That was a serious baseball
Love of the
movie. Yeah,
Game?
For Love of the Game.
I didn't enjoy
There wasn't
that one.
anything, and there wasn't
Yeah, it was
anything like
kinda
that in there.
slow.
Yeah.
It was
sappy.
okay.
It was
I mean,
sappy.
it was
I
not
didn't
a
like that one.
perfect game. I mean, it was a sappy movie. Hardball is awesome. Rest in peace, G baby. That's the one where he's listening to the headphones. He's like, that's why they call me Big Papa. I'm pretty sure. Hardball is a real tearjerker, says Tyler and Conroe. Hardball is Reeves coaching. You think about the replacements? No. Did you ever watch the remake of Bad News Bears?
Oh, no, I didn't. The one with Billy Bob? No, I didn't watch it.
I did not either.
It was not good. It was awful. Hardball is like the baseball Mighty Ducks. Hardball is a really good movie, must watch. Little Big League at theme park with water ride. There you go. Hardball is the first movie that made me cry. Rest in peace, G baby.
I think I got to watch this movie.
I remember watching it a long time ago. I'm going to have to rewatch it, though. I really don't have a ton of recollection about it. What's your favorite baseball movie? Let's do it on the other side. 713-780-ESPN. What is your favorite baseball movie? Also, there's more nicknames on Joe Espada that have come through the text line. Which of these Joe Espada nicknames is the best? 713-780-3776. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. First, I got to tell you about HRP. They were announced again to the Cougar 100. I think it's like the 9th year in a row that they've done it. It's because HRP is great. Mike Holla, U of H class of 1990, go Cougs. Chris Fisher over there at A&M, he's probably looking for a good basketball coach. But HRP has been protecting the interest of businesses for nearly 25 years. HRP provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. HRP will also work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. There's nothing cookie cutter about HRP. You need a little help, a lot of help, anything in between. HRP will create a plan for what you and your business needs. Their customer service, second to nobody. They're elite. They are top shelf. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line either. You'll be calling someone familiar with you and familiar with your company. I can speak to that customer service anytime I have a question. Quick response, easy to understand. Let HRP take on the demands of human resources, eliminate your HR burden so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525 and let HRP customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
B. Hannon says Hardball sucked. Keanu Reeves, overrated actor. Moneyball is solid. Vermont says League of Their Own. B. Hannon says Angels in the Outfield teared up when I was a kid. See what the text line is saying. No Angels in the Outfield love. Best baseball movies, Bull Durham. Sandlot, says somebody. Mr. 3000.
Oh,
man.
boy.
Bernie Mac joint, yeah.
He was playing the
As
Astros.
a Brewer.
Yeah.
facing the Stros. Favorite baseball movies, the 77 Bad News Bears, Breaking Training. Bad News Bears. Assume it's the Astrodome. I have seen that movie.
I have too.
It is at the Dome.
Yeah.
Mr. 3000, rest in peace, Bernie Mac. Does basketball count?
They were
We'll go
shooting
no.
baskets, so I would say no.
Favorite baseball movies, says a texter in order: Major League, Field of Dreams, Pride of the Yankees. Sandlot's the only correct answer for love of the game. For date night with your woman, Jordan. Movies are bad date nights, Jordan. Just a little advice from me.
Not a lot of interaction.
Sometimes happily married man. No, you just don't have communication.
That's what I mean.
You don't have
Interaction. Yeah.
You don't. Okay. That's a weird way of phrasing that.
Okay.
Mr. Baseball is my favorite baseball movie. If I'm not mistaken, Hardball is one of Michael B. Jordan's first movies. That's correct, because I just went to the IMDb and he is there. Michael B. Jordan's a great actor. Favorite would be either Major League or Brewster's Millions, if that counts as a baseball movie. I don't think Brewster Millions counts as a baseball movie.
I don't either.
I don't think so. Perfect Game, Mr. Baseball, Mr. Baseball. The Fan is the best baseball movie. Wesley Snipes and Robert De Niro. Have y'all seen that?
That's a good movie. Yeah.
I really enjoy it.
Yeah, I thought
Really
it was a good
enjoy it.
movie. Yep.
I don't know if I would call it a baseball movie. Like, the setting is definitely in a baseball park, and he is a baseball player. But that's, I mean, it's more about the dude committing, like, trying to blackmail him and take money and all that stuff. Like, I don't know. Naked Gun is my favorite, not a baseball movie. 61 was a good one. Talent for the Game with Edward Jones Olmos. I've never seen that one.
Yeah, I've never heard of that one.
What is it?
Talent of the Game?
No.
Walking
I
Tall.
liked the Jackie Rob.
Walking Tall's not a baseball
What's the Jackie
movie.
Robinson movie?
42.
42. I liked 42.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I thought it was pretty good. I wouldn't have it as my favorite, but it's a good movie. The YouTubers, Desert Stro is Sandlot #1. Morris says Moneyball. The Fan, the Benchwarmers. What is your
Field of
favorite?
Dreams, is Field of Dreams? I see Field of Dreams to me. It's a baseball movie, kinda, but it's just so much more. I just there's not a lot of baseball in it until they just actually get the guys on the field. I enjoyed Field of Dreams, but I love Major League and I loved Bull Durham.
Major League and Bull Durham. Yeah, Major League's really good. It's like it's like a comedy, so it's a little different than the others. I really like A League of Their Own. I think League of Their Own is very good. I think 61 is very good. That's a good call on 61.
Oh, yeah,
I
the
love
That was a
Roger
Billy
Maron,
Crystal production, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
very good. Texture says The Town stole from Fenway. Have you ever seen The Town? There's
Oh,
like
yeah,
a
it's a
chase
great
and the
movie.
dude's climbing
Loved
up the green. Okay. There's like a chase and the dude's climbing up the green monster. Like it's like I would love to do that. I
That was a
want
good
to
flick. Yep.
get chased up the green monster. Rookie of the Year. Man, there's a lot of text on this. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Richard, you're in the Hive. What's your favorite baseball movie, Richard?
Well, I've got one that y'all probably have never heard of. It's never on anybody's list. It's called Bang the Drum Slowly.
Yeah, I've never seen that.
It's Michael Olaleye and Robert De Niro as a major league catcher.
Oh, wow. I just pulled up a picture of it.
It's written by a great sports writer, a baseball writer, Mark Harris, did several back in the 70s. And this movie was in the late 70s, early 80s. And it's really, really a good story with a lot of heart. And Robert De Niro plays a numbnuts number 3 catcher that gets elevated through injuries for a Yankee. It's not Yankees, but a New York team that's in the hunt.
Okay.
It's Bang the Drum Slowly.
I'll check it out,
And I'll
Richard.
tell
I'll
you
see if
the
I can.
worst one.
Okay.
I'll give you the worst baseball movie, and y'all never heard of it. I don't know if you've ever heard of the player Jimmy Pearsall.
Oh yeah. Jimmy Pearsall had a lot of problems. He had a lot of issues. Yes.
And they had Anthony Perkins playing Jimmy Pearsall. The highlight of Jimmy Pearsall's career, he was actually a pretty decent player, but he hit a home run and ran the bases backwards, and they suspended him. But Anthony Perkins, this had to be the first time he ever had any type of ball in his hand. And it was really, I mean, I was a young kid, and it was just laugh out loud funny, but not on purpose.
It was just funny because it's so bad. Appreciate it, Richard. I'll look into Bang the Drum Slowly. I'm interested in that. I'll check that one out and report back. Wonder where I can find it. It does have a 90 on Rotten Tomatoes, so there is some validation to what Richard was saying. Yeah. 713-780 ESPN. Let's go back out to the HRNP listener line. Angel, you're in the Hive. What's up, Angel?
Hey guys, there's actually three movies that I really like seeing when it comes to baseball, and I'm just gonna rank them one through three. Number one is gonna be Moneyball. That's top of the line right there, Moneyball. Number two, it'll be Rookie of the Year, and number three, I don't know if you guys ever heard of this movie. It's called $1 Million Arm, which are like I think
Yeah, it's Hillary Swank.
Sorry.
No, I was kidding. I was making a bad joke.
Oh, okay. No. Yeah, it's with these cricket players becoming baseball players. I don't know if you guys ever heard of that movie, but I thought that was a really interesting movie. So it's called $1 Million Arms. It's a sports agent who's pretty much going downhill, and he's just desperate to find, some kind of just a break, and he finds these cricket players, and some way somehow he manages to turn them into baseball players, and it's a true story. So that's something to check out. All right, thank you guys.
John Hamm plays the agent.
I
I vaguely remember this story. I wouldn't have been able to remember without the call, but now that I Googled it, I vaguely remember reading about this because he did find like a couple of players that I don't think they ever turned into big leaguers, but I think they pitched in the minors.
What was the one based off the true story about the guy that was the high school baseball coach that could throw 100 and he ended up making it for the Rays?
The Rookie.
Yeah, it was the Rookie.
Was that what it was?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That was not bad. That was okay. Favorite baseball movies? Set, go. 713-780-3776. Who cares? The Astros are playing right now. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
B. Hannon says Jason Lane hitting a home run at Minute Maid Park in the movie Boyhood, movie based in Houston, was terrible. I actually liked that movie. That movie was was innovative too. They filmed it over like an 18-year span. It's crazy.
Never heard of it.
You ever seen it? Never heard of it. I think it won like best film.
Nope.
Or at least it was nominated for best film.
Okay.
I've never heard of it. You said it was called Boyhood?
Yeah, Boyhood. I've never heard of Boyhood?
No.
Wow. Okay. All right. 713-780 ESPN. Also like the rookie. Then again, Dennis Quaid is always good, Corey. Go Cougs. Dennis Quaid, Cougar. The Natural. I did like The Natural. I was a fan of The Natural. One of the things that like slightly annoyed me, the one thing that slightly annoyed me about The Natural was like, why did it take them so long to get good? Like, why did it take so long? I never really understood that.
Is that the one where it has the slow home run trot where he hits the ball into the lights?
Yeah, with the lightning bolt.
Okay.
Yeah, with the lightning bolt.
Roy Hobbs.
Yes,
I think that was
exactly right.
Roy Hobbs. And the bad boy brings him the bat, like big moment. I like that movie. Field of Dreams is about a meth head listening to the voices in his head. That's not baseball. It's a fair point. That's a good point. The Scout was awesome. Brendan Fraser is Ohtani on PEDs. Prime Albert Brooks. Trouble with the Curve. Did you watch Trouble with the Curve?
No, I don't remember it if I did.
I like Trouble with the Curve. Clint Eastwood plays the old curmudgeon scout.
Oh, I remember the
doesn't
trailers
have
for
to
it.
worry about analytics, and then he hears the pop of the glove, and he knows that the pitcher is going to be good. Texter Bo, it's a TV show, but Brockmire's a great show. Great might be a little bit of a stretch. It's fine. It's fun, but great. Texter says Trouble with the Curve. Amy Adams drool emoji. My goodness. Google AI said The Fan is absolutely a baseball movie. Okay, well, if Google AI says it, then it must be right. It's fine. It's a baseball movie. Bad News Bears original and remake is both good. The remake is not good.
No, I didn't mind the original Breaking Training, and then the third one is I think the Bad News Bears went to Japan, which I saw, but I was like, okay, now it's really
Billy Bob just can't do what Walter Matthau did.
Right. And what was the
Fever Pitch?
Oh, that was the
Remember
one with Jimmy Fallon and Drew Barrymore about the Red Sox winning. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a big Drew Barrymore fan.
I saw it, but it was.
She annoys me, man. Like Drew Barrymore. If you wanted to annoy me quickly, I shouldn't be giving you guys ammunition.
I don't think I could act like Drew Barrymore though, so I think you're safe. Because her quirkiness, I'm assuming, is what annoys you, and then I couldn't pull that off.
She might be the most annoying person on the planet.
Ooh,
Drew Barrymore.
I wouldn't go that far, but I get it.
She is way too. She's always too happy. Like I don't want to see all that happiness. That's too much happy. She's always smiling and dancing around. It's just too much for me.
Branham can't
Like,
see
it's
joy in the
exhausting.
world.
It's exhausting, Drew Barrymore. Training Day is not a baseball movie.
No.
It's a great movie, but it's not a baseball movie. Kevin Costner baseball movies for sure. Bull Durham for Love of the Game. Yeah, I love both of those.
Yeah.
Little Big League, the Reeves baseball movie made a grown man cry. We mentioned that one. 50 First Dates. This guy's just saying movies.
Yeah, I mean,
Major League Date's not a baseball.
It's got Drew Barrymore in it. I don't know if he's just trying to annoy Brandon, but it's not a baseball movie.
Yeah, maybe he's trying to annoy me. Has anyone mentioned Major League? They made 3 of them. It must be. Yeah, we mentioned Major League. Major League was Blanker said it right out of the gate. Yep. Oh, 8 Men Out. Good call.
Oh, that's John Cusack, Charlie Sheen. Yeah.
Yep.
Shoeless Joe.
Yep. That was a
great movie.
Remember they would sign the autographs by just putting the X.
John Cusack too. Yep. That was a good movie.
All right, let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Greg, you're in the Hive. What's up, Greg?
Oh, not too much. Y'all got the one I was just talking about was Major League. I didn't hear anybody mention it, but yeah, Major League has got to be top 3 for sure. Bad News Bears original and Sandlot. Those probably the 3 best in my recollection. I'm 55 years old, so that's my top 3 right there. I can't see any way to change that list up.
All right.
After that, there's a bunch of people.
Yeah. I thought Sandlot wouldn't make my top 3. Sandlot's good, but it wouldn't be in my top 3. But if you want to have it in yours, that's okay. Different strokes for different folks.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I just wouldn't put it as in a baseball movie, but it was a good movie.
Oh, hold on. It's a baseball movie. You cannot like it, but it's a baseball movie.
It's just kids. Okay.
Well, the entire movie is them playing baseball.
I know, but I just considered.
Well, what type of movie would you call it?
The rest of them were more like adult baseball. This is more like just the kids playing on the sandlot, but it was a good movie.
Yeah, I would call it a baseball movie. I think it qualifies as a baseball movie for sure. Somebody says The Hill, newish. I've never seen this one. It's a Netflix one. It looks like Sandlot, but newer, I guess. This film, based on a true story, young baseball hopeful Ricky Hill chases his major league dreams while living with a degenerative spinal condition. Oh, that sounds sad. Not sure I want to watch that one. I want to see that. 61, yeah, that one came up. Hardball. Airbutt, that's basketball. That's not baseball. 61 about Gehrig. 61's not about Gehrig. It's about Maris and Mantle.
That's right, yeah.
Because it was in 61 and they were chasing 61. Pretty sure.
I think that's right.
They were chasing 61, yeah.
But I think that happened in 1961.
It may have. I don't know. But it was definitely chasing the record.
Here comes Brian with his conviction again.
It was. I am 100% on that one.
Yeah, but you poo-pooed that it was in 1961.
I did not. I said I didn't know.
Did. Yeah, Blankers, didn't he poo-poo on it?
No, he didn't.
I
very much did not.
Yeah,
I was like,
I'm going to go to the tape right now.
On it,
I'm going to go to the tape right now.
He definitely like neglected it for sure. Neglected, like you weren't even listening to me. Like it was very hurtful, really, kind of hateful. I was like, yeah, 61. It was also in 1961. It was definitely about the chase of 61. Why didn't you validate that it was in 1961? What you didn't say, Brian, speaks volumes. What you didn't say was so loud it pierces my ears. Yeah, let's hear it. It's funny how you can always get these quickly whenever it involves you, by the way. Yeah. There you go. He poo-pooed on it.
I didn't know.
That wasn't a full-blown crap on it, but that was at least.
It wasn't any.
You definitely gassed it.
Absolutely.
You
gaslighting.
Oh, man. You guys are gaslighting
I wasn't
me.
gaslighting. I think you put gas on it. You didn't crap on it.
Come on.
It was.
If the accusation is I'm overly confident about things I'm not sure of, I very much in that clip said I don't know.
But I presented 2 facts. One of them was like, yeah, maybe. The other one, definitely this. So whenever you maybe and then definitely this, you are magnifying one while poo-pooing the other. Absolutely, that's what happened. There's no doubt about it. The tape
There's very
proves
much
it.
a doubt about it.
No, there's none. Only in your world. Blankers and I agree.
World.
And Blankers and I are talent. So you have to say yes.
I would rather do the show with the Duke play-by-play guy.
Let's go out. Did we already take Greg? We did.
We
did.
Greg, right? We have Israel and Julian.
Let's go to Israel. Israel, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up, Israel?
How y'all doing today?
What's up, man?
Great.
Hey, well, y'all mentioned The Natural, and it's definitely the best movie. And to answer your question about why he didn't get good till the end, he was actually good, but remember he got into some sticky situations with some mob figures, and why he had to step into obscurity. But when you have the love of the game, he ended up having to come back, and the legend of Roy Hobbs was built. I mean, when he hit the ball and he knocked out the lights, I mean, I don't know, but I shed a tear.
Yeah, really? I do like that movie. I forgot about that part. Thank you for the
sappy.
The lesson. Yeah, it's a little sappy.
I mean, like Field of Dreams, though. That's pretty sappy.
Or you mean a hardo that doesn't like a little sappy movie from time to time?
Field of Dreams, man. Can we have a catch with his dad?
Yeah,
it gets me every time. Yeah.
So why can you do that sappy but not other sappy?
Well, I'm just saying. It was my opinion that The Natural to me was just the whole movie was kind of sappy.
I got you.
And kind of slow.
Don't forget Moneyball. We mentioned Moneyball. Art Howe hates that movie.
Yes, he sure does.
He hates how he's portrayed in Moneyball, even if it's about the trash A's. I don't mind the A's because they're kind of irrelevant. Like, they don't bother you. So people are saying the pride of the Yankees. Like, I can't get into pride of the Yankees because it's the Yankees.
Yep.
Like, I can deal with the A's.
I understand the history of 61, but yeah, for the most part, if it's Yankees, I'm like, ugh.
Have you guys watched Pride of the Yankees? I never have.
I have a long time ago.
I'd be interested to watch it just because the babe's in it. But
I think I watched it with my dad way back when. But yeah, I'm like with Jeremy. I couldn't remember any of it.
Someone texted in The Babe. I watched The Babe. I thought it was pretty mid.
It was fine. That was okay. I'm forgetting the actor.
John Goodman?
John Goodman, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
He was in Roseanne.
Yes, he was.
Yeah. You had Roseanne's husband playing The Babe.
Yep.
713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Julian, you're in the Hive.
Hey, what's going on? First off, B-Mac, I apologize. I called you Joe George a while ago. Second,
That's not an insult.
Man, I think it's because I was a kid when it came out, but Angels in the Outfield will always be top tier for me. And also, are y'all excited that they finally scored 4 runs? Have a good day, gentlemen.
What are you talking about? Who scored 4 runs?
Cougs play today?
Baseball?
Yeah.
No, they don't play. They play in Baylor tomorrow.
Okay.
They won last night, but no. Who has 4 runs? Is there day baseball somewhere?
Must be.
Didn't know about
Someone's
it.
opening day?
Someone says, wow, Blankers hates kids.
Yeah, that's me. I got 2, but I hate them. You're right.
Well, you hate the Sandlot.
I don't hate it. First of all, I just was questioning if it was a baseball movie. By the way, my wife's ex-boyfriend is in the movie.
Oh, is that why you like it or don't like it?
No,
And he knows it's a baseball movie.
Yeah, I'm irrelevant. I mean, either way, it doesn't matter to me. But
it seems like it's a top of mind, though.
No, you can push that all you want.
Okay,
I
who
could care
was he a
less
major character? Who was
yeah,
it?
he was. He was the.
Was he Squints? Who was he?
No,
Was he Ham?
the Mexican kid.
Which kid?
Oh, wait, the main character,
Yeah.
Benny.
Yeah, Benny.
She dated Benny.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay. Benny the
Eskimos with
Benny
Benny
the
the
Jet.
Jet.
Benny
Yep.
the Jet. I forget his last name.
Yep.
When did they date?
Way back when. I mean, she's from California, so I don't know exactly when, but I do know that that's a fun fact. Just like
Joel,
one of
I'll
my
say
biggest
you went
regret
up-
was I was supposed to be in
you
Major
went- you
League,
went
and
up
all
cl-
my college teammates were in Major League, and I regret that I went to summer school and didn't get into Major League.
You winning out over Benny the Jet moves you up in cool points, in my opinion.
That's awesome to me. That means a lot, Brian.
She never thinks about
now
what
I'm
life
having a
could have been,
tear-jerking
right?
moment. Yes.
I could tell that meant a lot
Yes,
to you.
it did.
Who played this guy?
I
Mike
forget the
Vitar?
actor's name.
Mike, yeah, I think he's a fireman now.
Oh, he's a fireman saving lives?
I think so. Yep.
Let's see how he looks these days. See if Lisa did all right with herself.
You're talking about Drew Barrymore being something you shouldn't have mentioned. Well, I know what I shouldn't have mentioned.
Hey, he's a pretty handsome fella here.
Okay, good.
Saving lives. He's a true life hero. Well, he likes dogs. He has a dog in this picture.
Sweet.
Joel, you won. You don't have to be mad.
I know, but this is what Branham does. He loves this kind of stuff.
I do. You're right. I do thrive on it. He's wearing a Canadian here though. I think he might have just. I think you might have just surpassed him. I see why Lisa married you. Okay. All right.
I don't think you did, but okay.
He was a Dodger fan though.
So is
What's that?
So is Lisa and her whole family.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
Would have had something to talk about. All right, 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener. That's enough baseball talk. This is what happens whenever the Astros aren't playing during the middle of the show. You start talking about baseball movies. Let's get to Bad Take Boulevard. Bad Take Boulevard. What are you nominating for this week's Bad Take Boulevard? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
We'll get into Bad Take Boulevard a little bit, but we do what the listeners want us to do, and the listeners want us to talk about baseball movies. I guess this is what happened when the Astros play tonight. Texture Mr. Baseball, Tom Selleck. I love that movie. I earlier, whenever we said Mr. Baseball, I didn't put 2 and 2 together that Mr. Baseball was the one with Tom Selleck. I love that movie.
Yeah, where he goes
I don't know
to
why.
Japan.
I just do.
Was he a Tiger
Yeah,
again?
I love it. And then falls in love.
Yeah, I think
he play for the Tigers or the Giants? I can't remember.
I just think because he always wore the
Now
Tiger
I'm
hat and
doubting. I
Magnum
don't know.
PI too.
But yeah, I love that movie. That movie was fun. It wouldn't make my top 3, but it was fun.
He played for the Dragons.
Well,
and
that
they wore
was
Dodgers colors.
Yeah.
I think I think he did come back for the Tigers, right?
That would make sense because
Yeah,
it'd be
that's
the
correct.
Magnum PI tie-in, but
I like that movie. That movie was fun.
Yeah,
I never understood why. I was very young too.
I thought there was
Just
some part
gravitated
of that
towards
where
it.
he actually ends up making the major leagues or something. That's why. But I know that he always wore the Tiger hat and Magnum
well, he was
PI.
a former major league player and like kind of washed up and then went to Japan.
Did he have the opportunity and then didn't do it because of his love interest?
I don't remember all the details. I mean, it's probably been 20 years since I've seen it, but what I thought I remembered was he was a former player, washed up, goes over to Japan, and like you said, gets a love interest along the way.
Yeah, I feel like he like stayed there. I want to say he like got offered to come back and then stayed there, but I don't really
That sounds
remember. I'm not very
familiar.
confident.
That sounds familiar.
That's a very, very vague recollection of that. Texted the 2017 World Series on Blu-ray. That's a good point. That's a pretty good one. Blankers probably doesn't consider A League of Their Own a baseball movie either because it's women, right? That's not fair.
That's not fair. Not
Blankers
right.
wouldn't say
Not
that.
anything that I would even think, let alone say.
No. Did you like A League of Their Own? It
was okay. Yeah. It was on the other night. It was on. You know who runs it all the time is MLB channel.
Yeah, they do.
They run it whenever there's not a game on.
It's pretty star-studded. I mean, Madonna, Rosie O'Donnell,
Gina Davis.
Yeah, it was a good movie.
Tom Hanks.
Tom Hanks, obviously. Yeah.
There's no crying in baseball.
Yeah, they kept showing
I like the little
Tom
kid.
Hanks
Little
the
kid
other
was
day
funny.
in the Sunday Night Baseball. He was at the Dodger game. He and his son were at in
really?
a suite in the Dodger game. He was getting pretty emotional.
Because of Dodger baseball?
Yeah. Like standing
like
up,
Shohei.
screaming, yelling, keeping score. He was keeping the book.
It's kind of weird.
A little bit.
I think it's a little weird for people that keep score during baseball games.
Yeah, I know one that does it passionately.
Man, I thought
Like, I don't want to be too mean because I don't want to insult some people, but like you're taking a book to a baseball game, like
call him a nerd.
You're lugging that thing
Man,
in there.
I'm
yeah,
telling you.
yeah.
Palillo.
I am.
Oh, yeah,
I'll
yeah.
go all
Oh
in.
my
Palillo loved to
goodness,
do that, yeah.
Palillo's passionate about that.
Like how many people do you know that take a scorebook into a baseball game that they go to for fun? For fun.
Probably, honestly,
I don't know a single one.
I know 3 or 4.
Real who?
Yeah. So Palillo's one of them. So a buddy of mine's wife that just loves baseball insists on keeping the score. I'm trying to think. I know that there's a couple more, but I know throughout the since I've been in Houston, there's about three or four people that I know that keep a book.
I think it's kind of weird.
I don't disagree.
Brian, do you keep a book? You strike me as one that does.
See, I was going to say the same about you, but no, I've never kept a book before.
I strike you as one who keeps a book?
I thought when you brought this topic up, I thought this was going to go a different way. Now, maybe not now because you don't need it anymore, but you strike me as a guy who might have kept one back in the day.
No, the only time I keep score is whenever I'm working.
Yeah,
I'm working a game. No, definitely not. Like when do I do more? Like when do I do extra? Like I don't want to do that. Yeah, I you know, like the old saying too, like the broadcasters say, if you're keeping score at home, who's keeping score at home? Like who is that person?
Good point. I don't
They're
know.
watching the game,
Back in the
keeping score
day?
at their the supper table. Like what?
Maybe maybe that must go back to a time when games. I mean, maybe not even been on TV. Like I could see people keep a score.
Yesterday.
Yeah, listen. Like if you're listening to the radio, like a game on the radio in the 30s, and you can't see it on TV, I could see you doing it then. But
No chance.
Not
No
even
chance. No chance.
then. See, I could see it then. I couldn't see it past the invention of the TV.
No chance I'm keeping score.
They did it
Ever.
last night when Jordan's hit was originally called an error, and then they changed it. And they did for those of you who's keeping score at
Robert
home.
Ford said that?
TK and Blummer.
Okay.
Like, who's keeping score at home? Like,
Let's ask TK tomorrow.
I don't want to know that person. I don't want to know that person that's keeping score at home. I hope I'm not insulting somebody that I love. Astros game is on, y'all. Come on. People keep saying this, and they're saying the Astros scored 5 runs, and we're supposed to believe it. Come on. How do you know the Astros are actually playing right now? What do you mean? They played 6:05. I think Walker may have a breakout game tonight at 6:05. Blaine, there you go, Blaine. He might have went back to America as a coach, Mr.
Selleck?
Yeah, Selleck. Okay. Yeah, I don't really remember how that one ended. Really. All right, 713-780-ESPN out to the HRP listener line. Andy, you're in the Hive. What's up, Andy?
Hey, yeah, you mentioned Fever Pitch. Whether you like the movie or not, the story behind shooting it was pretty cool. It was shot in 2004. It was supposed to end in typical Red Sox heartbreak, but they won the World Series during filming, and so they had to change the ending. I just thought that was kind of cool.
Huh. Fun little tidbit I didn't know.
I remember watching something about that, actually. Yeah, because they were right there. They ran on the field for the celebration.
It was like the post-credit scene, or maybe it might have just been the ending. Like
I think they
don't
changed
remember
the
exactly.
ending.
Maybe
like you
so.
said.
I do remember it being at the end of the movie.
Was Fallon? He grew up a Red Sox fan.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, he's a Red Sox fan.
Fallon doesn't strike me as a huge sports lover, though. I think he's like
He was at the Olympics and at the courtside for the basketball gold medal game.
Well, that just means you're famous and you work for NBC.
Okay.
Or I could be selling them short. Like, that always exists, too. 713-780-ESPN. Back out to the HRP listener line. Joe, you're in the Hive. Joe?
Hey, good afternoon. Enjoy your show. How about the Stratton story with Jimmy Stewart?
No clue.
What is that?
He's a pitcher, goes to war, loses his leg, comes back, doesn't have a chance to pitch again, and ultimately gets a chance to pitch. I haven't seen the movie probably in 40 or 50 years, but when you guys started talking about it, that's the first thing that came to my mind, the Stratton story.
I'm gonna check this one out too. I just pulled it up. Yeah, it was a 1949 movie. You can watch it on Apple TV. The Stratton story. I'll check that one out too. I like old timey
I remember when it
movies.
came out. Now, okay, yeah, I have to rewatch it. Yep.
I do like 8 Men Out a lot. 8 Men Out.
I
is
love that
good.
movie.
League
That's
of
a
Their
great
Own is
movie.
good. Major
Yep.
League is good. Somebody wanted to ask Brian what his favorite 3 movies are.
I would say Sandlot, Major League, and then a tie between 8 Men Out and League of Their Own.
You can't. Sandlot's not a baseball movie.
I'm sorry, Joel. It is Thursday. We might have to put you on Bad Take Boulevard for that one.
Mr. 3000 with Bernie Mac was funny when I watched it 20 years ago. Has it been that long? Has Mr. 3000
Oh,
been that
I mean, Bernie's
long?
been dead for 10 plus, so probably.
Well, let's look. Let's fact check this. Mr.
Sounded
3000
confident.
was made in 2004. So,
There you go. There you go.
well, yeah,
Checks
but I
out.
want to. Well, that's not what I wanted to fact check. Let's see when Bernie Mac passed.
I bet it was 10 plus years ago.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you were right.
Nailed it.
You got me there. 2000. Well, it was longer than it was 10 plus. It was. Oh, he died in 2008. I can't believe it's been that long.
Bernie
Wow.
Mac. Cedric the Entertainer's still alive, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He's got a show on CBS.
Yeah.
I'm thinking somebody else.
So that's Brian's top 3. This texter says, I do it and I'm 30. I wonder if you're married. Do you have a girlfriend, texter? If you
They keep a scorebook? Oh, boy.
If you keep score, do you have a relationship with a significant other?
If you take her to the game and you keep score the whole time, you're probably not going to have her for long.
I wonder. Keeping score helps keep you focused and help remember what happens. You're right.
Can we
But
just
then you
look
have
at
to.
the
But you
box
have to
score?
keep score. Like,
Just look at it
yes,
on
you
your
were right.
phone.
Yes, you were right that keeping score helps keep you focused and help remember what happens. But you have to keep score. Like, no one wants to do that when they're going out to the ballpark. Like, have a
Doesn't the
dog,
scoreboard
have a
do
cold
that for
beer.
you?
Nowadays they do, but like back then they didn't.
Yeah, but still, like, that's why you don't do it anymore, because they tell you the
evolve.
last time up he did this. In his 3 at-bats so far, he's done this. It's all the RBIs and everything else.
Yeah, I don't get it. And I'm a baseball guy. I don't get it. I'm such a baseball guy, and I just don't get it. It's the 8th inning of the Astros game. I don't know what you are talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. They really are playing right now. I can't be that high, huh? I don't know, man. If you're Israel, you're probably pretty high. We found that out a few weeks ago. Major League, Bull Durham, the natural. 42's good. Bull Durham, Bernie Mac, Bull Durham. I'm not clicking a Facebook link. Somebody sent us a Facebook link. I'm not clicking a Facebook link. What do you think I am, a psycho? Texter says, I do, of 10 years and 4 kids. So the scorekeeper has been married for 10 years, has 4 kids, and still has time to keep score. That is impressive.
It's not. It's not smart, but okay.
It's impressive. Like, I don't know how you balance the time. Like, 10 years, 4 kids, and you keep score? That's rough.
Do the kids go to the game with you? Because that's a hell of an accomplishment if you got to take care of the 4 kids at the game.
Yeah. I just can't imagine a lot of people keep score.
I don't take care. I mean, I take my kids to the game and to dump them off at the kids area because I don't like kids, according to listeners. But
Diego, who goes to a bunch of baseball games, goes, Brandon made fun of me today. Sad emoji. I keep the scorebook at baseball, at U of H baseball. It's okay. I keep score to help me pay attention and keep me from scrolling on my phone. That's a good point. Like, it's better to be locked into the game than scrolling. So if you have like ADHD, I could see that. Like, you're doing something to keep you engaged. That way you don't scroll your phone. I don't know. Different strokes for different folks. It's okay. Everybody's got their thing. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Let's get to Bad Take Boulevard. Bad Take Boulevard with the Bees coming up next on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Bad Take Boulevard, 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. What belongs on Bad Take Boulevard? How about we start with Nick Young, Swaggy P. He said Houston not making the playoffs. February 8th, 2020. Like, this isn't even that long ago. Like, this is 2 months ago. Said Houston not making the playoffs. What did Houston do yesterday with the victory? They clinched a playoff spot. So this is like Swaggy P was the famous GIF, right? That shot the three, turned around and missed it, right?
Yeah, I think so.
No,
This is another version of that.
Gilbert Arenas.
No. It's Swaggy P.
Well, Gilbert Arenas did it too. He yelled hibachi and then missed the shot. He shot it, yelled hibachi, turned around.
Well, the gift that Jeremy's referencing, it's definitely okay. Anyway.
Yeah, the gift that I was referencing of Nick Young is not Gilbert Arenas. But I believe you that I actually do remember the Gilbert Arenas hibachi thing.
Yep.
But I think the more famous one is Nick Young shoots it, looks around, and has like that big cheesy smile on his face.
Puts his arms out to the side, like celebrating and everything.
So this was his basketball take version of that. Houston not making the playoffs. Swaggy P.
You
just made the list.
He screwed up a lot.
Has he?
Yes.
Like what?
Well, don't you remember I forget who it was, but he told on them for one of the players in the locker room. He told on them in a public interview to the media that they were cheating on their wife or girlfriend. And then he was engaged to Iggy Azalea and then cheated on her and the media found out about it first. He's a weird dude.
Don't cheat on your girlfriend.
True. I forget who I got
him or whoever he doxed. Either one. Don't cheat. Browns owner Jimmy Haslam says the team is still recovering from a big swing and miss on Deshaun Watson and to hold me and D accountable. I like how he's throwing his wife under the bus here. You're just not going to own it yourself. You're going to say D as well. Like, oh, it's also my wife who also should be, criticized and her take should be thrown into bad. Like, how dare Jimmy Haslam? I'm a little insulted of Jimmy Haslam. Like, Jimmy Haslam could have very well just said, it's a big swing and a miss. I missed on Deshaun Watson. No. He didn't say that. He said, yeah, big swing and a miss. Hold me and D accountable. What? You throwing your wife under the bus? Who are you, Roger Clemens?
Yeah, that's pretty brutal.
Roger Clemens catching some strays. Hope he doesn't hear that. He might not ever go on with John Lance again.
Friend of the station.
Yeah,
maybe was a friend of the station.
That's right. He was doing the morning hits.
He was.
Lance.
Yeah.
Maybe not anymore.
Didn't they pay him?
Sure they did. They had a sponsor for it.
It's just my way of saving the company a little bit of money.
You putting the company on your back.
But who does that? A husband throwing his wife under the bus like that. It wasn't only my decision. My wife made the stupid decision too. Come on, man. Also, Deshaun Watson's still under contract. He's currently on the team. Yeah, no, a terrible decision we made with this guy who's still on our team. I'm not even putting D on this. Jimmy wants us to put D on the list. We're not doing that, Jimmy. We're not falling for your traps. It's only you. Jimmy Haslam, you make the list, not you.
You just made the list.
Yeah, not the Haslam, just the Haslam. Chris Canty, I don't want to play this whole clip. It's pretty good. Let's save the Canty for next week. It's a little long, but it's pretty good. But we'll play it next week. Yahoo, of all people, Yahoo, got on April's Fool's Day. They sent out a no, Warren Buffett didn't buy Tesla and all the other April Fool's Day jokes we've got. They were the ones who fell for it. They had a story. Warren Buffett acquires Elon Musk Tesla for $1 trillion in cash. Legendary investor Warren Buffett has announced that Berkshire Hathaway will acquire Tesla for a staggering $1 trillion in cash. And then they had to recant and kind of community note themselves. Warren Buffett's not 94, is he?
He's up there. I don't know if he's 94, but I wouldn't be shocked by it.
Google says he's 94.
Wow, he's in good shape for 94.
Yeah, he is. I thought he was like late 70s.
Buy some good medical care.
And then he buys stock in that good medical care. You ever see these sites that they track like these politicians' stock market moves? And they follow it to see like the return that they get on it?
Yeah, and, the moves that are made right before the big thing happens.
Yeah. Now, the problem with that, though, is it's like 2 weeks delayed because I think it takes like 2 weeks for the process to play out. But, yeah, it's kind of fascinating. Fake Bear Bryant on X. He makes the list as well.
You just made the list.
He tweeted earlier, January 12th, 2025, about Auburn basketball. Janai Broome will not win the Wooden Award. Auburn will not win the SEC regular season championship. Auburn will not win the SEC tournament. Auburn will not make a Final Four, and Bruce Pearl is extremely overrated. He's missed on 4 of the 5. I don't think they've announced the Wooden Award yet, have they?
They have not.
No, but I mean,
they did the
might be right on
female
that one.
version.
He might be. It'll be Hilmer or Flag.
Flag, yeah.
Yeah, they did the women's winner the other day and the AP Player of the Year.
But Auburn won the regular season championship. They made the Final Four, and Pearl is not overrated. So, not Bear Bryant. You made the list.
You just made the list.
Rando on Twitter. You got to love these people. Goes by Rav. He does have a blue check mark, though, so he pays for Twitter. Said it is seriously concerning how many Twitter bracketologists have willingly posted that all 4 number 1 seeds are in their Final Four. When has it ever worked like that? One time in the 40-year history. Like, please take off your thinking cap and get real. You know what happened?
Tell us.
All the number 1 seeds made the Final Four.
Indeed.
And it has happened before.
08 was the last time,
2008
right?
in San Antonio, yeah.
So, Rav, Tony, you made the
You
list.
just made the list.
Get it. Fanatics had a bad ad. They, Fanatics, they do the clothes and jerseys and merch and all that stuff. So they have a picture of a couple wearing Twins gear. They have Twins uniform on, who the Astros played tonight at 6:05. Started a 3-game, 4-day series. The uniforms, the Twins uniforms, no big deal. The gentleman is wearing a Cleveland Guardians hat.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's clear as day.
And the
Ouch.
ballpark they're standing in is the Camden Yards.
Okay, help me out here, because I saw the same thing when people claiming it was Camden. How can you tell it was Camden?
Because I took the guy's word for it.
Okay.
Oh.
I believe everything I read on the internet.
I saw the same joke about, oh my God, they were in Camden in the Guardians hat, but I couldn't. Looking at it, I kept trying to see like an Orioles logo somewhere.
Can you see the warehouse in right field?
I couldn't tell.
The picture. They're standing on the first base concourse, and the picture is towards home plate.
Okay.
But I mean, you would be able to tell by the grandstands if you really wanted to do the due diligence, or even like the markers and the seat color and all that stuff.
Someone who follows the Orioles closely would probably be able to tell, but as an outsider, I couldn't tell.
I mean, you could easily do, what do they call them, sleuths?
Internet sleuths, sure.
I can do it real quick, probably. Empty. I'll do it later. It's going to take a little bit of time. But I'll take their word for it. Because why? Don't let the truth get in the way of a good story,
Internet
Brian.
never lies.
What are we doing here? We're not truth tellers. We're entertainers. We're influencers. We're stars. We're creators. I'm the Jay Brizzler.
It's not your best one.
I think it's pretty good. So Fanatics, you made the list.
You just made the list.
At Coaching Decisions on X. I can't call it X. But coaching changes. He said the news source says that his contacts inside Texas A&M say the deal was done an hour ago, talking about Chris Beard going to College Station. We aren't saying done without confirmation from a source inside A&M directly or from the Beard camp. But we are now more like 95.5 Beard's heading to College Station. Got that one wrong.
Yep.
He's staying in Oxford, which is interesting who A&M will get.
Yeah, I saw, is it Brian Davis or something? It's a college basketball guy.
Yeah, he said that go ahead.
No, yeah, he was writing about the fact that he was kind of step by step highlighting how Beard was interested, but at the end of the day, he used it to get more money out of Ole Miss.
Mm-hmm.
That's never happened before.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brian Davis
What a
writes
weird
in
move.
Austin. He usually covers the Longhorns, but I mean, I guess it's close enough to cover the A&M as well.
The odds that Jason Barrett sent out this morning, they had Porter Moser as the favorite at 3-1, head coach at Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
Fred Hoiberg at 7-2. Chris Jans, I forget how you pronounce it. He's the head coach at Mississippi State. He's at 4-1. Scott Cross, the coach at Troy, 5-1. Brad Underwood, 5-1. McCaslin, 8-1. McDermott, 12-1. Will Wade, 16-1. TJ Otzelberger, 20-1. Richard Pitino, 25-1.
I thought Otzelberger might be an interesting choice because I think at Iowa State he's only going to go so far, and he's got more resources at A&M.
I don't know, man. They love their basketball names, and
he's a good coach.
Hilton Coliseum, little Hilton Magic, that's a good job. I don't know if he would leave. Then they love their basketball there, man. They liked football too, but like basketball is not taking a back seat. At A&M,
You got some good coaches there.
What's that?
They got some good coaches there. The football
They
coach
have.
is good, and their basketball coach is
Oh,
good.
I thought you meant their basketball coaches over the years.
No.
But they have that. They've had that too.
Yep.
I mean, they've had good coaches over the years there.
Was it Larry Eustace back in the day?
He was until he got busted partying, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Who was the coach was he the one who coached Pfizer and
No, Fred
Tinsley?
Hoiberg did.
No, that would have been way before Hoiberg.
No,
I remember
because-
Iowa State. No, it was way before Hoiberg. Iowa State lost as a 2 seed way back in the day, and they had Pfizer and Tinsley, I want to say.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking about the Royce White. Hoiberg coached Royce White.
Yeah, I remember that Iowa State team because it was one of the first like 15 seeds to beat
Marcus
a 2.
Pfizer was a Bull, and Jamal Tinsley was a Pacer. Yep. I don't know. I think it must have been Eustace.
It was in 2000. So whoever was the coach in 2000, but that team was so good. And then they lost in the first round to a 15 seed. I liked that team a lot. That was back in 2000. Oh yeah, but so that guy made the list, and then Billy Lucci. He tweeted this on June 10th, 2021. First comes the commitment, then the right coach, then the culture change. Jimbo, 1 natty, 1 playoff. Buzz, Elite 8, 3 Sweet 16s. And Schloss, 5 College World Series. Have been in Aggieland combined 5 years and 5 minutes. Next comes the championships. Jimbo's fired. Buzz left for Maryland. Schloss left him for Austin. Brian's getting the – Brian cares.
Oh,
Brian, can you tell that Brian's a T-shirt fan right now with that laugh?
Well, it's
that laugh
and-
came from all the way from his bottom of his T-shirt.
Yeah, T-shirt extends down to the floor. It's that, and Billy Lucci comes off a bit pompous at times. So whenever these moments happen to people you find pompous, I think it's even more funny.
Never met him.
Larry Eustace was the coach at Iowa State in 99-2000.
Yeah, that team was good, really good. Who they have after Eustace? They had another really good coach.
I thought it was Hoiberg.
I think there's a coach between them.
Okay.
But Hoiberg was there. I mean, Hoiberg was there. I'm not denying
I just
that.
remember McHale called Hoiberg, and he
Tim
gave
Floyd. I'm thinking Tim Floyd.
Oh, that's right. Tim Floyd, who coached the Bulls after Iowa State. That was Jerry Krause's handpicked replacement for Phil Jackson.
Oh, that's right. With the baby Bulls.
Yep.
Oops.
Yep.
Who's the most famous basketball player to ever come out of Iowa State? I'll give you a hint. Former Rocket assistant coach.
Royce White.
Oh, no, Jeff Hornacek.
Yeah, boom. Look at that, blankers. I like it. Look at you showing off that knowledge. You didn't miss a beat either.
No, that's the hand touching on the free throw line and all that.
Yeah.
From Jeff Hornacek. Yeah.
Wasn't he saying hi to his kids or something?
Yeah. Jason Kidd did something similar with like the chef's kids.
He did the kiss, though. Yeah.
the chef's kiss.
He blew a kiss. I'm not sure he's with that wife anymore.
No, that's Jumana. Nope.
They're not together, right?
No.
Yeah, I thought so. All right, 713-780-ESPN. That was Bad Take Boulevard. Now comes Car Wreck of the Day. What are you nominating for Car Wreck of the Day? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, I'm not going to say it's easy money, but there's an opportunity for you to actually cash in because your property taxes are due on May the 15th. That's the deadline, and you can cash in if you have the right people working for you to get you to save some money on your property tax. It's fantastic. It's phenomenal. And the best thing about it that I always like is you don't pay unless you win. So what do you have to lose? The answer, nothing. What do you have to gain? Saving money on your property taxes. All you need to do is get in contact with Century Property Tax Consultants today. They have over 60 combined years of experience. Century Property Tax Consultants are here to help you win big. Whether it's residential, commercial, industrial, or business properties, they're going to fight to reduce your taxes. No savings, no charge. And that is the best part about all this. You don't want to pay out just to have people that can't win a case for you. They're going to fight to reduce your taxes. And if they don't, you don't pay a thing. Sign up now. All you got to do is go to cprotax.com. That's cprotax.com and get with Century Property Tax Consultants today. They're going to help you. They're going to be fighting in your corner, and you don't pay unless you win. Don't pay more taxes than you need to. Get in contact with cprotax.com right now.
Now back to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
How about it? Astros win today. Take game 1 of the 3-game series. Beat the Twins 5-2. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Talk about it plenty tomorrow. But nice, Blankers. Astros scored more than 3 runs for the first time all year, and in a frigid Minnesota. It was chilly there today in the 30s.
It's 37, I think, when they said that the overcast skies took over. But Hunter Brown kind of settled in. They got a couple of crooked numbers on the board, and the back end of the bullpen was, for the most part, lights out. So I like it.
Yeah, they were the only base runner they reached was on an error. They didn't give up a hit or a walk. The back end of the bullpen.
That's great.
Brian King's your 7th inning guy.
He's really looked good. I like the way he's looked.
Yeah, Chandler Rome had a good article about him. He wanted to get, he went to McNeese. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, that was when they had the Cougars Day in the Astros clubhouse and they all wore the T-shirts. He put masking tape over the Cougars logo and wrote McNeese State for the tournament.
That's pretty funny. I didn't realize he went there. I might have called some of his games. I don't know. But he was a 30th round draft pick. And he didn't think he was going to play professionally, and he was going to go on one of those salmon boats and run a boat, and instead went into pro ball. And there you go. Now he's a Houston Astro, and he's pitching in the 7th inning. But the Astros win. We'll talk all about that tomorrow. If you heard that song before, John and Lance like to play it, but we stole it. We bopped it. What are they going to do about it? They might do a lot about it, actually. They have a lot of power and influence. So I got to be careful. Don't tell anybody that we stole their song, okay? No one tell them. Josh from Seabrook, D'Angelo Russell apparently doxed Nick Young live on social media while Nick Young was cheating on Iggy Azalea. So that's the story there.
That's it. Yep.
Yeah. You had most of it right.
I did.
Just a little off. The story, that's Nick Young's fault, though. Don't cheat.
No, that's dirty. And he was engaged to Iggy Azalea, not just dating her. They were engaged at the time.
So it's okay to cheat on your girlfriend as long as you're
I'm
not
saying
engaged?
it's okay ever. I'm saying it's even worse because they were engaged.
Let's get to our car wreck of the day, Brian. I think I'm just going to overreact to every single thing, every result the Astros have. When they win, they're the best team ever. When they lose, they're the worst thing ever. I think it's going to be my bit this year. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What is your car wreck of the day? Y'all two get nominated. Blankers and Brian make it was really for bad take, but we'll make a car wreck for not putting toilet paper down whenever you
I think that was
business.
I mean, to have Joel's back, I think that was just me. But
no, I didn't. No, I don't do it.
Oh, okay. Well,
No,
mine was. It wasn't all bathrooms. It was just like if I'm at Buc-ee's or Chick-fil-A, someplace that usually keeps it clean.
Sounds like you're hedging.
No, that's what I said yesterday.
Admitted that I did. That's fine.
Texter wants to nominate blank for hating kids and women.
For what?
Hating kids and women.
Oh, yeah, that's me.
Because you don't like Sandlot or League of Their Own.
Right.
So you hate kids and women.
Right.
Another texter wants to nominate Altuve for the car wreck. He was 0 for 5 with 5 strikeouts. First time that's happened in his career.
0 for 5 with 5.
Dang, I didn't realize that.
Now, 4 is the golden sombrero. What is 5?
Golden sombrero plus 1.
Okay, thank you.
Hashtag math.
And I'm Mexican.
What does that have to do with anything?
The sombrero.
That's racist. You saying I don't know math, so you call me a Mexican?
And I'm Mexican.
That's racist, Brian. Hope you find something else to do with your life. Josh from Seabrook, probably too early in the season for this, but Ben Verlander said the Astros and the Braves in the World Series. Yeah, I mean, that's not wrong yet. So, Jay Wright to Texas A&M has legs. We'll see about that. I don't see Jay Wright getting back into the
he's not a fan
business.
of NIL and all the transfer portal stuff.
Case Keenum signed with the Bears today, by the way.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah, I just broke. Bears got that. That's a great backup quarterback to have for Caleb Williams, though. I mean that sincerely.
No, I think you're right because he's like a quarterback coach built in as a backup quarterback. I think it's very good.
All right, car wrecks of the day. We got to be quick, I suppose. My bad.
I got AJ Storr heading to his 8th school in 8 years, 4 different high schools, now heading to his 4th different university. What the hell are you? I know you're trying to cash in, but come on, bro. You averaged 6 points last year at Kansas.
I want to nominate this anonymous Rocket player that gave Big Sarge a quote last night.
I saw that.
One Rockets player last night took the time to acknowledge former head coach Steven Silas. He gets a lot of criticism, but he helped my career get to this point. But he didn't want to say who he was. He can compliment Silas, but he doesn't want to say who he
Come
was.
on, Tari Eason.
Yeah. Brian, for being racist, doesn't get a nominee today because he said, because I don't know Matt the Mexican. What wins here?
And I'm Mexican.
Blankers. What wins? I like yours. Let's go with Store.
All right.
8 schools, 8 years. That's a record.
Yeah.
All right, does it for us. Thanks to Brian for all the hard work. He's Blank on Branham. The boys will talk to you tomorrow from the River Ranch in Dayton. Coming up next, more of me inside the Icebox with Joe George and Jeremy Branham right now on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.